Valmiki Ramayana Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana in synopsis of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. English. Text. Saint Narada visits hermitage of Valmiki. Valmiki queries about a single perfect individual, bestowed with all good qualities enumerated by him, Narada, knower of past, present and future, identifies such a man, describes virtues, qualities of Sri Rama, narrates briefly the story of his life. Ascetic Valmiki inquired of Narada, preeminent among the sages ever engaged in the practice of religious austerities or study of the Vedas and best among the eloquent, who in this world lives today endowed with excellent qualities, prowess, righteousness, gratitude, truthfulness and firmness in his vows? Who is that one gifted with good conduct, given to the well-being of all living creatures, learned in the law, knowledge of all things that is known, capable of doing things which others cannot do and singularly handsome? Who, among men, is self-restrained, who has conquered anger, who is endowed with brilliance and free from envy? Who is that when excited to wrath even the devatas are afraid of, let alone foes? O Maharshi, I intend to hear about such a man whom you are able to place. Indeed, great is my curiosity. Invited by Valmiki to take his seat, Narada, knower of the three worlds, heard him and said with delight, listen to me. Quote, and thus spoke, O sage, rare indeed are men endowed with the many qualities you have described. I ascertained one. Listen carefully. People have heard his name as Rama, who was born in the race of King Ikshvaku, having steady nature, possessing incomprehensible prowess, self-effulgent, self-commanding and subjecting senses under his control. He, Sri Rama, is a great intellectual, adherent to rules, eloquent, handsome, destroyer of foes, sins, broad-shouldered, strong-armed, having conch-shaped neck and prominent cheeks, possessing a broad chest, armed with a great bow, with fleshy collar bones, knee-long arms, a noble head, a graceful forehead and great prowess. He is the destroyer of foes, sins, mighty and powerful. He has a well-proportioned body, neither tall nor short, shining complexion, well-developed chest, large eyes, lustrous body and good qualities. Pious, firm in his vows, he is ever intent on doing good to his subjects. He is illustrious, wise, and pure at heart. He is obedient to elders, or accessible to those who are dependent on him, and ever meditating on the means of protecting those who take refuge in him. Auspicious like Brahma, Sri Rama is the sustainer of this world, destroyer of enemies and protector of all living beings and of the moral code. He has performed the duties of a king and protected his subjects. Knowledgeable in the true nature of the Vedas, he is accomplished in military science. He is a great archer. Sri Rama knows the true meaning of all scriptures and has a retentive memory. He is talented, possessing brightness of conception. He is beloved and well disposed towards all people, and courteous even towards those who have done him harm. He has an unperturbed mind, even in times of extreme grief, and is circumspect in doing right things at the right time. Sri Rama, like sea to rivers, is accessible to men of virtue and has equal disposition towards all. He always has a pleasing appearance. Sri Rama, bestowed with all virtues, enhanced the joys of Kausalya. He is like the sea in deportment and like Himavant in fortitude. Sri Rama is like Vishnu in prowess, the moon in pleasing appearance, the all-consuming fire in anger, the earth in patience, Kubera in charity and the sun in steadfastness. With a desire to promote the welfare of the people, King Dasharatha decided to install Sri Rama, his eldest and affectionate son, as heir apparent, who was bestowed with all excellent qualities and true prowess. Beloved of the people, he was ever intent in the welfare of the people. Thereafter, having seen the preparations for installation of Rama, Queen Kaikeyi, who had been promised earlier with boons by Dasharatha, demanded of him the exile of Rama and enthronement of Bharat. Dasharatha, true to his word and restrained by the bond of duty, sent his beloved son Rama to the forest. Mighty Sri Rama, in order to please Kaikeyi and obey the word of command of his father, went to the forest and helped the king to keep his promise to Kaikeyi. Lakshmana, beloved brother to Rama, is drawn towards him. Endowed with modesty, he is an enhancer of the joy of his mother Sumitra. Displaying his fraternal love, he followed Rama, who was departing to the forest. Born in the race of Janaka and daughter-in-law of Dasharatha, Sita, beloved spouse of Rama, is like his vital breath, always desired the well-being of Rama. She followed him like Rohini, the moon. Endowed with all virtues, she is the foremost woman. The citizens and Dasharatha followed Rama for a long distance. Rama, of righteous nature, having approached Gua, king of Nishadas, at Shringi Berapura, sent back charioteer Sumantra, and Rama along with Sita and Lakshmana crossed river Ganga, moving from one forest to another and crossing deep and wide rivers with plenty of waters. Reached the Chitrakoot mountain by the command of sage Bharadwaja. They raised a hut made of leaves in the forest located in Chitrakoot mountain, and dwelt there happily, resembling Devas and Gandharvas. Moving from one forest to another and crossing deep and wide rivers with plenty of waters. Reached the Chitrakoot mountain by the command of sage Bharadwaja. They raised a hut made of leaves in the forest located in Chitrakoot mountain, and dwelt there happily, resembling Devas and Gandharvas. When Rama had set out to Chitrakoot, King Dasharatha, stricken by the grief over the separation from his son and mourning over him, departed to heavens. After Dasharatha had passed away, mighty Bharat did not desire to rule the kingdom against the orders by Vashishta and other Brahmins. The brave Bharat, who had conquered envy and hatred, went to the forest in order to worship Rama's feet. Bharat reached Rama, so pleasing, venerable, truthful and chivalrous, worshipped him with reverence and implored. Bharat, addressing Rama, said, "You are knower of righteousness. You alone should be the king," meaning that when the elder brother is alive, the younger brother is prohibited from ruling the kingdom. Although a source of universal delight, although exceedingly generous and of cheerful countenance, highly renowned and capable, Rama refused to accept the kingdom in accordance with the command of his father, having handed over his sandals to Bharat as symbol of authority for ruling the kingdom. Rama persuaded him again and again to return to the capital. Disappointed in his mission to take Rama back, Bharat worshipped the sandals of Rama and ruled the kingdom from Nandigrama, awaiting his return. When Bharat departed, Sri Rama, a man of good fortune and steadfast in vows, one who had conquered under control, perceiving that the citizens from Ayodhya would arrive there, entered the Dandaka forest with single-minded determination, so that there would not be breach of his promise. Having entered the dense forest Dandaka, Rama slew the demon Viradha and saw the sages Sarabhanga, Sutikshna and Agastya with his brother. As directed by sage Agastya, Rama received with extreme delight a bow, a sword and quivers with inexhaustible arrows, given by Indra to Agastya, to be passed on to Rama, while Rama was dwelling in the forest, in the hermitage of sage Sarabhanga. All the ascetics along with others, sages, inhabiting the forest approached Rama requesting for the destruction of the Asuras and Rakshasas. Seizing upon their lives, Rama promised those ascetics, who resembled flaming fire in luster living in Dandakaranya inhabited by Rakshasas, to slay them. During his stay there a demon called Sapanakha living in Janasthana, resting place for the army of Ravana in Dandakaranya, and capable of assuming any form at will, was rendered deformed by Lakshmana. Thereafter Rama killed in the fight all the Rakshasas, Khara, Trisira, and Dushana with their followers in a battle who were instigated by Sapankha's words. During his stay in that forest Rama killed 14,000 Rakshasas who were inhabitants of Janasthana. Having heard the slaughter of fellow Rakshasa, Ravana became violent with anger and sought the help of a Rakshasa named Maricha. Maricha repeatedly dissuaded him saying, "O Ravana, it is not proper for you to enter into hostility with the mighty and powerful Rama." Disregarding his words, Ravana, incited by fate, left for the hermitage of Rama along with Maricha. He, with the help of deceitful Maricha, drew the princes, Rama and Lakshmana, far away from their hermitage, abducted Sita the wife of Rama, and slaughtered vulture Jatayu. Having seen and heard from the eagle Jatayu struck down by Ravana that Sita had been abducted, Rama bewailed, choked with tears, his senses dulled by distress. Then he performed in the midst of tears the funeral rites of the vulture Jatayu. Wandering in search of Sita, he beheld a Rakshasa named Kabandha who was dreadful, deformed in appearance. Mighty-armed Rama, having killed Kabandha, consigned his body to flames. While leaving for heavens he informed him saying, "O Raghava, there is a female ascetic in Sabra community, performing religious duties and proficient in practicing austerities. You may visit her." Rama, son of Dasharatha, destroyer of enemies and possessing great splendor, approached Sabari, who duly worshipped him. On the bank of Pampa he met a monkey named Hanuman, on whose advice he made friendship with Sugriva. Mighty Rama related to Sugriva all that had happened right from the beginning. More importantly, Sita's abduction, and also to Hanuman. Hearing everything that story from Rama, Sugriva was very pleased and made a pact with Rama in the presence of Agni as witness. Thereafter Sugriva, king of monkeys, filled with sorrow, narrated to Rama out of friendship the entire account of his hostilities with Vali. Then Rama vowed to slay Vali. The monkey, Sugriva, described about Vali's prowess to Rama. Doubtful of the prowess Sugriva of Rama, Sugriva, in order to get convinced, showed him the huge dead body of Dundubhi resembling a big mountain. The strong-armed Rama, who was endowed with great strength, looked at the skeleton and smiled within himself for a while. He kicked off the skeleton with the great toe of his foot completely to a full distance of 10 yojanas, 80 miles. Again, in order to create confidence in Sugriva, he released a single mighty shaft which penetrated 7 palmyra trees, a mountain and the Rastala. Pleased with Rama's action and convinced of his prowess, he left. Thereafter with Rama he left for Kishkindha, which was like a cave. On entering the city of Kishkindha, Sugriva, the best of monkeys of reddish yellow hue, roared with a great voice. Thereupon Vali, the lord of monkeys, came out of the cave. After convincing his wife Tara, who was dissuading from this, Vali entered into a combat with Sugriva. There, Rama killed Vali with a single shaft. After he killed Vali in the combat in compliance with the words of Sugriva, Rama installed Sugriva as king. The best of monkeys, Sugriva, gathered his monkey forces and dispatched them in various directions in search of Janaka's daughter. Sita. At the suggestion of the vulture, Sampathi mighty Hanuman leapt over the salt ocean extending over 100 yojanas. Hanuman arrived at the city of Lanka ruled by Ravana and found Sita in the Ashoka garden meditating on Rama. Hanuman delivered Rama's ring to Sita as a token of recognition, related the whole story and consoled her. He then crushed the arch of the outer gate of the garden. Before leaving, after killing 5 commanders, 7 sons of the councillors, stamping out valiant Akshayakumara, the son of Ravana, Hanuman got himself captured, to be taken as captive. The heroic Hanuman came to know that he could be released from the entanglements of the weapon granted to him through a boon by Brahma. He allowed himself to be restrained by the Rakshasas with the ropes for the sake of achieving his other objective of seeing Ravana. Thereafter, he burnt the whole of Lanka except the place where Sita was and returned to deliver the good news to Rama. Reaching Rama, the great Hanuman, gifted with boundless intellect, circumambulated him and in fact informed him that he had seen Sita. Thereafter, Rama reached the shore of the ocean together with Sugriva and saw the ocean agitated with shafts burning like the sun. Samudra, lord of rivers, afraid of Rama's anger, and having appeared in his own form, and on his advice got a bridge built with the help of Nala. Rama entered the city of Lanka by means of that bridge, killed Ravana in the battle, and recovered Sita. Thereafter he felt greatly embarrassed for accepting his wife who had stayed in another's. Rama spoke harsh words about Sita in the assembly. Sita, incapable of enduring such words, entered fire. With the testimony of the fire god, Rama was exceedingly pleased to know that Sita was sinless. All the gods adored him. All the animate and inanimate beings, gods and sages in the 3 worlds were very pleased at this noble deed of the great Rama. After coronating the Rakshasa chief Vibhishana in the city of Lanka, Rama, free from distress, exceedingly rejoiced after having accomplished his objective, having obtained a boon from the Devatas, who had come to see him. Rama revived all monkeys fallen in the battle, and set out for Ayodhya accompanied by friends in the Pushpaka aerial car. Rama, who was a delight of all whose strength lies in truth, went to the hermitage of Bharadwaja, as promised, and dispatched Hanuman to Bharat as his messenger. Again accompanied by Sugriva and recalling earlier incidents, and after both of them discussed with each other, Rama departed to Nandigrama riding that Pushpaka chariot. At Nandigrama sinless Rama arrived, met his brothers. They shed their matted locks. With Sita restored he regained his kingdom. The entire world rejoiced with happiness. With their desire fulfilled they were content. All people were following the path of righteousness. There was no fear of sufferings or agonies, diseases or famine. During the period of Rama's rule, nowhere would men witness the death of their sons or women widowed. They would ever remain chaste and devoted to their husbands. There, in the kingdom of Rama, was no fear of fire, water, wind, disease, hunger and also theft. All the cities and villages were affluent with wealth and food grains. People lived happily as though they lived in Krityug. Highly renowned Rama, having satisfied the gods with the performance of 100 of Aswamedhas and many Swarnakas, bestowing hundreds of thousands of cows and immense wealth on the Brahmins, will return to Brahmaloka. Rama will establish 100-fold royal dynasties and employ the 4 castes to do their respective duties. In this world, Rama, reigning the kingdom for 11,000 years, will attain Brahmaloka. This story of Rama is sacred and holy. It destroys sins and is equal to the Vedas. Whosoever reads it will be freed from all sins. This story of Ramayana enhances longevity of those who read it and recite it. They will be worshipped in heavens after their death along with their sons and grandsons, servants and relations. A Brahmin becomes proficient in the 18 branches of learning. A Kshatriya gets lordship over landed possessions. A Vaishya gets the fruits of his business, and Sudra also attains greatness by reading Ramayana. Thus ends the first sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana in synopsis of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Valmiki goes to river Tamasa for morning ablutions. He sees a male Krauncha being shot down by a hunter, expresses the reflection of a female companion's sorrow in his experience in the form of a sloka in metrical form. Lord Brahma appears at the hermitage, directs him to compose the great poem in the same meter describing the story of Rama as related by Narada, grants him the power of clairvoyance. On hearing the words of Narada, the distinguished and righteous sage Valmiki, proficient in composing slokas, worshipped him along with his disciples. The divine sage Narada, after having been worshipped by Valmiki in a befitting manner, sought his leave and went to heaven. After Narada had gone to Devaloka, sage Valmiki reached the bank of river Tamasa, which is not very far from the Ganges, for morning ablutions. The eminent sage Valmiki reached the bank of Tamasa and seen a descent into the river with pellucid waters. Spoke to the disciples standing by the side. O Bharadwaja, behold the beautiful and pleasant waters of this river. This holy spot is as clear and pure as the mind of a virtuous man. O dear one, put down the pitcher on the ground. Give me my garment. I shall take a dip in Tamasa, the holiest of places. Asked thus by the noble-minded master Valmiki, Bharadwaja, ever obedient to his spiritual master, gave the sage the bark garment. Valmiki, who had his senses under his command, received the bark garment from the hands of his disciple and wandered about in that extensive forest. Looking all around, sage Valmiki espied a pair of melodious conchas, flying about in each other's inseparable company there in its vicinity. A sinful and cruel-hearted hunter struck down the male bird of the pair in his very presence. The female companion saw the male bird struck down by the hunter and rolling on the earth, drenched in blood, separated from her winged companion with copper-crested head, intoxicated with her love. The female companion lifted a piteous wail. Then, having seen the bird struck down by the fowler, the pious sage Valmiki was filled with compassion. Having heard the wailing of the female bird, the sage Valmiki, moved to pity at this irreligious act, uttered the following words. O fowler, since you have killed one of the pair of infatuated conchas, you will be permanently deprived of your position. Brooding over his utterances, he reflected, what is this that I uttered in reaction to the grief of this bird? Single quote. Very wise and learned, he, Valmiki, preeminent among sages, pondered over it for a while, and spoke these words to his disciple, occasioned by the grief-stricken state of the bird, and compose in rhymed lines each of equal number of syllables tuned to the accompaniment of stringed instruments. Let it be known as a sloka and not by any other name. His disciple, delighted by the excellent verse composed by the sage, committed it to memory, which left his spiritual preceptor pleased. After having performed his ablution at that holy spot according to the prescribed ritual, the sage, Valmiki, returned to his hermitage, pondering over the matter. Then Saint Bharadwaja, his disciple humble and learned in scriptures, followed him with a pitcher full of water. Valmiki, who knows Dharma, entered the hermitage along with his disciple and sat in meditation and composed other stories. At that moment, the effulgent, four-faced Brahma, creator and lord of the world, himself, desirous of seeing him, Valmiki, the best among sages, arrived, greatly surprised to see him. Valmiki, purified by austerities and disciplined in speech, immediately got up and with folded palms stood before him, bowing with reverence as enjoined by tradition and having enquired of his well-being. Valmiki worshipped the immutable Brahma by falling at his feet and welcoming him with a seat and water to wash his feet with. Lord Brahma sat down on a highly worshipful seat and showed a seat for the ascetic Valmiki to be seated. Having been ordered by Brahma, he also sat down on a seat. Although seated in the presence of the Lord of the worlds, he was absorbed in the thought of events leading to the death of the Krauncha. The hunter killed the sweet-voiced Krauncha without any cause. That sinful-minded one with hostile feeling of capturing it had perpetrated this cruel act. He thought, grief-stricken. Valmiki, having become introspective and lamenting the plight of the female Krauncha again and again, recited this sloka. Thereafter Lord Brahma smilingly addressed Valmiki, the preeminent among sages, saying, "You have indeed composed a sloka, there is no doubt about it. O Brahmarshi, at my will, this speech had originated from you. Most excellent ascetic, compose the history of Rama in its entirety. In this meter, narrate the history of Rama, who is renowned for righteousness, virtues, wisdom and steadfastness in the manner you have heard it from sage Narada. The incidents pertaining to sagacious Rama together with Lakshmana, Sita, Bharat, etc., and the Rakshasas, their deeds, thoughts, unknown or known to everybody and even not known to you, will be revealed to you by my grace. Not even a single word of yours in this epoch will ever prove untruthful. Compose this sacred, delightful story of Rama, set in the form of slokas. As long as the mountains and rivers exist on this earth, the story of Ramayana will prevail among the people. So long as the story of the Ramayana composed by you is remembered in this world, you will live in the upper world, the nether world and Brahmaloka." Having spoken these words, Lord Brahma vanished. At this he and his disciples were astonished. Thereafter, the disciples of Valmiki chanted this sloka again and again in delight. They were greatly astonished and spoke about it often. This sloka of 4 lines, each consisting of equal number of syllables, was recited by the Maharshi. Constant recitation by others elicited admiration from the listeners. A thought occurred to Valmiki, who is capable of putting thoughts into action. I shall compose the epic named Ramayana entirely in this meter. The renowned and sagacious sage composed a kavya with hundreds of charming verses, each containing equal number of syllables and excellent meaningful words set in meter, conferring glory on celebrated Rama. This story of Rama and the killing of Ravana composed by the sage consists of compound words, melodious sandhis and lines composed in lucid, melodious and meaningful phrases. Listen to it. Thus ends the second sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana in synopsis of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Valmiki composes the great epic, names it Ramayana, visualizes the past events in detail. Hearing the entire story of Rama from the intellectual Narada, the righteous Valmiki sought to know clearly more about the history of Rama endowed with wisdom. Having performed a chamana, Valmiki seated on kusha grass with folded palms, searched for the course of past events in the history of Rama by his power of penance. By the power of his penance, the holy sage visualized clearly Rama, Lakshmana and Sita, King Dasharatha, his wives and his kingdom and all that they had observed, experienced, endeavored during the course of events. He also visualized clearly their laughter and conversation exactly as in real life. All that was acquired by truthful Rama, Lakshmana and wife Sita as the third person when they were moving in the Dandakaranya forest, was visualized with the power of yoga. The righteous Valmiki saw clearly, like an amalaka fruit in the palm of the hand, the entire course of events that happened in the past relating to Rama. Highly resplendent Valmiki, having visualized the story of Rama, with his power of penance and blending the merits of attainment of worldly prosperity and pleasures, together with the detailed description of the merit of righteousness as an end and aim, like an ocean filled with gems, got ready to compose the story of delightful Rama which regales everybody's ears. The divine sage composed the history of Rama born in the race of Raghu, just as it was related by the illustrious sage Narada in the past. He described the birth of Rama, his great prowess, benevolence, pleasant disposition, forbearance, handsome looks and his adherence to truth. He described Rama's association with Vishwamitra, a variety of wonderful stories, the breaking of the great bow and his, Rama's, marriage with Janaki. He described Rama's altercation with Parasurama, his noble qualities, the preparations for his coronation and the wicked nature of Kaikeyi. He described the obstacles to the coronation of Rama, his departure to the forest, the wailing and death of King Dasharatha with sorrow. He described the grief of people of Ayodhya and his, Rama's, abandoning them and his, Rama's, conversation with Gua, the ruler of Nishadas, the charioteer, Sumantra's return, after leaving Rama in the forest. He described Rama, Lakshmana and Sita ferrying the river Ganges, the visit to holy sage Bharadwaja and the departure to Chitrakoot mountain. He described the making of, and dwelling in, a hut, the arrival of Bharat, Bharat's persuasion to Rama, to return to the kingdom, and Rama's performance the funeral ablution for his father. He described the installation of sandals, of Rama as the symbol of authority. Bharat is residing at Nandigrama, and his ruling the kingdom from there. Rama's departure for Dandakaranya, and the killing of Viradha. He described Rama's meeting with sage Sarabhanga and his arrival at Sutikshana's, Sita's companionship with Ansuya and anointing of fragrant unguents to her body. He described the departure of Rama for Panchavati, the interview with sage Agastya, the meeting with Jatayu and the appearance of Sapanakha. He described Rama's dialogue with Sapanakha, her disfigurement, the slaughter of Khara and Trisura, and the beginning of efforts by Ravana to harm Rama. He described the killing of Maricha, the abduction of Sita, Rama's lamentation over his separation from Sita, and the death of Jatayu. He described Rama's encounter with Kabandha, the viewing of river Pampa, the meeting with Sabari and Hanuman. He described Rama's departure for Rishyamukha mountain, his meeting with Sugriva, and the pact of friendship with him, inspiring confidence in him and the combat between Sugriva and Vali. He described the killing of Vali by Rama, the installation of Sugriva, the mourning of Tara, the waiting for the search of Sita as per the pact of friendship with Sugriva, and the sojourn on the mountain during the rainy season. He described the anger of Rama, the lion in the race of the Raghus, over the delay by Sugriva, the consolidation of the monkey forces, the dispatch of envoys to different directions, the report about the different places on earth. He described the delivery of the ring to Hanuman by Rama, the entry into the cave of the rickshaw, the preparations for their fast unto death, and the meeting with Sampati. He described the climbing of Mahendra mountain by Hanuman, crossing the sea emergence of Manaka hill at the command of the Lord of Ocean. He described the slaughter of the female demon, Simhika, the viewing of in Lanka, from a mountain, the entry into Lanka by night and thereafter, Hanuman's lonely thinking. He described the view of Ravana and the aerial chariot, Pushpaka, by Hanuman, his reaching the hall where liquor is served, sighting of women's apartments in the royal palace. He described the entry of Hanuman into the Ashoka garden, the finding of Sita, the presentation of the ring as token of recognition by Hanuman, and the sight of Ravana. He described threatenings of the demonesses, the narration of dream by Trijata, Sita presenting Chudamani to Hanuman, and also the breaking of trees in the grove by Hanuman, down of Lanka by Hanuman with ferocious roaring. He described the flight of the female demons, the killing of the servants of Ravana, the seizure of Hanuman and the burning of Lanka by Hanuman with a ferocious roar. He described Hanuman crossing the ocean back, forcibly seizing the Madhu forest and enjoying honey, informing Rama about Sita and consoling him and delivering the gem. He described the meeting with the Lord of the Seas, the construction of bridge by Nala, the crossing of the ocean and the siege of Lanka during night. He described the association with Vibhisana, disclosure of the means of destruction of Ravana, the death of Kumbhakarna, and the killing of Meghanada. He described Ravana's destruction, the reunion with Sita in the enemy city, the coronation of Vibhishana and the sighting of Pushpaka. He described Rama's return to Ayodhya, the reunion with Bharat, the festive occasion of Rama's coronation, disbanding the entire forces, keeping his subjects happy and banishing Sita. In the forest, divine sage Valmiki composed events yet to happen on this earth in the history of Rama in Uttarakhanda. Thus ends the third sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana in synopsis of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Valmiki composes the Ramayana in 24,000 verses, teaches the verses to Kusa and Lava, identifies Kusa and Lava for propagating the poem because of their melodious voice. Kusa and Lava travel from place to place singing the Ramayana Kavya. They sing at the assembly of rishis at Aswamedha. Sri Rama invites them to his palace and hears the Ramayana chanted by them. The divine sage Valmiki composed in wonderful lines the entire life story of Rama who regained his kingdom. Sage Valmiki composed the Ramayanam in 24,000 verses in 6 kandas and also Uttarakhanda, consisting of 500 cantos. The great intellectual and competent Valmiki, having composed the Ramayanam including the events of Uttarakhanda as well as future events, reflected as to who could translate into performance the epic, while the highly honored sage Valmiki was thus pondering over Kusa and Lava came to him in the garb of ascetics and bowed at his feet. The sage saw the two illustrious princely brothers, well versed in dharma and endowed with a sweet voice, living in the hermitage. Valmiki, the master, having found both Kusa and Lava endowed with intellect and accomplished in the Vedas, initiated them into the Ramayana composed by him for the purpose of nourishing the Vedas. Valmiki, who practiced religious austerities, composed this entire epic named the Ramayana, which constitutes the great history of Sita and the killing of Polastya, Ravana. The twin brothers Kusa and Lava, endowed with a melodious voice, possessed auspicious form and beauty. They were Gandharvas in human form. They looked like the two reflected images of Rama. The contents of this epic, apart from being memorable, are sweet and suitable for verbal recitation as well as singing. This charming and attractive kavya is fit to be adapted to the three measures of time and two stringed instruments. It possesses 7 notes together with various mood samaras: compassionate, humorous, heroic, fearful and also violent. These two princes, blameless, disciplined and well-versed, committed to memory the whole epic and chanted as instructed in the assembly of rishis, Brahmins and saints. On a particular occasion, both the great princes, who were dignified and endowed with good features, chanted this great epic in the presence of honored ascetics who assembled at one place. All the sages, having heard the chanting of that glorious kavya, experienced great astonishment, overcome with tears of joy in their eyes. They praised them, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent!" All the sages, steeped in dharma, pleased with them, praised the admirable Kusa and Lava as they sang. How melodious is this chanting! Especially the verses, though the events had happened long ago, it is described as if it is happening at the present moment. Exclaimed the audience. They both chanted in perfect unison in theme and passion. With their charming, melodious voice endowed with the rich notes of music, Sajjar and other, praised in this manner by the great sages commendable for their austerities. They chanted even with greater charm and sweetness. Pleased with the singing, one of the sages seated in the assembly presented them a pitcher. Another sage of renown got so delighted that he gave them garments. This wonderful epic, chronologically composed and completed by the sage Valmiki, is the supreme source for poetry. The two singers, proficient in all kinds of notes, recited the epic in the streets and on the principal roads. It was pleasing to hear for all. It gave long life and prosperity to the listeners. People admired them. Once Rama happened to see them. Thereafter, Rama, the destroyer of enemies, having invited the two brothers Kusa and Lava, who deserved honor, he brought them to his royal palace and extended respectful hospitality. Rama, the tormentor of enemies, surrounded by his ministers and brothers, occupied the splendid golden throne. Then self-possessed Rama, having seen those very handsome brothers, Kusa and Lava, addressed Lakshmana, Satrughna and Bharat, saying, "Listen to this story sung by both of them, portraying excellent sense and words." Having said this, Rama urged the singers with the luster of devatas to commence. Both of them, with good and ample voice, chanted the kavya in a distinctly meaningful way. Tuning their stringed instruments, they sang melodiously and engagingly. The chanting of the kavya in the assembly of men comforted the sense of hearing. The listeners rejoiced in their mind, heart and the whole being. Addressing the assembly of men, Rama said, "Both Kusa and Lava, even though ascetics, are endowed with the attributes of royalty. Aventho they are singers, they are ascetics. This is even conducive to my well-being. Listen to the meaningful story with concentration." Encouraged by the words of Rama, the two brothers chanted according to Marga, mode of singing, classical style. Even Rama, who was in the assembly desirous of peace, concentrated his mind on that chanting. Thus ends the fourth Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana in synopsis of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki, Dasharatha's kingdom and greatness of Ayodhya. Formerly, this entire earth belonged to those victorious kings starting from Prajapati, Manu. Among them a king named Sagara got the ocean dug and his 60,000 sons surrounded him. Whenever he went to battle, it was from the family of mighty monarchs with Ikshvaku as its founder and the kings born in that race. The celebrated epic known as the Ramayanam arose. I shall propagate this Ramayanam, incorporating the merits of Dharma, Artha and Kama, and complete in all respects. It deserves to be heard right from the start without prejudice. On the banks of river Sarayu, a great and prosperous country named Koshala, abundant in food, grains and wealth and inhabited by contented people, was situated. In the country called Koshala was the famous capital city of Ayodhya built by the Lord of Men, Manu, with well laid out thoroughfares. The beautiful and prosperous city of Ayodhya extended for 12 yojanas in length and 3 yojanas in breadth. It looked splendid with its well laid out and broad highway strewn with flowers and regularly sprinkled with water. King Dasharatha, augmenting the prosperity of the great kingdom, lived in the city of Ayodhya like Indra in heaven. The city where all kinds of artificers lived had arched outer gateways, well-arranged local markets and all kinds of instruments and weapons. With matchless splendor, it abounded in eulogists and genealogists. It contained stately edifices decorated with flags and hundreds of satagnis, missiles. The city with suburban towns on all sides had several female dancers and actors. It was filled with gardens and mango groves, and girdled by sal trees. It was enclosed by strong fortifications and a deep moat. No enemy can ever enter and occupy that city. It abounded with several elephants and horses, cattle, camels and mules. It was embellished with a host of tributary kings who used to pay tributes and with merchants from different countries. Like Indra's Amravati, it was adorned by mountains and mansions with precious stones, with groups of men and women and adorned with 7-storied palaces. It looked wonderful like a board where the game of Ashtapad is played. It was rich in all kinds of gems. Its dwellings were constructed on leveled ground with no space left unutilized. It was abundantly stocked with fine-grained rice and water which tasted sweet like sugarcane juice. The city echoed with the sounds of trumpets, mrudangas, veenas and panavas. There was no city on earth superior to Ayodhya. Like an aerial car acquired by the Siddhas in heaven through their austerities. The palaces were perfectly constructed in rows and inhabited by the noblest of men. The city was inhabited by thousands of warriors known as Maharathas. They were skilled archers and sharp-handed. They would not pierce with arrows. Solitary persons without defense, fleeing foes who could be tracked down through hints from sound, with sharp arrows or with the strength of their arms. They would kill roaring and inebriated lions, tigers, boars etc. In the forest it was in that city of Ayodhya that King Dasharatha lived. That city of Ayodhya was filled with excellent Dvijas, Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishyas, performing rituals of sacrificial fire, virtuous and well-versed in the Vedas and Vedangas. They were generous, truthful and dignified. They were almost equal to rishis and maharshis. Thus ends the fifth Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Description of riches, comforts, etc. of the subjects of the kingdom during Dasharatha's reign. From that city of Ayodhya, King Dasharatha ruled the entire world. following the tradition of Manu, who was a highly powerful protector of the people. Dasharatha was well versed in the Vedas. He commanded all resources, far-sighted. He possessed great prowess. He was dear to the inhabitants of towns and villages. Among Ikshvaku kings, he was a great charioteer capable of fighting with many Maharathas single-handed. He performed many sacrifices and was devoted to the practice of dharma. He was in full control over his subjects. He was a great sage, a royal saint and renowned in the three worlds, Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka and Suvarloka. He was mighty. He was a destroyer of enemies. He had scores of good friends. He had perfect control over his senses. In riches, he was comparable to Indra and Kubera. King Dasharatha, who always kept his word and followed dharma, attained prosperity and pleasure in equal measure by righteous means, ruled that best of the cities. As Indra ruled Amravati, the people living in that excellent city were happy, virtuous, well-read in the Vedas and the Shastras, and content with the possessions of their own. They were free from avarice, and always spoke the truth. In that best of cities, there was not even a single householder who had not adequate wealth or who had not achieved dharma, artha and kama, or who did not possess the wealth of food, grains, cattle and horses. The lustful, the miserly, the unscholarly and atheists were not to be seen anywhere in the city of Ayodhya. All men and women in the city were of righteous conduct, fully self-controlled and prosperous with good conduct and behavior. They were pure like Maharshis. In the city, there was none without ear ornaments, without coronet, without wearing garlands, and none unclean, and none without the anointment of fragrance on the body. In the city of Ayodhya, there was no one who did not eat food to full satisfaction and was not charitable. None was found without wearing ornaments on the hands and bracelets on the upper arms and around the neck. Also no one could be seen who had not restrained his passions and emotions. In the city of Ayodhya there was none who did not kindle the sacrificial fire. There was none who did not perform a sacrifice. There were no thieves or mean-minded persons or persons of improper descent of mixed castes. The Brahmins were always interested in the performance of their duties. They had control over their senses. They were charitable and studious. They were self-controlled while accepting charity and maintaining marital relations. That time there was no atheist, no liar and none ignorant of the Shastras. There was no one who was jealous, incompetent or illiterate. There was no Brahmin who was not well versed in the Vedangas or who did not perform religious vows. There was not even one who would not donate in thousands. There was no one distracted or depressed. In Ayodhya, there was no man or woman who was not endowed with wealth or beauty. It was not possible to see anyone who had no devotion for the king. There in Ayodhya, the best of cities, the first of the four castes, Brahmins, used to worship gods and guests. They had the sense of gratitude. They were munificent, heroic and possessed prowess. They lived long. They were righteous and truthful. And they lived together with their sons, grandsons and wives. The Kshatriyas were obedient to Brahmins and Vaishyas followed Kshatriyas. Sudras assisted the three castes and all were fully occupied in their respective professions. That city was ably governed by Dasharatha, scion of the Ikshvakus, in the same way as it was previously administered by Manu, the foremost among men and the most intelligent. It abounded with warriors, like a cave with lions. They were almost like flaming fire, the most determined among experts and accomplished in learning, the science of arms. The city was full of excellent horses born in the regions of Kambhoja, Balika, Vanayu and Sindhu, similar to that of Indra's horse, called Uchchasrava. It was full of intoxicated elephants born in Vindhya mountains, elephants of enormous strength looking like mountains and born in the Himalayas, elephants of good breed hailing from the family of Airavata, Indra's vehicle, Mahapadma, Anjana and Vamana. The city of Ayodhya was always full of intoxicated elephants resembling mountains belonging to the races of Bhadra, Mandra, Mriga and interbreed of these three races. Interbreed of races of Bhadra and Mandra, Bhadra and Mriga, Mriga and Mandra. The city where King Dasharatha lived and ruled spread over a distance of 16 miles, and it was worthy of its name. Mighty King Dasharatha, of great brilliance, vanquished his foes and ruled the city like the moon over the stars. The king who equaled Indra in splendor ruled the invincible city of Ayodhya true to its name with its strong gates and solid locks. It was adorned with wonderful edifices teeming with thousands of men. Thus ends the sixth sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Dasharatha's court and description of the virtues of ministers. The ministers of the great descendant of the Ikshvakus were endowed with all virtues. They were competent counselors, skilled in judging motives from facial features, and were always intent on doing good and all that was dear and helpful to the king. The mighty and glorious King Dasharatha had 8 ministers who were free from blemish in their dealings and ever devoted to royal duties. The 8 ministers were Drishti, Jainta, Vijaya, Siddhartha, Arthasadhaka, Ashoka, Mantrapala and Sumantra. He had 2 well-chosen excellent rishis, Vashishta and Vamadeva, as family priests besides some other counselors. They were well educated in all branches of knowledge and deemed unjust acts shameful. They were renowned, proficient, versed in sastras, wealthy and magnanimous. They had their senses restrained and their deeds were in accordance with their words. They acted with determination. They were brilliant, forgiving and reputed, and always spoke with a smile, either in anger or for pecuniary gains or for fulfillment of desire. They never uttered an untrue or unjust word, in the midst of their own people or among their enemies. They knew, through spies, everything being done or had been done or intended to be done in future. They knew how to deal with people. They were true to their friends. They used to impose appropriate punishment even on their own sons. They were experts in replenishing the exchequer and in collecting the army. They never inflicted any punishment even on those who were not their well-wishers, if they did not commit any offense. They were heroic. They possessed steady perseverance. They followed the state policy and always protected the virtuous people living in the state, while ensuring that they did not cause pain to Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. In thought, word and deed, they filled the treasury. They inflicted stringent punishments on a man after examining his strength and weakness, while the ministers of chaste conduct administered the kingdom with unanimous decisions. There was no one who was a liar, either in the city or in the kingdom. In that kingdom no one was wicked or enamored of others' wives. Serenity prevailed over the entire kingdom, including the city of excellence. They all were well dressed in fine clothes. They possessed good character with an eye on justice and vigilant about the king's welfare. They imbibed virtues from the elderlies. They were renowned in prowess. They were guided by their intellect in all affairs. They were well known everywhere. The ministers were inherently well aware of the real nature of peace or war. They were affluent. adept in keeping secrecy and sharp in comprehending the points. Before making any decision, they were experts in the science of ethics and morality. They always spoke pleasing words. The faultless King Dasharatha, with the assistance of such ministers endowed with virtues, ruled the earth. In the three worlds he, Dasharatha, was acclaimed in the three worlds as munificent and upholder of truth. A tiger among men, who ruled protecting and guarding the people through spies. He ruled the kingdom with righteousness by deserting irreligious and keeping the subjects happy. The king, Dasharatha, had many friends. All the tributary kings were obedient to him. He killed his enemies with his might. There was no foe who was either superior to or equal to him. He ruled the world as Indra ruled the heaven, accompanied by the ministers who were devoted to his welfare, adept in counseling, skillful, capable and loyal towards him. The king acquired glory like the rising sun with luminous rays. Thus ends the 7th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha had no sons to continue the Ikshvaku race. Sorrow grew with advancing age, and tends to perform Aswamedha for a successor, summons all ministers and counselors, sages and family priests to approve his proposal. Such a majestic, righteous, and magnanimous king had no son to perpetuate the race even though he performed austerities for one. While reflecting over the matter, a thought struck the magnanimous king. Why not invoke gods by performing a horse sacrifice for a son? Having made up his mind to perform the sacrifice, that sagacious and pious king, in consultation with his wise ministers, issued the following command to Sumantra, the best of ministers: bring all my spiritual preceptors along with family priests. Thereupon Sumantra of swift movement immediately brought together Suyajna, Vamadeva, Jabali, Kashyapa and priest Vashishtha along with other Brahmins who had mastery over the Vedas. Virtuous King Dasharatha paid homage to them, the ministers, and uttered these gracious, righteous and meaningful words. There is no happiness for one who has no son. This is the cause of my intense suffering. Therefore, I have made up my mind to perform a horse sacrifice. Therefore, I intend to perform a horse sacrifice in accordance with the scriptures. How can I fulfill my desire in this regard? You may deliberate and find a solution. The Brahmins along with Vashishtha in the forefront extolled the king's decision, exclaiming, "Well, well," highly pleased. They all said to King Dasharatha, "Requisite articles be collected for the sacrifice and the horse be released." O king, the wish that arose in your mind is just and right. You will definitely obtain sons as desired by you. On hearing the words of the Brahmins, the king was pleased and said to his ministers with eyes excited with delight, "Let the articles required for performing the sacrifice be procured in accordance with the words of my spiritual preceptors and the horse be released under the protection of able men. On the northern bank of Sarayu, a sacrificial pavilion be prepared according to the methods ordained in the Kalp. Auspicious rites be performed in accordance with the ordinance for its uninterrupted completion. If obstructions and omissions do not occur in the conduct of this best of sacrifices, it will be possible for every king to get the results." The learned Brahmarakshasas always look out for flaws in the sacrifice so that they can spoil it. If a flaw finds place, the doer of the sacrifice is immediately destroyed. Therefore let the arrangements be made in a manner this sacrifice is completed in accordance with the scriptures, and in this, you are experts. Having heard these words of this Indra on earth, King Dasharatha, all the ministers with due respect replied, May it be as ordered. Bowing to this best of kings, Dasharatha, all the Brahmins who were experts in austerities left all the knowledgeable Brahmins as they came with his permission. After sending away the Brahmins, the king said to his ministers, "Let this sacrifice be performed as enjoined by scriptures and as directed by the officiating priests." Having thus ordered, his ministers sitting nearby sent this highly brilliant, this preeminent among kings them away and entered the inner apartment. Thereafter the king said to his dearest wives, "I intend to perform a sacrifice in order to obtain sons. Therefore, you, too, commence religious discipline." On listening to these exceedingly charming words, their bright countenances shone resplendent like lotuses after the departure of winter. Thus ends the 8th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra relates the story of sage Arsiyashringa to Dasharatha, tells him he would get sons after performance of a sacrifice by Arsiyashringa. Dasharatha plans to get Arsiyashringa to Ayodhya. The charioteer tells the king in privacy that he has heard the advice given by the officiating priests. "O king, the divine Sanat Kumara had narrated a story about your posterity in the presence of sages. Kashyapa has a famous son named Vibhandaka. It was prophesied that he would have a son named Arsiyashringa, grown up in the forest and always moving with his father. That sage knows none other than his father. O eminent king, sage Arsiyashringa, celebrated in the 3 worlds, who practices a twofold brahmacharya life of celibacy, described by Brahmins as Vrititva and Prajapatya, worshipping the fire god and attending on his renowned father. He will spend a long time living in this manner, practicing Vrititva mode of brahmacharya. At this time a powerful king Romapad, mighty and celebrated, would be living in the country of Anga. Because of violation of code of conduct by the king, a terrible, dreadful drought frightening all living beings will set in the kingdom. With drought prevailing, the grief-stricken king would summon all those grown old with learning and tell them, those Brahmins versed in the Vedas, said to, "O king, bring here Arsiyashringa, son of the sage Vibhandaka, by all means. O monarch, on having brought Arsiyashringa here, honor him, and offer him your daughter Santa with due reverence." On hearing their words, the king in a thoughtful mood said, "How can the mighty sage be brought here?" Thereafter the confident king, having decided, in consultation with his ministers, to bring him Arsiyashringa, sent the priest with the counselors on this mission. On hearing the king's words, distressed and frightened by Rishi's power, they appealed to the king, faces bent down, "We will not go." After thinking about the means to be employed to bring the Rishi to the court, they told him they would bring the sage if they are not to blame, in case anything untoward happens. Thus, with the help of courtesans of the king of Anga, when the son of the sage, Arsiyashringa, was brought, rains followed. The king offered his daughter Santa in marriage to the sage Rishyashringa. "Your son-in-law would help you to obtain sons." Thus said Sanat Kumara, which I have related to you. Thereupon Dasharatha, pleased with him, said to Sumantra, "Describe in detail the means by which Arsiyashringa was brought to the court of Romapad." Thus ends the 9th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana of the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra narrates the manner in which Arsiyashringa was brought to Anga. Romapad sends courtesans to lure Arsiyashringa and to get him to famine-stricken Anga. Rains follow, ending famine. Arsiyashringa marries Santa, daughter of Romapad. Thus prompted by King Dasharatha, Sumantra said, I shall relate to you the manner in which Arsiya Shringa was brought to the court. Listen to me along with your ministers. The priest accompanied by ministers said to Romapad, "We have thought over a plan which will never fail. Arsiya Shringa, residing in the forest, is engrossed in the study of the Vedas. He is not acquainted with women and sensual pleasures. By means of such things that can cause sensual pleasures and overpower the minds of men, we shall be able to bring him to the town. Let it be decided quickly," said the ministers. "Beautiful and well-adorned courtesans may be sent there. They will allure him by various means and honorably bring him here." The king, having listened to these words, conveyed his approval, saying, "Let it be done that way." The priests and ministers acted accordingly. Having heard this, beautiful courtesans entered the great forest and, remaining at a place not far from the hermitage, made efforts to steal a sight of this son of a sage. Arsiya Shringa, this forest dweller, this controller of the senses, he, Arsiya Shringa, was always content and never stirred out of his father's hermitage. Absorbed in penance, he had never seen a woman or a man nor any of the creatures born in towns or cities right from his birth. One day this son of Vibhandaka, Arsiya Shringa, accidentally came to the place where he saw the beautiful women. Those wonderfully attired women singing with sweet voices approached the son of the sage, Arsiya Shringa, and said, "O Brahman, who are you? How are you subsisting? We wish to know why you are roaming alone in this dreadful forest. Could you tell us?" He had never seen such charming women in the forest. He developed affection towards them and a desire arose in him to speak about his father. "My father is Vibhandaka. I am his own son. My name is Arsiya Shringa. I am known the world over by this name associated with my karma. O auspicious-looking women, our hermitage is nearby. I will extend to you due hospitality." After listening to the words of the sage's son, Arsiya Shringa, all the beautiful women with a desire to see the hermitage accompanied him. Thereafter the son of ascetic respectfully received the strangers, saying, quote, "Accept our offerings. Here is water for washing feet and here are roots and fruits." The anxious courtesans received the offerings and, afraid of the ascetic's return, made up their minds to withdraw immediately. "O Brahman, these are excellent fruits. May prosperity be to you. Accept them and eat them without delay." Then, all the courtesans, embracing him with joy, offered plentiful sweetmeats and various items of food. The lustrous Arsiya Shringa, who had never tasted any food other than what was offered by the permanent forest dwellers, mistook them for fruits. The ladies, apprehensive of the arrival of his father, took leave of him on the pretext of observance of evening rites. When they all departed, Kashyapa's son, the Brahman, roamed Arsiya Shringa with a restless mind charged with sorrow. On the following day, the sage, armed with the power of penance, came to the place where he had seen those enticing, well-adorned courtesans. All of them were rejoiced on seeing the Brahman approaching them, came nearer to him and said, "O handsome one, come to our hermitage. A special, sumptuous hospitality will be extended to you." They said. Having heard their words pleasing to the mind, he agreed to go with them, and the women took him away. As the illustrious sage was being brought to Anga, the god of rain, Parjanya, suddenly inundated the earth, which looked cheerful with rain. The king, Romapad, went out to welcome the ascetic, the Brahman who brought along with him rains to his country. He humbly bowed down his head and prostrated before him. He gave that Indra among the Brahmans offerings righteously with unstinted devotion and asked for his favor that he should not incur the wrath of the sage, his father Vibhandaka for having brought him to Anga. The king entered the inner apartment, duly offered him his daughter Shanta in marriage and experienced peace and satisfaction. Thus he, Arsiyashringa, lived there, with all his desires fulfilled. Said Sumantra. Thus ends the 10th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sumantra gives further details of the story narrated by Sanat Kumara, on the advice of Sumantra. King Dasharatha goes to Romapad, requests Arsiyashringa's help to conduct Aswamedha Yaga. Arsiyashringa comes to Ayodhya. Great king, I shall tell you the way. Sanat Kumara, great among the celestials, further narrated the story. Listen to my words which may prove useful to you. Said Sumantra, that king, Dasharatha, will develop friendship with the king of Anga. A highly virtuous daughter named Santa will be born to king of Anga. The famous king Dasharatha will approach the son of the king of Anga known as Romapad. O righteous king, I am Isulus. Let Arsiyashringa, husband of Santa, be ordered to perform the sacrificial ceremony so that I shall be blessed with thy son for the perpetuation of my race. On hearing his words and deeply thinking over the matter, the prudent Romapad agreed to send Santa's husband, Arsiyashringa, capable of blessing him with a son. The king, relieved of his suffering, was highly delighted. He would take the Brahman with him and perform the sacrificial ritual. King Dasharatha, lord of the people, and knower of dharma and truth, desirous of performing the sacrifice, would ask Arsiyashringa, with folded palms, for granting a boon to perform a sacrifice in order to obtain children and to attain heaven. The king will get those desires fulfilled through that chief Brahman. 4 sons of immense prowess would be born to him, bringing glory and fame to their dynasty. They would be renowned in all the worlds. In early times of Krityug, this story was narrated by the holy and competent Sanat Kumara, the great one among the Devatas, greatest among men. O king, along with vehicles and retinue, you may go and bring him. Arsiyashringa, personally with due respect, having heard the charioteer's words and having obtained the consent of Vasishtha, he along with his queens and courtiers departed to the place where the Brahman, Arsiyashringa, resided. Crossing forests and rivers slowly, the king reached the place where that foremost of ascetics lived. He reached the spot and saw the son of the ascetic, the best of Brahmins, glowing like fire, seated next to Romapad. Then the king, Romapad, delighted at heart out of friendship with the king, Dasharatha, offered special hospitality with respectful salutations in accordance with propriety. Romapad explained his friendship and relationship with him. Dasharatha, Arsiyashringa of great intellect, in return felicitated Dasharatha. In this manner, the great among men, the king, well honored by Romapad, spent 7 or 8 days there, and then spoke this to Romapad. O lord of people, O king, it has been decided to commence an important sacrificial rite. You may send your daughter Santa along with her husband to my city. Having agreed to the departure of the sage, Romapad said, Be pleased to go to Ayodhya, together with your wife. The son of the sage assented to the king's command, saying, So be it. And permitted by him, departed along with wife for Ayodhya. Dasharatha and Romapad, pleased with this, wished each other with folded palms and hugged each other with love. Then King Dasharatha took leave of his friend and set out. He dispatched swift-footed messengers to the citizens with the command, Let the entire city be well decorated, perfumed, sprinkled with water and cleaned with flags hoisted. The people of the city, having heard the king's arrival, were overjoyed. They did everything as by the king. Then the king entered that well-decorated city amidst blares of conches and the beating of drums, with the best of the Brahmins, Arsiyashringa, in the forefront. The citizens were delighted to behold that Brahman entering the city, duly honored by the king, who was equivalent to Indra in valiance. He, King Dasharatha, took him into the inner apartment and extended welcome. He thought that he has, as enjoined by the Sastras, accomplished his objective by bringing him Arsiyashringa. All the royal ladies experienced immense delight when they saw the large-eyed Shanta arriving along with her husband in that manner. Honored and worshipped by royal ladies, especially by King Dasharatha, Santa dwelt there for some time comfortably with the sage. Thus ends the 11th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha requests Arsiyashringa to perform the sacrifice. The priests order him to procure necessary materials and to release the sacrificial horse. Dasharatha orders his ministers to get the preparations done. After a long time, at the advent of charming spring, a desire arose in the mind of the king Dasharatha to perform the sacrifice. Then, bowing his head in respect to that Brahman who was effulgent like a celestial and having won his grace, he chose him to conduct a sacrifice for a son for the continuity of his dynasty. The well-honored Brahman agreed, saying, "Be it so. Let the requisite materials be procured and the sacrificial horse released." Thereafter the king said to Sumantra, "Summon immediately Suyajna, Vamadeva, Jabali and Kashyapa, family priest Vashishta and other foremost and learned Brahmins who are the official priests, well versed in the Vedas." Then Sumantra, a man of smart movement, went immediately and brought all those Brahmins who were well versed in the Vedas. After paying respect to them, learned Brahmins, virtuous King Dasharatha graciously uttered these words charged with dharma and artha. "There is no happiness for me. I am overwhelmed with grief as I have no son. Therefore, I intend to perform a horse sacrifice. I wish to perform the yaga according to scriptural procedures, and I will have my desire fulfilled by the grace of the sage." Arsiyashringa, quote. When they heard these words from the king's mouth, those Brahmins heads by Vashishta extolled the king's decision, exclaiming, "Well said." The priests led by Arsiyashringa replied to the king, saying, "Let the sacrificial articles be procured and your sacrificial horse released. Since this righteous thought for begetting children has entered your mind, you shall surely get 4 sons of immense prowess." Pleased to hear the Brahman's words, the king happily addressed his ministers with auspicious words. Now, may Gurunam, my spiritual preceptors, Vachnath words, Sambhara, articles required for performing the sacrifice, Sambhriyantu be procured, Samarthadhishthit, under the protection of warriors, Sopadhyay, along with main priest, Ashva, horse, Vimuchyatam be released. In accordance with the instructions by my spiritual preceptors, let the articles required for performing the sacrifice be procured and the horse released under the protection of warriors accompanied by the chief priest. Let a sacrificial pavilion be constructed on the northern bank of Sarayu according to prescribed methods ordained in the Kalp and other scriptures for the uninterrupted completion of the sacrifice. If in this best of sacrifices Aswamedha, obstructions and omissions do not occur, it will be possible for the king to get the results. The learned Brahmarakshasas always look out for flaws in the sacrifice so that they can strike into it. If the sacrifice is damaged, the doer of the sacrifice will be immediately destroyed. Therefore let the arrangements be made in a manner by which this sacrifice is completed in accordance with the prescriptions in scriptures, and you are experts in doing so. Honoring the words of the king, all the ministers did as ordered. Admiring the great king, the knower of righteousness, the Brahmins permitted by him returned to their places as they had some. When the great Brahmins departed, the glorious king, Dasharatha, sent away his ministers and entered his palace. Thus ends the 12th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha requests Vashishta to commence the sacrifice, orders various people skilled in their profession to attend to the preparations. Vashishta asks Sumantra to invite kings from various countries, extends hospitality. Dasharatha commences the sacrificial ceremony with his wives. After completion of 1 year, when spring returned, the valiant king, Dasharatha, entered the sacrificial pavilion to worship celestial beings for begetting sons. After offering humble salutations and worshipping sage Vashishta in accordance with prescribed ordinance for begetting children, he obediently said, O foremost among ascetics, O Brahman, may the sacrifice be performed according to tradition in such a manner that the sacrifice is performed unhindered. You are an affectionate friend and most reverential spiritual guide to me. The burden of performing the sacrifice, which has since commenced, shall be borne by you. The great among Brahmins answered him, saying, I shall do everything as proposed by you. Thereafter Vashishta summoned those Brahmins who are experienced in the sacrifice-related activities. Venerable and righteous architects, skilled workers, brickmakers, carpenters, diggers, artisans, account keepers, dancers and actors, men versed in scriptures and honest, well-informed people, and addressed them saying, in accordance with the king's command, let the work of the sacrificial ceremony be inaugurated. Let thousands of bricks be brought. Let temporary residential buildings be erected with all the comforts to accommodate royal guests. In the same manner, let widely spread residential accommodation be furnished with many items of food, and all kinds of entertainment be provided for people from other lands. In the same way, people coming from rural areas also should be duly, not casually, treated with respect. People from all castes should be well treated with respect. There should be no insult to anyone through lust, on greed, on anger. The people deeply immersed in performing sacrifice-related activities and sculptors be specially honored according to their nature of work. All of them should be satisfied with money and food. Everything should be well managed. In whatever manner you do, not even the smallest things be left out. Carry out the work with love and affection in your hearts. Then all of them approached Vashishta and said, everything has been well arranged in accordance with your instruction. There is no deficiency. Everything will be done as instructed by you without leaving out anything. Then Vashishta, having summoned Sumantra, said to him, invite all the righteous kings on earth. Extend an honorable invitation to Brahmins, Kshatriyas, merchants and Sudras in their thousands residing in all countries. You may personally go and bring with due honor King Janaka, who is the distinguished king of Mithila, a warrior whose truth is his strength, proficient in all scriptures and the Vedas. Since he is an old ally, I am telling you in advance. Similarly, you may personally escort King of Kasi, who is always affectionate and sweet-tongued. He is a friend to our king, who is a lion among rulers. Likewise bring here the aged and very righteous king of Kekaya along with his sons. He is father-in-law to this lion among kings. Dasharatha, bring with honor king of Anga, Romapad, famous and prosperous. He is an intimate friend of the king. Dasharatha. Bring kings from the countries of the eastern and southern regions. From Sindhu, Sovera and Saurashtra. Bring all other kings of this earth, who are friendly with us, along with their retinues, families and relatives. Having heard the words of Vashishta, Sumantra speedily dispatched virtuous and auspicious emissaries to bring the kings. In accordance with the ascetic's order, righteous Sumantra himself quickly set out to escort Janaka and other kings. All the workers reported to the wise sage Vashishta about the tasks completed for the sacrifice. Then, well pleased, the best among Brahmins, Vashishta said to them all, nobody should be offered anything with disregard. Anything given with contempt undoubtedly results in the destruction of the donor. Meanwhile, kings from several countries to traveling nights and days arrived, bringing with them various kinds of precious gifts. Thereupon, well pleased, Vashishta addressing Dasharatha said, O best among men, BQs of your command, kings from various countries have arrived. I have extended due hospitality to those noble kings according to their station. O king, persons with composed minds have made preparations for the yaga. Now be pleased to leave for sacrificial altar nearby to perform yaga. O foremost of kings, you ought to see the sacrificial ground full of sources of entertainment arranged everywhere, as though improvised by imagination. In response to the words of Vashishta and Arsiyashringa, the lord of the earth, Dasharatha entered the sacrificial pavilion on a favorable day presided over by an auspicious star. At that moment the best of Brahmins led by Vashishta and headed by Arsiyashringa entered the sacrificial enclosure and began the sacrifice in accordance with traditions and scriptural stipulations. Thus ends the 13th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha performs a Swamedhayaga on the bank of Sarayu according to Vedic rites. After completion of 1 year, when the sacrificial horse had returned, the sacrifice by the king, Dasharatha, commenced on the northern bank of river Sarayu. The best of Brahmins led by Arsiyashringa performed the rituals of a Swamedha organized by the exceedingly magnanimous king. The chief priests, masters of the Vedas, conducted the rituals in consonance with traditions and scriptures. They officiated in conformity with duties laid down in the Vedas and according to law. Brahmins performed Pravargya and Upasadar and other ceremonies as per the scriptures and traditions. Thereafter the eminent ascetics, rejoicing in their hearts, performed the worship of celestial beings, and conducted the prescribed rituals starting with morning ablutions etc. Havis was duly offered to Indra daily. The juice was extracted in the morning by pressing the Soma plant. Midday ablutions were performed, all in proper sequence. Those exceedingly noble and eminent Brahmins performed third pressing of the Soma, in conformity with the Sastras. There were no omissions in the offerings nor any lapse in the performance. Everything was done through recitation of mantras and in a wholesome way. During the days of sacrifice, none felt tired or hungry. There was no Brahmin who was not learned or had less than 100 followers or disciples. During that period, Brahmanas as well as those who have masters, the Sudras, ascetics and monks had enough to eat. The aged, the sick, women and also children ate there and knew no limit to their enjoyment. Give food, give various kinds of clothes, echoed the organizers. And they, in charge of distribution, did. There could be seen day after day heaps of nicely cooked food, looking like mountains. Men and women who had come from various countries to that sacrifice were entertained with food and drink by the magnanimous king. Brahmins, having tasted the delicious food cooked in prescribed manner, praised, saying, "Ah, we are fully satisfied. Prosperity to you." Such were the words heard by King Dasharatha. While Brahmins were being served with food by well-dressed men, some others wearing pendants studded with shining jewels assisted them. In the interval between ceremonies, eloquent and sagacious Brahmins were engaged in various disputations, desirous of victory. Every day in that sacrifice Brahmins, skillful in rituals, persuaded by sage Vashishta, performed all their duties as per tradition. Here, in this sacrificial pavilion, there was none who was not versed in 6 Vedangas, not true to vows, not learned in many sastras nor adept in discussions on sastras. When the time came to erect sacrificial posts, 6 posts, each made of bilva, khadira, pani, slash matika and 2 of devadaru wood, with a distance of 2 outstretched hands between them, were erected. When the time came to erect sacrificial posts, 6 posts each made of bilva and khadira wood and many made of pani wood along, 1 of slash matika and 2 of devadaru wood, with a distance of 2 outstretched hands between them, were erected. All these posts were prepared by knowers of sastras and by those well versed in the performance of sacrifices. They were decorated with gold to add elegance to the sacrifice. These 21 sacrificial posts, each measuring 21 aratani height, were well decorated, wrapped in a piece of cloth. All those posts, strong with 8 sides and finely finished surfaces, well carved by sculptors, were duly erected, decorated with flowers and sandal paste and covered with clothes. Stood the bright sacrificial posts, shining like 7 sages in the sky. The sacrificial fireplace was constructed with bricks with standard measurement by Brahmins who were experts in the art of measuring land with a string or single strand. That sacrificial altar of the lion among kings, Dasharatha, erected by well-trained Brahmins, was in the shape of the golden-winged Garuda. It had 3 ranges and thrice as many fireplaces, i.e. 18 in number. Animals, serpents and birds were kept ready after the sastras intended for sacrifice for those respective deities. When the time came to sacrifice the animals, the chief priests, in accordance with tradition, tied up the horse and all the aquatic animals to the sacrificial posts. 300 animals and the jewel of the horses from the stables belonging to King Dasharatha were bound to the sacrificial posts. Kausalya, with immense glee, having gone round and worshipped that horse, severed it with 3 strokes of scimitar. Kausalya, in her devotion to duty and with a happy state of mind, passed one night near that horse. Hota, Adhvaryu and Udgata arranged Maheshi, Parivritti, Vavata and another woman known as Palakali to keep the company of the sacrificial horse. The official priest, highly knowledgeable in scriptures and having restrained senses, removed the marrow from the horse and cooked it according to tradition. The king at appropriate time and in agreement with the scriptures inhaled the odor of the smoke from the burnt marrow, and absolved himself of his sins. The 16 officiating priests, Brahmins, offered all the horses' limbs with prayers as per the customs. In other sacrifices oblations are offered with branches of a plaksha tree, but in Aswamedha a branch of cane creeper is chosen instead. According to Kalp Sutra, Aswamedha is conducted for 3 days. In the first day, Chatushtoma is arranged. On the second day Uktya and on the third day Atiratra were performed. Many sacrifices fixed according to the scriptures were also performed. Jyotishtomar and Ayuryaga in Atiratra. Abhijit, Visvaji and Aptoryama ceremonies constituting the great sacrifice were performed in the prescribed manner. In order to promote his dynasty, King Dasharatha gave away eastern region to Hota, western region to Adhwaryu, southern region to Brahma and northern region to Udgata. These offerings were made in accordance with the prescriptions by Brahma long all. The king best among men and upholder of his dynasty, having concluded the sacrifice according to law, offered this entire earth as gift to priests. But all the priests said to the king purged of his sins, O Lord of men, you alone are capable of protecting this earth. O ruler of the earth, we are constantly engaged in the study of the Vedas. We are not capable of ruling the earth and we cannot do anything with its possession. Give some other charity in lieu of that. O best of men, give us gems or gold or cows or whichever is readily available. We have no use with this earth. Lord of men, the king having been thus addressed by Brahmins who were well versed in the Vedas, bestowed on them 100,000 cows, 100 crore of gold coins and 4 times as much in silver coins. All the priests collectively offered that wealth to sage Arsiyashringa and Vashishta endowed with prudence. Then those highly pleased Brahmins, having distributed that wealth with equity, again said to the king. Thereafter, with earnestness King Dasharatha bestowed 1 crore of gold coins to Brahmins who had come to Sithe sacrifice. Dasharatha then gave his excellent bracelet to a poor Brahmin who solicited alms. When the Brahmins were pleased, King Dasharatha, who was fond of Brahmins, bowed to them with his eyes filled with delight. Brahmins uttered blessings upon the generous king when he prostrated before them. According to procedure, sacrifice destroys sins. It leads to heaven. It is incapable of being done by other monarchs. King Dasharatha was very much pleased after performing this great sacrifice. King Dasharatha then addressing Arsiyashringa said, O adherent of vows, you can help the continuity of my race. Arsiyashringa, the best of Brahmins, addressing the king said, O king, let it be. 4 sons perpetuating your race will be born to you. Thus ends the 14th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha commences Putreshti under the guidance of Arsiyashringa, God's approach Brahma, the creator, to suggest means of killing Ravana, who could not be killed by anyone except man. Monkeys and bears, Vishnu appears, gods request Vishnu to incarnate in the world of men as son of Dasharatha. He agrees. Arsiyashringa, a highly intellectual and knowledgeable one in the Vedas, pondered for a while, revived his memory and said to the king, I shall perform Putri Eshti to help you beget sons. This is to be done in accordance with tradition for fulfillment of desires through mantras as declared in a portion of the Vedas, Atharva Siris, to help Dasharatha beget sons. Brilliant Arsiyashringa commenced Putri Eshti, a sacrifice for begetting children, by pouring oblations into sacrificial fire and chanting mantras in accordance with traditions. All the celestial deities etc., along with Gandharvas according to tradition, gathered at the sacrifice to receive their share of offerings. All devatas assembled there as per tradition and thus addressed Lord Brahma, the creator of the worlds. O Lord, a Rakshasa by name Ravana, who had obtained prowess through your grace, is oppressing us. We are unable to punish him. Pleased with his penance, Lord, you had granted him a boon. By honor that boon and daily endure all his cruelty. The evil-minded Ravana is inflicting pains on the 3 worlds. He hides the guardians of the earth and intends to assault Indra, Lord of the celestials. Because of your boon he has become unassailable and puffed with pride. Deities, sages, yakshas, gandharvas, demons and Brahmins. The sun does not scorch him and the wind does not blow by him. Even the ocean with its incessantly moving waves becomes still in his presence. His dreamful appearance of that Rakshasa strikes terror into us. O Lord, do find some means to kill him. After listening to the words of the Devatas and reflecting over the matter, Brahma said, "Oh, the means of destruction of that wicked Rakshasa has struck my mind." When he asked Gandharvas, yakshas, gods, demons or Rakshasas should never be able to kill him, I said, "So be it." The Rakshasa did not include man, monkey and bear because of his disdain for men. As such he is fit to be destroyed by a man and not by any other means. Having heard these pleasing words uttered by Brahma, all the Devatas and Maharshis were overwhelmed with joy. At this juncture Vishnu, the Lord of the world, highly effulgent and bearing conch, discus and mace in his hands and in yellow apparel arrived. Lord Vishnu stayed there with a composed mind after meeting Brahma. Then thus spoke the Devatas, prostrated before Vishnu and paying him homage with hymns. O Vishnu, we pray for the welfare of all the worlds. The sovereign of Ayodhya, King Dasharatha, is a righteous, virtuous and generous king, equal with rishis in lustre. Pray form into four and incarnate in the of four sons of his three wives, resembling Hri, modesty, Shri, auspiciousness, Kirti, fame. O Vishnu, assuring human form, kill Ravana in the battle. He has become a source of torment to the worlds and is invincible by gods. That stupid Rakshasa, Ravana, with his haughty prowess, is terrorizing the gods, Gandharvas, Siddhas and great rishis. It is reported that a cruel Rakshasa with his haughty prowess has tortured rishis, Gandharvas and Apsaras sporting in Nandana groves. We Siddhas, Gandharvas and Yakshas along with ascetics have hence come here to devise ways of his death. We take refuge in you, O tormentor of enemies. O Vishnu, you are the supreme refuge for all of us. Resolve to be born in the world of men for the destruction of enemies of the gods, Rakshasas. Vishnu, the Lord of the celestials, foremost among the gods and bowed by all in the worlds, addressed the assembled Devatas who were guided by the law of righteousness and were led by the grandsire Brahma. Lord Vishnu, Supreme Soul, having given boon to Devatas in this manner, reflected as to the place where he should take birth as a man in this world of men. Thereafter, the Lord with eyes like the lotus petal was pleased to transform himself into four forms and to choose King Dasharatha as his father. Then along with Gandharvas, groups of Apsaras, Rishis, Rudras and Devatas sang in praise of the Lord Slayer of Madhu, with hymns of celestial beauty. Therefore, uproot that mighty Ravana possessing frightful prowess, enflamed pride, limitless insolence causing agony to the three worlds, a source of vexation to ascetics and a dreadful enemy of Indra. Kill Ravana, the cause of distress in the worlds. Kill his forces and relatives. Them return to heaven protected by Indra after freeing from distress, faults and sins. Thus ends the 15th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Devatas urge Vishnu to incarnate in human form to destroy Ravana. A celestial being from Prajapatya emerges from the sacrificial fire, gives a vessel containing payasam, his wives partake the payasam and become pregnant. Although omniscient Lord Narayana knew the means to be employed, when he was requested by the best of Devatas he spoke to them softly. What strategies should be adopted in the matter of destruction of that evil-minded Ravana who is a thorn to the sages? When the Devatas were thus addressed by the imperishable Vishnu, they replied him saying, "You may assume the form of a human being and slay Ravana in the battle." O destroyer of foes, Lord Brahma was very pleased with Ravana's intense penance over a long time. Pleased with the Rakshasa, Brahma granted a boon to the effect that except from men, there was, for him, no fear of death from any other living beings. Ravana ignored men while seeking the boon. Having obtained the boon from Brahma, Ravana, greed and arrogant, went on bringing destruction to the three worlds. He carried away women by violence. O destroyer of foes, his death is possible by men only. Having heard the words of Devatas, self-possessed Vishnu chose King Dasharatha as his father. At that time, the brilliant king, Dasharatha, destroyer of enemies, who had no sons, was performing a sacrifice for sons. After Vishnu had decided to incarnate, and he was worshipped by Devatas and Maharshis, he disappeared bidding farewell to Brahma. During the sacrifice, there emerged from the sacrificial fire a mighty being with unmatched splendor. His prowess and strength. He wore a black and crimson garment. He had a red face. His voice was similar to the sounds of a drum. He had whiskers of soft and shining tawny hair resembling the mane of a lion. He had fine hair on his head. He was endowed with auspicious signs and adorned with splendid divine ornaments. His height resembled a mountain peak. He walked with the strides of a ferocious tiger, similar to the sun in radiance. He looked like the crest of a blazing fire. This divine being held like his beloved wife both hands, a large vessel made of gold purified in fire, covered with a silver lid and filled with payasam, a preparation of rice in milk and sugar. It looked as though it was created by magic. Having seen King Dasharatha, he said, "O king, you know I have been sent by Prajapati, Brahma, and I am here." With folded palms the king replied, "O revered lord, welcome to you. What can I do for you?" Thereafter the one who came from Prajapati answered, "O king, you have obtained this payasam today in return for the worship offered to the Devatas. O lion among kings, receive this payasam prepared by gods, conferring progeny, bestowing affluence and improving health. O king, you are performing this sacrifice for the sake of sons. Give this to your worthy consorts to consume it. They will bear you sons." Dasharatha was pleased to receive respectfully the golden vessel filled with the payasam prepared and bestowed by Devatas. Overwhelmed with great joy, he walked around that wonderful being of pleasant countenance again and saluted him respectfully. Dasharatha, who received the payasam prepared by Devatas, was highly pleased like a poor man who received wealth. Then that effulgent figure of wonderful form, having given the bowl of payasam, vanished from there. The inner apartment, brightened with rays of happiness, shone like the autumnal sky in the glow of the moon. He entered the inner apartment and addressing Queen Kausalya said, "Receive this payasam which has the power to give you sons." Then Dasharatha gave half the portion of payasam to Kausalya, half of the remaining half to Sumitra, half of the remaining portion, 1/8 of original, to Kaikeyi for the sake of a son. On further thinking, he gave the remaining 1/8 portion to Sumitra. In this manner the king divided and distributed the payasam among his wives separately. The virtuous wives of the king were exceedingly delighted and felt honored after receiving the payasam. Then the excellent consorts of the king, who glowed like fire and the sun, having consumed the choicest payasam, became pregnant in a short time. The king now regained his composure of mind on seeing his pregnant wives. He looked delighted like Vishnu worshipped by Indra, and hosts of Siddhas and Rishis. Thus ends the 16th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic, composed by sage Valmiki. At the instance of Brahma, Devas procreate different forms of monkey chiefs and bears. When Vishnu had decided to be born as the son of that great king, Dasharatha, the self-born Lord, Brahma addressed all Devatas, create strong and powerful beings capable of assuming forms at free will to extend support to Vishnu, who is true to his word, heroic and benevolent. Incarnate as monkeys in the womb of chiefs of Apsarasas and Gandharvas. Create sons who have the knowledge of deceitful tricks, who are brave, who match wind in speed, who are endowed with intellect and statecraft, who are determined, who are knowledgeable in various means of achieving victory, who are supernatural bodies, who possess capability of employing and resisting weapons, who resemble those who subsist on Amrita, immortals, and are equal to Vishnu in prowess. Earlier Jambavan, the foremost among bears, was suddenly emerged out of my face while I was yawning. Instructed by Brahma in that manner, all of them gave birth to sons in the form of monkeys. Distinguished rishis, siddhas, vidyadharas, uragas, charanas procreated, in the form of monkeys, heroic sons who became forest dwellers. Indra gave birth to Vali, chief of monkeys resembling Mahendra mountain and having a mighty body. Sun, great among those producing heat, begot Sugriva. Brihaspati begot the intelligent monkey Tara, who had none to surpass him among the monkey chiefs. Kubera begot glorious Gandhamadana, and Vishwakarma begot a great monkey Nala. Nila, the prosperous son of Agni the fire god, who equalled him in glory, surpassed other monkeys in energy, renown and prowess. Ashwini Devatas, endowed with wealth and beauty, procreated Manda and Dvivida, who were highly esteemed for their beauty. Varuna begot the monkey warrior Sushina and Parjanya, Sarabha of great strength. Vayu, the wind god, begot a son named Hanuman, mighty and graceful, having a body as hard as a diamond and speed equal to Garuda's. Thousands of warriors possessing immeasurable strength and courage and capable of assuming any form at will were created to kill Ravana, endowed with bodies similar to the Meru and Mandara mountains and having great strength. Bears, monkeys with cowtails quickly came into being. The sons of Devatas retained characteristics like beauty, form and prowess of their procreator. Gods, some monkeys with acknowledged valor were born to female monkeys with tails. Similarly, some other monkeys were born to female bears and female kinnaras. The Devatas, Rishis, Gandharvas, Garudas, Yakshas, Kimpurushas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Uragas and many others were immensely pleased. Thousands of gigantic monkeys wandering in forests were procreated from principal Apsarasas, Vidyadharis, Nagas, and Gandharvas. They were endowed with the powers to assume any form at will. They possessed enormous strength and power to freely wander in forests. They were like lions and tigers in pride and prowess. They all could strike with rocks, use nails and teeth and trees as weapons. They were skilled in the use of all kinds of weapons. They could shake mountains and uproot deep-rooted trees. With their speed they could cause disturbance to Samudra, the lord of the rivers. They could cause cleavage to this earth with their feet, cross the mighty ocean with one leap and enter the sky and even seize the clouds. They could capture wild elephants sojourning in the forest and make the flying birds drop down. Screaming. A crore of monkeys capable of assuming any form at will. Great monkeys and commanders of monkey forces were created. Those monkey commanders created heroic monkeys among the chief monkey clans who later proved the best among clan leaders. Thousands of monkeys dwelt on the plateaus on the top of mountains abounding in bears. Some others inhabited various hills and forests. All those leaders, Nala, Neela, Hanuman and others dwelt near those two brothers Sugriva, the offspring of Surya and Vali, the son of Indra, endowed with the might of Garuda and well-versed in warfare, all of them moving around tormented ferocious lions, tigers and mighty serpents. Mighty armed leader Vali endowed with immense prowess protected, with his strong arms all those bears, gopuchas, cow-tailed, and monkeys, born in many forms with various characteristics, relating to the body and tribe. They pervaded this earth with its mountains, forests and seas, in order to assist Rama. This earth was filled with commanders of those who led the monkey forces resembling masses of clouds and mountains. They alone endowed with immense strength and fearful forms and countenances. Thus ends the 17th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha sends Asyashringa and the kings into their respective places, returns to Ayodhya with his wives, birth of Rama, Lakshmana, Bharat and Satrughna, purificatory and naming rites, description of their virtues and characteristics. Vishwamitra comes to meet Dasharatha, completed by the magnanimous king Dasharatha. The Aswamedha and Putreshti sacrifices. The Devatas received their share of Havis and returned to their respective abodes, having completed the prescribed vows. In respect of Aswamedha, King Dasharatha together with his queens returned to the city of Ayodhya accompanied by his attendants, army and chariots, having been honored by the king Dasharatha in a befitting manner. The highly pleased lords of the earth, kings, made obeisance to the best of sages, Vashishta, and returned to their own countries. When the army of the kings left the city, Ayodhya, for their own, the armed forces shone bright and cheerful. After the departure of the rulers, the exalted king Dasharatha, preceded by the foremost of Brahmins, entered the city of Ayodhya, having been duly honored by King Dasharatha. Sage Asyashringa with his wife Santa accompanied by the wise king Romapad and his followers set out for his country. When they, guests, all departed in this manner, Dasharatha with his desire fulfilled, his thoughts centered on begetting sons, lived happily. 6 seasons, 1 year, passed after the completion of the sacrifice. In the 12th month of Chaitra, on the 9th day of the bright fortnight, with Aditi as presiding deity, when the star Punarvasu was in the ascendant and the 5 planets Sun, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter and Venus were exalted in their own house in Karkata Lagna, when Brihaspati was in conjunction with the moon, Kausalya gave birth to a son, a facet of Vishnu, Lord of the entire universe, who received obeisance from all the worlds and was adorned with all auspicious signs, the Venerable One to perpetuate the Ikshvaku race. Kausalya glowed with the undiminished luster of her son, just as Aditi with her son Indra, the foremost among the gods and the wielder of thunder, as an incarnation of the 4th part of Vishnu, imbued with all virtues, and armed with truth. Bharat was born to Kaikeyi. Sumitra gave birth to Lakshmana and Satrughna, who were heroic, skilled in the use of all weapons and endowed with the facets of Vishnu. Bharat, endowed with pure intellect, was born in Meena Lagna when Pushya was in the ascendant. Lakshmana and Satrughna were born in Karkata Lagna with the star Aslesha. 4 worthy sons were successively born to the noble king. Dasharatha, endowed with all virtuous, resembling Purvabhadra and Uttarabhadra stars in brightness. The Gandharvas sang melodiously. Groups of Apsaras danced. Celestial kettle drums were sounded. Flowers were showered from the sky. Men thrushed to Ayodhya to witness the festivities. The highways were crowded with men, thronged by actors and dancers. The voices of singers, performers on different instruments, eulogists and genealogists reverberated. The king distributed deserving gifts to priests, eulogists and genealogists. He gave Brahmins in charity thousands of cows and other valuables. After a lapse of 11 days, the naming ceremony was performed. Highly delighted preceptor Vashishta named Kausalya's son Rama, Kaikeyi's son Bharat, one son of Sumitra, Lakshmana and the other Satrughna. Brahmins as well as inhabitants of the city and rural areas were feasted. Dasharatha bestowed on Brahmins unlimited and abundant jewels in charity. The rites at the time of birth and all other rites associated with the newborn were duly performed. Among them, Rama, like the exalted flag, became dear to his father. Like Brahma, he was highly respected by all living beings. All the sons of Dasharatha became well versed in the Vedas. They were heroic, endowed with knowledge and virtues, and were devoted to the welfare of the people. Among them the highly lustrous and truly mighty Rama was stainless. In character, he was auspicious to the entire world like the moon. Accepted as skilled in mounting elephants, riding horses, driving chariots and also in archery. He was always engaged in the service of his parents. Right from his very childhood, Lakshmana, an enhancer of fortune, always remained very attached to his eldest brother Rama, the delight of the world. Lakshmana, possessed of fortune, was the dearest to his brother than his own body, as though he was his life without. Rama, the greatest among men, would not sleep without Lakshmana's company. He would not partake even the choicest food minus to him. Whenever Raghava, Rama, went hunting into the forest, riding the horse, Lakshmana used to follow him holding bow and arrows in his hand. In a similar manner, Satrughna, younger brother of Lakshmana, became dearer than his own life to Bharat. Similarly, Bharat also was dear to Satrughna. With his very fortunate sons, Dasharatha was highly pleased like Brahma was with the gods. All his sons were enriched with knowledge and endowed with all virtues. They were modest, renowned, omniscient and far-sighted. Dasharatha rejoiced at the sight of those glorious sons with such faculties and looked like Brahma, Lord of the worlds. They, like tigers among men, were fond of the study of the Vedas and were always engaged in the service of their parents. They were also proficient in the science of archery. Then the virtuous king Dasharatha deliberated with his priests and kinsmen about the marriage of his sons. While the noble-minded king was thus deliberating in the midst of his counselors, there arrived the effulgent ascetic Vishwamitra. Desirous of seeing the king Dasharatha, he accosted the doorkeepers, saying, "Inform the king quickly about the arrival of Vishwamitra, the son of Gadhi, born in the line of Kusika." On hearing those words of Vishwamitra, all of them, prompted by fear because of, left for the royal apartment with excited minds and hurried steps. Having reached the royal hall, they reported to the king Dasharatha, descendant of the Ikshvakus, about the arrival of sage Vishwamitra. Having heard their words, Dasharatha in great joy went forth together with his preceptors to receive him like Indra receiving Brahma. Seeing Vishwamitra, shining with the power of his penance, fulfilled, the king with a cheerful countenance made offerings. With due respect, Vishwamitra received the offerings as ordained in the scriptures and inquired from the king about the welfare and prosperity of his kingdom. The exceedingly virtuous sage Vishwamitra inquired from the king about the treasury welfare of his subjects living in cities and villages, and the well-being of his friends and relatives. Are the tributary kings submissive to you? Have you conquered your enemies? Are the rites for propitiating gods and the services to humanity performed rightly? The foremost of ascetics, Vishwamitra approached Vasishtha and all other distinguished sages following the protocol and inquired about their welfare. All of them with gladdened hearts entered the royal palace and sat down in accordance with their position after having been duly honored by the king. Then the munificent king, very much at Vishwamitra's arrival, pleased, offered him a happy hospitality and spoke, "O great sage, welcome to you. Your arrival to me is like nectar to a human being, rains to the parched land, birth of a son to the childless through his worthy wife, recovery of lost prosperity and festive joy in a great achievement. O Brahman, what is your desire and in what manner shall I fulfill it to your satisfaction? You are a role model for righteousness. How fortunate I am you have come. My birth is rendered fruitful. My life has accomplished its objective. Earlier you were Rajarshi, a warrior sage. By your austerities you have obtained the brilliance that lends radiance even to the sun and the moon. You have gained the status of a Brahmarshi. In several ways you are worthy of my worship. O Brahman, your arrival has caused surprise to me. It has conferred great purity on me. O Lord, by your very presence here, I feel I have acquired the merits of a pilgrimage. Be pleased to tell me the purpose of your visit. I desire to be given the privilege of doing service to achieve your object. O Vishwamitra, you need not hesitate to tell me what ought to be performed. I shall accomplish that act in every possible special way. You are a god to me. O Brahman, I have attained this high fortune today. My great merit has been realized as a result of your arrival." On hearing the words spoken in such an humble manner by the prudent king, words pleasing to the mind and to the ears, the great rishi of celebrated virtues and fame, of sterling qualities, experienced deep delight. Thus ends the 18th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra requests King Dasharatha to send Rama to protect the sacrifice contemplated by him. Grief of Dasharatha. Having heard these wonderful words of Dasharatha, the lion among kings, the brilliant Vishwamitra with hair on end replied, "O tiger among kings, having been born on earth in an illustrious lineage and initiated by Vasishtha, this way of speaking befits you. It cannot be any other way. O tiger among kings, one shall unfold the purpose conceived in my mind. Take a decision and be truthful to your promise. O best among men, for the successful completion of a sacrifice I took up a self-imposed religious observance. Two Rakshasas, capable of assuming forms at will, are creating impediments to that sacrifice. When my sacrifice, generally speaking, is nearing completion, the powerful and well-trained Maricha and Sabahu, who are raining streams of blood and flesh upon the altar, the solemn vow for observance of religious rites being thus interrupted, I left that country as an exerted and discouraged man. O king, my mind does not permit me to vent my wrath. The nature of sacrifice is such that I refrain from cursing them. O tiger among kings, it is befitting of you to entrust your eldest son Rama to me, who is valiant, young, having side locks of hair, and true to his prowess, protected by me and by his own divine power, Rama is capable of destroying even those demons causing impediments to the sacrifice. I will confer upon him, without doubt, a lot of blessings for his well-being by which he will attain fame in all the three worlds. Both of them, Maricha and Sabahu, will not be able to withstand Rama in any way. Rama, and Rama alone, is capable of destroying them. Proud of their strength, the two wicked demons have been noosed by Yama, the god of death. O tiger among kings, they are no match for the magnanimous Rama. O king, it is not proper for you to hesitate because of your paternal affection. You need to know that both the Rakshasas will perish. This, I assure you. I know Rama, who is a great soul, true to his prowess, and also Vashishta of great luster, and these other sages who have been steadfast in asceticism also know, O King of Kings, if you are seeking the benefits of righteousness, great everlasting fame in this world, it is fit and proper to give Rama to me. O Kakushtha, if your counselors and all other sages headed by Vashishta give their consent, then only you may relieve Rama. You should spare your dear son, the lotus-eyed Rama, impartial and detached, for 10 nights. O Dasharatha, descendant of Raghu, act in such a manner that the time for my sacrifice is not delayed. Do not indulge in grief. Prosperity to you. After speaking these words charged with dharma and artha, the great sage resplendent Vishwamitra fell silent. Having listened to those auspicious words of Vishwamitra, the king among kings, Dasharatha, experienced intense grief out of fear. He became despondent. The great king felt shaken off his throne after listening to the words of the sage Vishwamitra, which broke his heart and terribly upset his mind. Thus ends the 19th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. On King Dasharatha's refusal to accede to his request, Vishwamitra gets enraged. On hearing Vishwamitra words, the tiger among kings, Dasharatha, lost his senses for a moment, and on regaining his consciousness spoke this way. My lotus-eyed son Rama is less than 16. I do not think he has ability to fight with the Rakshasas in a battle. Here is the whole Akshohini army, of which I am the lord and sustainer. Accompanied by the Akshohini, I shall engage those Rakshasas in the battle. These servants of mine are warriors, valiant, powerful and courageous, skilled in the use of weapons and fit to engage multitude of Rakshasas in battle. It is not proper to take Rama with you. Wielding bow in hand, I will protect the sacrifice. As long as my life sustains, I will engage the Rakshasas in the battle. I shall go there, protect the sacrifice and see that it is conducted without obstacles. It is not proper to take Rama with you. Rama is still a child. He is not learned in the science of warfare. He does not know the strength and weakness of enemies. He has not acquired as yet the strength of using weapons and is not proficient in warfare. You know certainly those Rakshasas are deceitful in battle, and hence he is not qualified to oppose them in the battle successfully. Separated from Rama, I do not like to live even for a moment. O tiger among ascetics, it is not proper to take Rama with you. O sage of great vows, O Brahman, if at all you intend to take Rama with you, take me also along with my army. O scion of Kusaka family, 60,000 years have passed since I was born. Rama was born to me after a great deal of suffering. It is not proper to take him with you. My love for Rama among all my 4 sons is supreme. It is not proper for you to take Rama. the eldest son whose prime qualification is his virtue. O best of sages, how powerful are those Rakshasas? Whose sons are they? Who are they and how huge is their body? Who are protecting them? O Brahman, how to rebuff those deceitful warriors either through Rama or through my army or through me? O Venerable One, how to fight those wicked-natured ones in the battle and stay against them? For Rakshasas are proud of their prowess. Having heard the words of Dasharatha, Vishwamitra said, Ravana, king of Rakshasas, is the brother of Kubera and son of ascetic Vishravana. He is said to possess great prowess, although endowed with great strength. Ravana, by himself, never created impediments to the sacrifice. But two Rakshasas by name Maricha and Sabahu are incited by him to cause obstacles. Informed in this manner by sage Vishwamitra, King Dasharatha addressed the sage, saying, I am not competent enough to stand before those evil-minded Rakshasas in the battle. You are the knower of righteousness. Extend your favor to my little son and also to me, for I am so who is unfortunate. You are verily my spiritual preceptor and God. Gods, Danavas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, birds and great serpents cannot withstand Ravana in battle. What are men to him? They are no match to him. That Rakshasa pulls out warriors' prowess in the battle. O foremost of ascetics, either with forces or with my sons it is not possible for me to engage him or his forces in battle. O Brahman, although my son resembles the celestials, he is not experienced in warfare. On no account shall I spare him. Further, the sons of Sundar and Upashunda by name Maricha and Sabahu are causing obstacles to your sacrifice. They resemble the god of death, Yama. I shall never part with my son. Maricha and Sabahu not only possess prowess but also are experienced in warfare. Together with my group of friends I can combat with one of the two. Having heard the statements of the king, the son of Kusika, Vishwamitra, who was like Indra among the ascetics, was seized by great anger. As though fire in the form of Maharshi blazed like the sacrificial fire into which oblations of clarified butter have been poured. Thus ends the 20th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. On King Dasharatha's refusal to accede to his request, Vishwamitra gets enraged. Out of affection towards his son, King Dasharatha's plea to Vishwamitra was full of contradiction. And on hearing the king, enraged Vishwamitra replied, O king, if this act of yours is appropriate to you, I will go back to the places wherefrom I came. O scion of the race of Kakutstha, you have proved false to your promise. Live happily with your relatives. At the sight of the wise sage Vishwamitra seized of wrath, the entire earth shook and devatas were gripped in fear. Great Vashishta, an adherent of ascetic practices and steadfast to duty, seeing that the entire world frightened, addressed the king, saying, Born in the line of Ikshvaku, you are a veritable the second god of righteousness, firm adherent of vows, auspicious and virtuous. It is not right on your part to abandon your promise. O Dasharatha, you are reputed in the three worlds as righteous-minded. Do your own duty. Do not follow an unjust act which is unworthy of respect. O Dasharatha, a promise made and not kept amounts to destruction of merits earned through previous pieties. Therefore send Rama with him. Trained are not in the use of arms. As long as Rama is protected by Vishwamitra, just as nectar is protected by the flaming fire god, Rakshasas will not be able to compete with him. This Vishwamitra is an embodiment of righteousness and unsurpassed among the powerful. None can excel him in intellect in this world. He is the supreme refuge in austerity. This Vishwamitra knows the use of various kinds of weapons which no one knows among the animate and the inanimate in the three worlds, nor will anyone even know in future. No gods nor sages nor asuras in Rakshasas nor Kinnaras nor mighty serpents nor Gandharvas nor the best of Yakshas will be able to know. All these weapons were given to Vishwamitra by Bhrisasva's highly virtuous sons while he was ruling the kingdom. Grandsons, daughters, sons of Prajapati. These weapons are in diverse forms, highly energetic and full of glory. They bring victory to sons, named as Samharas. Jaya and Suprabha of slender waists are the two daughters of Daksha. They gave birth to 100 effulgent sons known as Astras and Shastras. Formerly Jaya, for the destruction of the army of Asuras, gave birth to 50 sons by virtue of a boon. They possess immeasurable power of changing forms at will. Suprabha gave birth to another 50 sons named Samharas who are unassailable, invincible and more powerful. Vishwamitra is well conversant with these weapons. Being virtuous, he is capable of creating new weapons also. Such is the prowess of Vishwamitra, who is a highly effulgent and highly renowned sage. O king, in sending Rama, you need not entertain any doubt. Son of Kusika, even though capable of repressing those Rakshasas by himself, it is for the welfare of your son that he is here requesting you to spare him. Satisfied in his mind at the words of the sage Vashishta, the full one among the Raghus, Dasharatha, one with wide reputation, his frame shining, gave his cheerful consent to the son of Kusika for Rama's departure. Thus ends the 21st Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha sends Rama and Lakshmana with Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra confers knowledge of valor and Atibala to Rama and Lakshmana. Vashishta having said thus, King Dasharatha, with cheerful countenance, summoned Rama and Lakshmana. Rama was given farewell by his parents with recitation of mantras for securing prosperity and averting evils. Priest Vashishta sanctified him with mantras. Dasharatha kissed his son on the forehead and delivered him to the care of Vishwamitra with a heart full of cheer. At the sight of the lotus-eyed Rama accompanying Vishwamitra, the wind blew pole and free with a gentle touch. The departure of glorious Vishwamitra was greeted with incessant showers of flowers, the beating of celestial drums and the blowing of conches. Vishwamitra walked in the forefront. Behind him was Rama, bow in hand, while in the archer, Sumitra's son, Lakshmana, with side locks of hair followed. Rama and Lakshmana, equipped with bows and quivers, resembled three hooded serpents, warriors of no less prowess. They illuminated the 10 quarters and followed the high-souled Vishwamitra like twin Aswani Kumaras, following the grandsire, Brahma. Then bows in hand, well attired, their fingers encased in mongrel skin, for protection against the bowstring, armed with scimitars, resplendent, young, handsome, the two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, shone unblemished as they followed sage Vishwamitra, spreading radiance. They looked like sons of the god of fire, Skandar and Vishakhu, following the incomprehensible Siva. After crossing a distance of over half a yojana on the southern bank of Sarayu, Vishwamitra addressed Rama sweet in a gentle voice. O child, take this water in your hands. Let there be no delay. You will receive from me a collection of mantras and also Balar and Atibala. Quote, if you receive these mantras, you will experience neither fatigue nor fever, nor will there be a change in your appearance, whether you are asleep or agitated. Rakshasas cannot harm you, O Rama. There is none in this world equal to the might of your hands, nor does such a person exist in the 3 worlds. O sinless one, there is none in this world equal to you in good fortune, kindness, wisdom, in taking a decision or giving a reply. With these 2 kinds of knowledge secured, there will be none equal to you, at present or in future. Bala and Atibala are mother to all kinds of knowledge. O Rama, best among men, scion in the line of Raghu, on your way you will not feel hunger or thirst if you recite Bala and Atibala. O Rama, born in the line Kakutstha and one who is righteous, these 2 radiant sciences are daughters of the grandsire Brahma. If you pursue these 2 sciences, you will get unequaled fame. You are a fit person to confer these 2 sciences. You possess all these qualities in great measure. There is no doubt that if these 2 sciences, mantras, are nourished with austerities, they will assume multiple forms and benefit you. Thereafter Rama touched the water and was sanctified. With a cheerful face he received those 2 sciences from the Maharshi who had perceived the Supreme Soul. Rama, the highly heroic, after acquiring knowledge of the 2 sciences, and having rendered all services to preceptor Vishwamitra, appeared resplendent like the sun god in autumn. There the 3 of them spent the night comfortably on the bank of Sarayu. The night was spent as though with comfort by the 2 eminent sons of Dasharatha, who shared the unaccustomed bed of grass. They were kept in good humor by the words of Kusaka's son. Thus ends the 22nd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki, accompanied by Rama and Lakshmana. Vishwamitra reaches the hermitage of Kama at the confluence of Sarayu and Ganga. When the night turned into daybreak, the eminent ascetic Vishwamitra, addressing the descendants of Kakutstha, Rama and Lakshmana, who were lying on a bed of leaves, said, O beloved son of Kausalya, O Rama, the day dawns. O best among men, awake. Oblations to gods and other sacred rites are required to be performed. On hearing the very affectionate call of Vishwamitra, both the brave princes had their bath and offered oblations to sun god, standing in the water, and recited the holy name of the Lord. On performing the morning rites, the 2 highly powerful and an energetic princes stood before Vishwamitra, who was richly endowed with asceticism. They prostrated before him, and stood ready for their onward journey. Thereafter, having gone a little further, both the heroic brothers looked at the confluence of holy Sarayu with divine Ganga divided into 3 branches. There they saw a sacred hermitage of anchorites of great vitality performing severe austerities for thousands of years. Exceedingly delighted to see the sacred hermitage, the 2 princes inquired from the illustrious sage Vishwamitra, O worshipful one, whose sacred hermitage is this? Who lives here? Indeed, we are curious to know. On having heard their words, the foremost of sages gently smiled and said, O Rama, listen, who this hermitage belonged to in the past. Kandarpa, the god of love, once lived here in human form. He is called Kama by the learned. The wicked Kama, on his way with the Maruts, god of wind, insulted Siva, the god of gods, while he was absorbed in austere meditation along with his newly wedded consort. On seeing Kama, Lord Siva roared at him menacingly, O descendant of Raghu, burnt down by his fierce third eye, all the limbs of the body of that evil-minded Kama were consumed. Having been completely burned down by Lord Siva, Kama's body was destroyed. Mighty angry, Siva reduced Kama to a disembodied being. O descendant of the Raghus, From that time onwards, he was known as Ananga, one without form. The beautiful place where he gave up his body is known as Angadisa. This holy hermitage belongs to Kama. These ascetics are his disciples. They are always righteous and are free from sin. O auspicious-looking Rama, we will stay here tonight at the confluence of both these sacred rivers, Sarayu and Ganga, and cross over Ganga tomorrow. O best of men, after morning ablutions offering oblations to the sacred fire, all of us sanctified will enter this pious hermitage. As they were conversing thus, the ascetics, with their far-reaching spiritual vision, beyond the veil of time, recognized them and were immensely pleased. After extending hospitality to the son of Kusaka, Vishwamitra, with respectful offerings, and water for washing feet, they played the host to Rama and Lakshmana. Having received due hospitality, they delighted them, ascetics, with their talk. The rishis with composed minds recited their evening prayer as usual. The ascetics who resided there, faithful to their vows, took them in. There they stayed happily in Kama's hermitage. Foremost among the ascetics the son of Kusaka, Vishwamitra, delighted the charming princes with enchanting tales. Thus ends the 23rd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. While crossing the river, Rama asks, "What is this tumultuous sound gushing from the Ganga?" Vishwamitra gives the reply. The trio enter the forest. Vishwamitra narrates the story of Tataka. Thereafter the destroyers of foes, Rama and Lakshmana, offering their morning oblations on that bright dawn, arrived at the bank of the river Ganga, with Vishwamitra ahead of them. All the high-minded ascetics and strict followers of vows secured an auspicious boat for them and addressed Vishwamitra, saying, "With the princes ahead of you, board the boat, tread the safe path, let there be no loss of time." "Be it so," said Vishwamitra, and paid respect to all those sages. And accompanied by them, Rama and Lakshmana crossed the river flowing towards the sea. As they reached the midstream, Rama and his younger brother heard a sound greatly augmented by the speed of the river. Rama inquired of Vishwamitra, the best of sages, "What is this tumultuous sound bursting out of the waters?" Quote, at the words of Rama, filled with curiosity, the righteous Vishwamitra narrated the true nature of that sound. "O tiger among men, Rama, Brahma created out of his mind a lake on Mount Kailash, and so that lake is called Manasa Sarovar. This river which flows from Manasa Sarovar is, therefore, known as Sarayu. It surrounds Ayodhya. This sacred river flows from that lake of Brahma. When Ganga approaches this river, Sarayu, there is a clash of waters and this great noise is produced. Rama, offer respectful salutations here. With a calm mind, deeply religious in nature, they both made obeisance to the two rivers and reached the southern bank and advanced with quick steps. He who was a descendant of Ikshvaku and son of the best of kings, Dasharatha, having seen that untrodden and dreadful forest, asked the foremost of the ascetics, "What a wonder this inaccessible forest echoes with the shrill chirpings of crickets. It is filled with ferocious beasts and birds producing fearful sounds. It resounds with the frightful shrieks of various kinds of birds. Lions, tigers, boars and elephants prowl about. This forest jam-packed with dhava, ashwakarna, kakubha, bilva, tinduka, patala and badari trees. How frightening this forest could be." Vishwamitra, the great sage radiating energy, addressing Rama, said, "O child of Kustsa dynasty, the first shall tell you whose dreadful forest this is. Listen, O best among men. Formerly these two large and prosperous cities called Malada and Karusha, built by celestial architects, existed. O Rama. In ancient times, after killing Vritrasura, Indra was overpowered by the sin of slaying a Brahman and was affected by impurity and hunger. Devas and rishis endowed with the wealth of asceticism bathed Indra with consecrated waters, brought from all rivers, from the pitchers, and got him cleansed of impurities. With the hunger and the taint and impurity from the body of Mahendra removed at this place, the Devas rejoiced, cleansed of his impurities and his hunger gone. Indra once again became pure. All-powerful Indra, highly pleased, gave an excellent boon to that region. Indra blessed the place, saying, having absorbed impurities of my body, let these places be extremely fertile and prosperous, and let this be renowned throughout this world. As Malada and Karusha, having seen the honor bestowed on that land by the wise Indra, the gods said to him, well done, O destroyers of enemies, these prosperous townships. Malada and Karusha looked cheerful with bumper crops and wealth for a long time. Then, after a lapse of several years, O gentle one, a terrible Yakshani by name Tataka, wife of intelligent Sunda, capable of assuming different forms at will, possessed of the strength of 1,000 elephants, and mother of a Rakshasa known as Maricha, armed with the power of Indra, took possession of this place. The arms of Maricha are round and strong. He is highly energetic. He has a large face and a huge body. In appearance, he is gigantic and possesses a dreadful form. That Rakshasa always threatened the inhabitants. O Rama, that wicked then Tataka carried on her depredations at regular intervals in these locations. Malada and Karusha. Tataka lives at a distance of 1.5 yojanas from here, obstructing the path. Since Tataka dwells in this forest, no one comes here, because of fears. By the strength of your arms slay this one of wicked deeds. Comply with my orders and make this country safe and habitable. O Rama, none dare approach this country ravaged by such dreadful, intolerable Yakshani. You have been told the manner in which this fierce forest is entirely ruined by that cruel Yakshani. Till now she has not left this place. Thus ends the 24th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama further inquires. Vishwamitra narrates the birth of Tataka, her marriage, curse, etc., and convinces Rama to slay her. On hearing the excellent words of Vishwamitra, a sage with unimaginable faculty, Rama, the tiger among men, Rama replied in a gentle voice, O best of ascetics, I have heard the Yakshas possess little prowess. How can a woman who is by gender weak possess the strength of 1,000 elephants? Vishwamitra said, listen, how she acquired the prowess and strength by virtue of a boon she received. In the past there was a powerful and great Yaksha by name Suketu. He had no children, so he performed an intense penance following virtuous practices. Rama, the grandsire Brahma, was highly gratified and granted to the king of Yakshas the gem of a daughter by name known as Tataka. The illustrious grandsire Brahma granted her the strength of 1,000 elephants, but did not bestow a son on the Yaksha. As she grew up, glowing with youth and beauty, she was given in marriage to Sunda, son of Jharjha. After some time that Yakshani gave birth to an unassailable son by name Maricha. Because of a curse, he became a Rakshasa, though born of Yaksha parentage. O Rama, when Sunda died, Tataka along with her son wanted to attack Agastya, the best of sages. Roaring, she rushed with excitement to devour him. The venerable Rishi Agastya saw her approaching him and cursed Maricha to assume form of a demoness. Mighty angry, Agastya cursed Tataka saying, "Abandon this form of a great Yakshini and assume the terrible figure of a Rakshasi, a cannibal with distorted appearance and a hideous countenance." Enraged at the curse, senseless, Tataka with anger, has been ravaging this sacred land when Agastya walked. O Rama, for the welfare of cows and Brahmins, slay this Yakshini who is wicked, extremely cruel and possessing wild prowess. O son of Raghu's dynasty, she is maligned by the curse, and so not a single man in the three worlds except you is competent to slay this Yakshini. O best among men, you need not hate killing a woman. You are a prince. You should serve the interest of the four orders of the society. Whether cruel or kind, sinful or wrong, whatever contributes to the protection of the subjects should be done by the righteous king. This is the eternal law binding those who are appointed to bear the burden of a kingdom. O Kakutstha, kill her. She knows no dharma. O prince, it is heard that in the past Indra slew Manthara, Virochana's daughter, who intended to destroy the earth. O Rama, in olden times, Kavya, the mother of Sukracharya, the wife of sage Bhrigu, was destroyed by Vishnu, determined to destroy Indra. O prince, by these magnanimous persons and by great men several unrighteous women were killed for the common good. Thus ends the 25th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sri Rama kills Tataka. After listening to the manly command of ascetic Vishwamitra, Rama, of the lineage of Raghu, the son of the foremost of men and firm in determination, replied with folded palms, "As I have to fulfill the command of my father and honor his words and the instruction of Kausika, Vishwamitra, I shall execute it. Kill Tataka, without hesitation, in Ayodhya in the presence of elders and spiritual masters of Dasharatha's court. I have been ordered by my magnanimous father to act according to your instructions, and his words cannot be disobeyed. As per the words of my father and the command of Vishwamitra, who has the knowledge of the Brahman, I shall execute the welcome act of killing Tataka, for the welfare of cows and Brahmins and also for the good of this country. I am ready to perform such acts as commanded by you of boundless energy." Rama, the destroyer of enemies, having said so, clinched the middle of the bow with his fist and filled the 10 quarters with the resounding twanging of the bowstring. The dwellers of the Tataka forest were terrified by the sound of the bow. Tataka was might angry and amazed. Hearing that sound, the demoness thought for a while and senseless with anger rushed in the direction where the sound had come from. Filled with wrath, Rama saw Tataka, disfigured with a distorted face and gigantic in size. Turning to Lakshmana, he said, "O Lakshmana, behold, the sight of the dreadful hideous body of this Yakshini will break timid hearts. See, she is unassailable because of the strength gained through black magic. I shall cut off her ears in the tip of her nose and make her turn away. By virtue of being a woman, she is protected. I am not inclined to slay her but take away her prowess and power of motion." While Rama was still speaking, Tataka, incensed with fury, rushed with her uplifted arms towards him, roaring. Brahmarshi Vishwamitra threatened her with Hankara, menacing sound, uttering auspices to the Raghavas, Rama and Lakshmana, be opiciousness in success, victorious. Tataka, raising a cloud of frightening dust, left the descendants of Raghu bewildered quite for a moment. Then, invoking the power of magic, she showered extensive rain of boulders on both the descendants of Raghu. Rama was enraged at this. Rama retaliated that mighty rain of rocks with a volley of arrows. While she was advancing towards him, he cut off her hands. When she was tired and roaring in a nearby place with her hands chopped off, Lakshmana cut off her ears in the tip of her nose in indignation. Capable of assuming forms at will, that Yakshani, intending to delude the princess through her power of magic, vanished from the sight. She then assumed various forms and released a rain of rocks, and started moving about frightfully. On seeing them hit and thrown about by a rain of stones from all sides, the auspicious son of Gadhi, Vishwamitra, spoke these words, "O Rama, she does not deserve any more compassion. This Yakshani, who is sinful, wicked and obstructor of sacrifice, will regain her strength by her magical powers. Kill her, for dusk is fast approaching. During evening the strength of Rakshasas tends to increase and they become unassailable." Addressed thus by Vishwamitra, Rama attacked her, exhibiting his skill in targeting her by the sound, and prevented with arrows the Yakshani from showering stones. Prevented by a multitude of arrows, she with her magical powers advanced towards Rama and Lakshmana, her chest pierced with an arrow. She, rushing menacingly towards them like a thunderbolt, fell down dead. Having seen the slain Yakshani of terrible appearance, Indra and other celestials worshipped Rama, exclaiming, "Well done! Well done!" Then exceedingly pleased, the thousand-eyed Indra and all other delighted celestials said to Vishwamitra, "O ascetic Kausika, may prosperity be to you. All devatas have been gratified by this act of Rama, and have expressed their love for Rama. O Brahmarshi, you may offer to Rama, the sons of Prajapati Brishasva, who are the weapons bestowed with the power that comes from truth and ascetic energy. O Brahmarshi, following you with firmness of mind, Rama is worthy to receive the weapons. He who is a prince has to accomplish many such great tasks for the benefit of the celestials." Having said these words, the celestials were pleased. They honored Vishwamitra and returned to their abodes from where they had come. And then dusk set in. Then the best of ascetics, Vishwamitra, rejoiced over the death of Tataka, kissed the forehead of Rama fondly, and spoke these words, "O auspicious-looking Rama, tonight we shall stay here. Tomorrow morning we proceed to my hermitage." Having heard the words of Vishwamitra, Rama rejoiced and rested happily that night in the Tataka forest. Freed from the curse, from that day that forest looked charming and shone like Chitraratha Kubera's garden. Rama, having killed the daughter of Yaksha, was praised by multitudes of devatas and siddhas. He stayed in the same forest with the sage. At the first glimpse of dawn, he was awakened by the sage Vishwamitra. Thus ends the 26th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra confers celestial weapons on Rama. The night over, illustrious Vishwamitra called Rama with a sweet smile, "O Prince of great renown, I am extremely pleased. May you prosper. Out of great love and affection for you, I shall make over all the weapons. With the help of these celestial weapons, you will vanquish even gods and demons, serpents together with Gandharvas if they challenge you to a battle as enemies and take them as captives. I shall confer on you all such weapons. May you prosper, mighty armed. Heroic Rama, I shall grant you the great celestial Danda Chakra. O best among men, I shall grant you Dharma Chakra, Kala Chakra, Vishnu Chakra, Indra Astra, Vajrastra, and the great trident of Siva, Brahmashirastra, Ishaka Astra, and highly superior Brahma Astra. Born in the race of Kakutstha and a tiger among men, O Rama, I shall also grant 2 shining maces known as Modaki and Shikhari. Rama, I shall grant Dharmapasa, Kalapasa, Varunapasa, 2 unique weapons. O descendant of Raghu, I shall grant you 2 thunderbolts named Shuska and Ardra. Dry and wet, Penaka Astra and Narayana Astra. O blemishless Rama, I shall grant you Agniya Astra known as Sikhara, which is my favor weapon, and Vaivyastra known as Prathana. O Rama, born in the Kakutstha race, I shall grant you 2 powers named Hayazira, horsehead, and Krauncha Astra. I shall grant all these weapons. The dreadful Kankala, Pesal Kapala and Kankana used by Asuras. O mighty armed prince, I shall grant Mahastra, Vidyadhara and an excellent scimitar known as Nandana. Rama, I shall grant 2 much favored weapons, namely Gandharva Astras, Manava Astra, which induce and suppress sleep, and Saura Astra as well. O renowned prince, best among men, receive these astras known as Darpana, Saushdana, Santarpana, Vilapana, Madana Astra, the unassailable one favored by Kamadeva, and the Pesacha Astra known as Mohana favored by demons. O tiger among men, mighty prince, accept Tamasa and Sumana Astras, the unassailable Samavardha weapon, Mushala, Satya Astra, the supreme Mayadhara Astra, the terrible Tejaprabha Astra capable of removing the energy of the opponent. A soft weapon called Sisira, supremely formidable Twashtis Astra, Bhaga's terrible Shiteshvastra, sharp arrowed one, and Manava Astra. O Rama, mighty armed prince, receive these mighty and highly exalted astras capable of assuming at once any form at will. Vishwamitra, the greatest ascetic after the purification ritual, stood with his face turned east and happily conferred on Rama collection of the unique mantras. The sage offered Rama the complete collection of those weapons which even the celestials find it difficult to acquire, while the sagacious ascetic Vishwamitra was muttering the mystic terms of these venerable astras, addressing their respective deities. All these weapons, with their mystic power, attended on Rama. The munificent presiding deities of the weapons with folded palms addressed these words to Rama, saying, "Here we are, at your disposal." Rama received the astras he felt with his hands and commanded them, saying, "Live in my mind, serve me whenever I remember you." Thereafter, the cheerful Rama bowed to the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra and commenced his journey. Thus ends the 27th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra teaches Sri Rama the methods of invoking, dispatching and withdrawing the astras. After performing the purificatory rites, Rama received the weapons with a cheerful face. In the way Rama said to Vishwamitra, "O Venerable One, having received these weapons I have become unassailable even by the celestials. O best of ascetics, may I know the way to withdraw these weapons." To these words spoken by Rama, Maharshi Vishwamitra, who was patient practitioner of vows and pure, taught the withdrawal mantra. "O Rama, the descendant of Raghu, receive from me the effulgent weapons who are the sons of Bharasisva and who are capable of changing forms at will. They are Satyavanta, Satyakirti, Drishta, Rabhasha, Pratihatra, Paranmukha, turned backwards, Avanmukha, turned downwards, Lakshaksha, Vishama, Drudhanabha and Sunabha, Dasaksha, Satyavaktra, Desashirsha and Satodra, Padamanabha and Mahanabha, Dundunabha and Sunabhaka, Jyotisha, Krasanam, both Nairasya and Vimala, Yogandhara, Haridradetya, Prasamana, Sarchirmali, Dri, Mali, Vyartimanta, also Ruchira, Pitrasomanisa, both Vidhutmakra, Karavirakara, Dana, Dhanya, Kamarupa, Kamaruchi, Moha, also Avrana, Jerumbhak, Sarvanabha, also Santana and Varuna. You are worthy of receiving these weapons. May you prosper. Certainly, said Rama, and with a delighted heart received the astras. Some of the Astra Devatas were coal-black, some like smoke, some resembled rays of sun or moon, assuming corporal forms, with shining, divine bodies. Those weapons that their bodies bent down and palms folded, they spoke to Rama in a gentle voice. O tiger among men, here we are. What can we do for you? Rama spoke to them, Astra Devatas, saying, Preside in my mind and render assistance in times of need. Now you can go according to your will. Thereafter those Devatas, having said, Be it so, circumambulated Rama, took leave of him and returned to their respective abodes from where they had come. After having acquired the knowledge of the weapons, Rama addressed Maharshi Vishwamitra in gentle and soft words while walking along with him. From this side of the mountain, not far off from here, stand shining and good-looking trees resembling clouds. It is replete, scattered with animals, pleasing to the mind and extremely beautiful. It is adorned with various kinds of birds singing sweetly. What could be this? I am very curious to know. O best of ascetics, I think we have come out of that awesome, horripilating forest because of the pleasant feeling experienced in this region. Whose hermitage is this? O revered one, tell me. O great ascetic, O venerable Brahmana, from where do those slayers of Brahmanas, doers of cruel acts, wicked-minded and sinful persons come from and cause obstacles to your sacrifice? Where is that sacrificial place required to be protected by me? Where are these Rakshasas required to be slain? O best of ascetics, I would like to hear from you. Thus ends the 20th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic. Composed by sage Valmiki, Vishwamitra relates the story of Siddhashrama. All the rishis in the hermitage worship him. The highly lustrous Vishwamitra heard the words of Rama of immeasurable prowess. On his, Rama's, query about the forest, Vishwamitra explains, O mighty armed Rama, Lord Vishnu, the foremost among the gods, and master, the great ascetic, lived here carrying out yogic practices and penance for innumerable years, constituting hundreds of yugas. O Rama, this was the hermitage of glorious Vamana. The great sage here performed his ascetic practices here. Hence it is known as Siddhashrama. During the period Vishnu, in the incarnation of Vamana, was observing austerities at this hermitage. King Bali, son of Virochana, having vanquished Indra and Maruts and Devatas, ruled this kingdom and became famous in all the 3 worlds for his prowess and generosity. While Bali was performing the sacrifice to confirm his position as Lord of the 3 worlds, the Devas got together with Agni in the forefront and approached Lord Vishnu at this hermitage, saying, O Vishnu, son of Virochana, is performing a great sacrifice. Before its completion, our purpose ought to be achieved. He is granting the seekers whatever, wherever and in whichever manner they, coming from here and there, approach him for favor. O Vishnu, perform this supreme, auspicious act assuming the form of a dwarf through the power of illusion for the welfare of the Devatas. O Rama, in the meantime revered Kashyapa, resplendent like the god of fire, radiating luster with Aditi, who had completed 1,000 divine years of austerities, pleased with her penance, the conferrer of boons, Lord Madhusudana, Vishnu. And she said to Vishnu, You are all asceticism, a mass of tapas, and an embodiment of tapas. Your soul is tapas, O Purushottama, I am beholding you after a rigorous penance. O Lord, I am beholding this entire universe in your body. You are beginningless and indescribable. I take refuge in you. Addressing Kashyapa, whose sins had been washed clean, Lord Vishnu, pleased with his penance, said, Be prosperous, you are dear to me, worthy of a boon. Ask. Having heard those words of Vishnu, Kashyapa, son of Maricha, replied, O bestower of boons, O great practitioner of austerities, be pleased to grant a boon for Aditi, Devatas, and for myself. O sinless Lord, be born son to Aditi and to me. O destroyer of Asuras, be the younger brother to Indra. You can help these sorrow-stricken Devatas. O Lord of the celestials, with my penance accomplished, here, this place will be known as Siddhar Ashrama by your grace. O Lord, arise from here. Then the resplendent Vishnu, born from the womb of Aditi and assuming the form of Vamana, approached the son of Virochana, Bali. Thereafter, Vishnu, soul of the universe who restores respect for the righteous and renders the welfare of all living beings, having begged from Bali, and being granted 3 places to put his footsteps on, occupied the 3 worlds, and by restraining Bali with his energy, gave it back to Mahendra. In this manner the highly lustrous Vishnu gave possession of the 3 worlds to Mahendra. This asrama, which relieves fatigue, previously under the possession of Vamana, has come under my occupation for my devotion to him. O tiger among men, wicked Rakshasas who prowl about the ashram and cause obstacles ought to be killed here only. O Rama, now let's go to the unparalleled Siddhashrama. O child, this asrama is the same to you as it is to me. Treat this as your own. While entering the hermitage, the great ascetic appeared resplendent in the company of Rama and Lakshmana, like the moon in conjunction with Punarvasu star emerging out of the mist. At the sight of Vishwamitra, all the ascetics, inmates of Siddhashrama, jumped out instantly and offered him their worship. They extended hospitality to both the princes in the same way they offered their worship to the sagacious Vishwamitra. The 2 princes of the lineage of Raghu, destroyers of foes, rested a while and then said to Vishwamitra, A tiger, amen sages, O foremost of ascetics, get initialed today. You will prosper and this ashram will attain its fulfillment. Your words shall come true. Saying this, Vishwamitra, the great saint, effulgent and self-trained, engaged himself in the initiation ceremony. The 2 princes spent the rite comfortably and woke up at daybreak. They performed mourning in accordance with the prescribed rule, ablutions, said their prayers and paid their respects to Vishwamitra seated at the kindled fire sacrifice. Thus ends the 29th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Sri Rama slays Rakshasas and protects the sacrifice of Vishwamitra. Thus spoke the 2 princes to Vishwamitra. They were conscious of place and time to speak and capable of conquering enemies. O adorable Brahmarshi, we want to know around what time the Rakshasas will make their appearance so that the sacrifice can be protected. Let not that moment pass. The sages of the asrama were very pleased. They extolled the princes of Kakushtha dynasty, who were eager to fight the Rakshasas. O sons of Raghu's lineage, protect the sacrifice for 6 nights from today. With the ceremony initiated, the sage would observe silence, said the inmates. At these words of the sages, the illustrious princes got ready to protect the Tapovana for 6 days and 6 nights without sleep. The 2 mighty, heroic archers, Rama and Lakshmana, destroyers of enemies, attended upon the sacrifice in order to protect sage Vishwamitra. Time passed. When the sixth day arrived, Rama cautioned Lakshmana to be vigilant. While he was fracking up for a fight, the fire on the sacrificial altar with the officiating priests and spiritual guides suddenly brightened. The altar with Vishwamitra and the officiating priests. Kusa grass, ladles and square vessels, bundles of sticks and flowers, used in the sacrificial fire, got brightened up. While the sacrifice was being performed in accordance with mantras, a great sound causing fear emerged from the sky, like the clouds in the rainy season. The two Rakshasas, Maricha and Sabahu, covering the sky through their power of illusion, came running to the sacrificial place. Maricha and Sabahu of fearful appearance arrived with their followers and rained streams of blood on the sacrificial altar. Flames rose on the sacrificial altar drenched by the stream of blood. Immediately Rama rushed forward and beheld them in the sky. Having seen them, Maricha and Sabahu, suddenly advancing, the lotus-eyed Rama gazed at Lakshmana and said, "O Lakshmana, behold, by Manava Astra I shall chase, like clouds scattered by winds, those wicked Rakshasas who eat human flesh." The inflamed Rama hurled the highly powerful and effulgent Manavastra on the chest of Maricha. Smitten by that powerful Manavastra, Maricha was thrown to a full distance of 100 yojanas into the surging high seas. Having seen Maricha beaten by the power of that cool-arrowed astra, thrown to a distance, reeling and lying unconscious, Rama spoke to Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, behold this Manavastra associated with righteousness employing a cool arrow, which carries him away by making him unconscious and yet not taking his life. I shall slay these merciless, wicked, doers of sinful acts, destroyers of sacrifices and bloodthirsty Rakshasas." Then Rama took hold of the celestial, marvelous Agniya weapon and hurled it into the chest of Sabahu. Struck, Sabahu fell down on the ground. Illustrious and highly generous Rama killed the remaining Rakshasas with the Vayavya weapon to the delight of the ascetics. Having killed the Rakshasas, obstructors of sacrifices, Rama was worshipped by the hermits like Indra was honored in the past when he was victorious. Thereafter, when the sacrifice was completed, Maharshi Vishwamitra, beholding all the directions bereft of evils, said to Rama, "O mighty-armed Rama, I am fulfilled. Your father's commands have been executed. O illustrious one, Siddhashrama has proved true to its name." Thus ends the 30th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra, accompanied by the two princes, departs for Mithila. They halt on the bank of Sona on their way. There, with their purpose fulfilled, the heroes, Rama and Lakshmana, full of joy in their hearts, spent the night. As the night dawned, both the brothers performed the morning rites and approached Vishwamitra and other rishis. Sweet-tinged, they visited with folded hands the best of ascetics Vishwamitra, who was shining like a flaming fire, and addressed him thus in sweet and generous words. "O tiger among ascetics, we too are at your service. Command whatever you want and we shall execute it." Addressed thus by both of them, Vishwamitra, ahead of all the sages, spoke to Rama, "O foremost of men, Janaka, king of Mithila, is performing a great religious sacrifice. We shall go there. O tiger among men, come along with us. You ought to see there the wonderful jewel of a bow. O best among men, this bow of immeasurable energy, dreadful and highly lustrous, was bestowed on King Janaka by Devatas in a sacrificial assembly in the past. Neither Devas nor Gandharvas, nor Asuras nor human, are capable of stringing the bow by any means. Mighty princes and kings have failed to string it, in their attempt to know its strength. O best of men, O descendant of Kakushtha, there you will see the bow that belongs to the magnanimous king of Mithila and the wonderful sacrifice at that place. O best among men, that excellent bow strong in the middle was offered by king of Mithila, Devarata as well as by all Devatas as fruit of the sacrifice. O Rama, that bow is worshipped in the king's palace as principal deity with various kinds of perfumes, sandal paste, incense and fragrant agaru. Having spoken thus, Vishwamitra, the best of ascetics, commenced the onward journey along with the Kakushas and Rishis, taking leave of the deities of the forest. Quote, O ascetics of the forest, may you be safe. My purpose has been achieved in this Siddhashrama. From here I shall go to the Himavanta mountain situated on the northern bank of Jahnavi, said Vishwamitra. Thereafter, circumambulating the supreme Siddhashrama with reverence, they, Vishwamitra and the princes, commenced their journey in the northern direction. As Vishwamitra, the best of ascetics, set out on his journey, expounders of the Vedas followed him, nearly in 100 carriages. Birds and beasts living in Siddhashrama also followed the illustrious Maharshi Vishwamitra over a long distance until he sent them back. The sages travelled a long distance and halted on the bank of Sona at sunset. The sages who possessed great splendor bathed and offered oblations to fire at sunset and sat in front of Vishwamitra. Rama, together with Lakshmana, having offered respectful salutations to the sages, sat in front of the sagacious Vishwamitra. Thereafter highly lustrous Rama, the best among men, filled with curiosity, inquired of the great sage Vishwamitra, O worshipful one, what could be the reason for this region shining with luxuriant groves? I wish to hear from you. You can tell me all about this region. May it be safe for you. A sage of excellent vows and rigid austerities, Vishwamitra, urged by the words of Rama, described in the midst of rishis the entire story relating to that region. Thus ends the 31st Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Description of the four sons of Brahma and the dynasty of Kusanabha. Enraged wind god turns the daughters of Kusanabha into humped-back ones. There was a great ascetic named Kusa, born to Brahma, as ascetic, indefatigable in vows, knowledgeable in dharma and a respecter of the virtuous. That great soul, Kusa, married the princess of Vidarbha, born in a noble family and a match for him. He begot four virtuous sons who resembled him. They were Kusamba, Kusanabha, Adhartarahas and Vasu. Kusa addressed his four brilliant sons who were highly enthusiastic, pious, truthful and were wedded to duties of the warrior race. O my sons, govern with righteousness so that you will acquire immense merit. Hearing the words of the Rishi, the four sons who were the best among men and revered in the world constructed four cities as their abodes. The brilliant Kushamba and the righteous Kushanabha constructed the cities of Kaushamba and Mahode as their capital, respectively. O Rama, King Adhartrajasa constructed Dharmaranya, the best of cities, and King Vasu, the city of Girivrajam. O Rama, this place where we are, called Vasumati, belongs to the magnanimous King Vasu. This is surrounded by 5 great shining mountains. The delightful and renowned river Sumagadhi, known as Sona, flowing in the country of Magadha, looks beautiful like a garland amidst 5 great mountains. Rama, this Magadhi river, of great Vasu flows from the east surrounded by fertile crops fields like a garland. O scion of the Raghu family! The virtuous Rajarshi Kusanabha begot 100 beautiful daughters through a nymph named Gratachi. Those well-adorned, beautiful, young maidens in the pleasure garden looked like lightnings in the rainy season. Bedecked with fine ornaments they were singing, dancing, playing on instruments and moving in all directions in great delight. With beautiful limbs of unparalleled beauty on earth, they shone in the pleasure garden like stars in the midst of clouds. At the sight of the maidens embellished with all virtues and youth and beauty, the all-pervading wind god addressed them these words. I request you all to be my wives. You will leave this feeling of mortality and attain a long life. Youth is always unstable, especially in human beings. If you marry me, you will be ever youthful like Devatas. At the works of the untiringly blowing wind god, the lunged maidens laughed and said, O best among Devatas, you move within all living beings. We feel your impact. Why do you insult us? O best among Devatas, we are daughters of Kusanabha. We are capable of pulling you down from your position. We are safeguarding our ascetic merit as virgins. We could curse you to save our ascetic merit of Kusnabha. O wicked one! Do not dishonor our father who always speaks the truth. He will choose the bridegrooms righteously. Do not invite death. Father may be the cause of your death. Our Father is our Lord. Our Father is God to us. Whomsoever our Father offers us shall become our husband. Having heard the words of those maidens, the most powerful and venerable wind god became furious. He entered all the limbs of their bodies, twisted and distorted them, their bodies disfigured and shattered by the wind god. The maidens with tears flowing from their eyes entered the palace and fell down on the ground, agitated and overtaken by shame. The king saw his extremely beautiful beloved daughters distressed and shattered and spoke these words with bewilderment. O daughters, what has happened? Who has dishonored virtue? Say it at once. Who has made you hunchbacked? Standing roared me. Why are you dumb? The king heaved a sigh and entered into a state of samadhi. Thus ends the 32nd Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Kusanabha praises his daughters for the courage and tolerance shown towards the wind god, the birth of Brahmadatta and his marriage with the daughters of Kusanabha. On hearing the words of sagacious Kusanabha, his 100 daughters touched his feet with their heads and said, O king, the all-pervading wind god, having taken recourse to foul means intended to outrage our modesty without an moral compunction. We have our Father who is dear to us. Hence we do not have freedom to choose. You may ask our Father if he is willing to give us in marriage. As all of us were speaking thus, the sinful wind god, disregarding our words, repeatedly assaulted us. The deeply religious and highly powerful king, having heard those words of his 100 exceptional daughters, replied, O daughters, you have done a great act of forgiveness of which only the tolerant are capable. By taking a united stand, you have protected the honor of my dynasty. Whether for women or men, forgiveness is an ornament. It is difficult even for gods. For you, daughters, to show it without any difference of opinion is especially hard. Forbearance is charity. Forbearance is sacrifice. Forbearance is truth. Forbearance is glory and forbearance is virtue. O daughters, the universe is supported by forbearance. O Rama, after sending away his daughters, the king, endowed with the power of the celestials and well versed in the art of counseling, consulted his ministers about a suitable person for marriage of his daughters at proper time and place. At that time a great and virtuous ascetic named Chuli, living in celibacy, was performing austerities in pursuit of the knowledge of Brahman. When he was performing austerities, a nymph named Somada, daughter of Urmila, used to serve him. Prosperity to you. Somada rendered her services with devotion and humility. There she lived a religious life. In the might time her spiritual guide was satisfied with her services. When her services came to a fruition with the passage of time, Maharshi Chuli spoke to her, I am pleased with you. What favor shall I do for you? May you be prosperous. Having perceived that the sage was satisfied, the Gandharva, who was skilled in speech, said, exceedingly delighted to the sage in a sweet voice, bestowed with the great asceticism and brilliance of a Brahman. You look like Brahma, O righteous one. I desire a son endowed with the ascetic virtues of a Brahman. I am without a husband. My sire, I am not a wife to anyone. Since I have taken refuge in you, you are competent to bestow on me a son with the power of your penance. Pleased with her, Brahmarshi Chuli gave her an excellent son to be well known as Brahmadatta, born through the will of his mind. Then King Brahmadatta, son of Somada, lived in the city of Kampilya with great prosperity like Indra in heaven. O Rama, then the highly righteous King Kusanabha decided to give his 100 daughters to Brahmadatta, the Lord of the earth. Highly powerful King Kusanabha invited Brahmadatta and gave his 100 daughters in marriage to him with a heart highly pleased. O son of Raghu's dynasty, that King Brahmadatta, resembling Indra, received the hands of those maidens in due order. Thereafter, with the mere touch of his hand, the 100 daughters were cured of their humpback and freed from anguish. They assumed great beauty. King Kusanabha, having seen his daughters released from disfigurement caused by the wind god, was immensely pleased. He experienced waves of delight. Then the king along with his queens performed the marriage of his daughters in the assembly of priests and sent them with Brahmadatta to his kingdom. Somada the Gandharvi was exceedingly delighted with her daughters-in-law and praised her son for his right action. Thus ends the 33rd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. The birth of Gadhi, commendation of Kausiki, description of midnight. O son of Raghu's dynasty, Rama, Brahmadatta got married and left for his kingdom. Now a putreshti was performed by King Kusanabha in order to beget a son. Then, while putreshti was on, Kusa, the highly generous son of Brahma, said to King Kusanabha, O son, a highly virtuous son named Gadhi, similar to you, will be born. Because of him you will obtain everlasting fame throughout this world. O Rama, so saying to King Kusanabha, Kusa left through space for the eternal Brahmaloka. After some time, a supremely righteous son by name Gadhi was born to the sagacious Kusanabha. O son of Raghu's dynasty, the highly virtuous Gadhi is my father. I am known as Kausika, being born in the family of Kusa. O Raghava, adherent of best religious practices, is my elder sister, well known by name Satyavati. She was bestowed in marriage to Richika. Following her husband, my highly generous sister reached heaven with her human body, and down, assuming the form of a sacred river, flowed Kausiki, conferring the benefit of the other world and worldly pleasures on men. My sister Kausiki, who is divine and beautiful, having sacred waters, took resort in Himavat mountain and started flowing from there. O son of the Raghus, from then onwards with affection towards my sister Kausiki, I am living happily in the vicinity of Himavat mountains. Satyavati is sacred, firmly established in truth and righteousness. She is chaste, holy and best among rivers. She is known as River Kausiki. Rama, for the sake of observance of austerity I have come to Siddhashrama, leaving her behind. Having reached here, I have fulfilled my desire through your valor. O mighty armed Rama, since you asked me I narrated this. My origin, the history of my family and the history of this place. O son of the Kakusthas, while telling my stories. Midnight has passed by. Go to sleep now. Prosperity to you. Let there be no obstacles on our way. O son of the Raghus, the trees stand motionless, with the beasts and birds calm. All directions are pervaded with darkness. Evening has gradually disappeared. The sky is littered with stars and planets, gleaming points of light as though they are the eyes of the skies. O Lord, the moon with his cool rays, dispelling the darkness of the earth and delighting the minds of all living beings in this world, is rising higher and higher. All nocturnal creatures, groups of yakshas and rakshasas and dreadful eaters of human flesh are moving here and there. Having spoken thus, the highly lustrous, great ascetic rested. All sages praised him, saying, well said, well said. This is the family of the Kusas, venerable, always devoted to dharma, foremost of men, great like Lord Brahma, highly illustrious Vishwamitra. You are similar to Brahma. Among the rivers, Kausiki is the best, refurbishing the image of your dynasty. In this way, adored by the best of ascetics, the auspicious son of Kusaka went to sleep like the lustrous sun setting. Rama as well as Lakshmana, with a sense of wonder, went to sleep full of admiration for the great ascetic. Thus ends the 34th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra narrates the legend of sacred Ganga. Vishwamitra lay on the bank of Sona with the ascetics for the rest of the night. Getting up at daybreak, he said, Rama, the night makes way for the dawn. It is time for morning rituals. Arise, arise, may the day bring good news. Get ready for the onward journey. On hearing his words, Rama performed morning oblations and getting ready for the onward journey spoke, O knower of Brahman, clean waters of this river are adorned with sandbanks. This Sona is deep. Which way shall we cross this river? Having been addressed by Rama thus, Vishwamitra said, we shall take the way the ascetics have gone before. With these words of the wise Vishwamitra, the ascetics moved forward, surveying various forests. After traveling a long distance for half a day, they saw Jahnavi, the best among rivers, haunted or worshipped by ascetics. On seeing the river Ganga with swans and cranes floating on the surface of the sacred waters, all the sages, including the sons of the Raghus, Rama and Lakshmana, were delighted. The birds had made the bank of the river their home. They, Rama and Lakshmana, took a deep and offered traditional oblations to ancestors. Thereafter they lighted the sacrificial fire and made customary offerings to the fire and partook of the nectar-like remains. With cheerful hearts they stood round the illustrious Vishwamitra and entered the sacred bank of Jahnavi. Then Rama said to Vishwamitra, O venerable one, I wish to know why Ganga, flowing in three directions, occupy, purified, the three worlds before entering the sea. The Lord of Rivers, quote, prompted by Rama's words, Maharshi Vishwamitra started narrating the account of the birth and progress of river Ganga. O Rama, the great mountain named Himavan is a treasure trove of Oz. He is the king of mountains. He had two daughters, unrivaled in beauty in this world. O Rama, Himavan's beloved of beautiful waist, well known by the name of Manorama, is the daughter of Mount Meru. She is the mother to both the daughters. O son of the Raghus, this Ganga was born to Manorama as Himavan's eldest daughter. A second one born to him was well known by the name of Uma. Thereupon all the Devatas, desirous of deriving some advantage, proposed that the eldest daughter of the king of mountains, Ganga, flowing in 3 directions, be given to them. In order to do good to the 3 worlds, Himavan, rooted in Dharma, gifted his eldest daughter Ganga, who sanctifies the whole world by flowing at her free will. The Devatas, having received Ganga committed to the welfare of the 3 worlds, went back to their abodes with a sense of fulfillment in their mind. O delight of the Raghus, the other daughter of the mountain Himavan was a maiden whose wealth was tapas. She pursued a vow and observed severe austerities. Himavan, the best of mountains, gave his daughter Uma, associated with severe austerities and venerated by the whole world, in marriage to the unrivaled Rudra. O son of the Raghus, Ganga, the holiest of rivers, and Uma Devi are 2 daughters of the king of the mountains, Himavan. They are worshipped by the entire world. O child with a marvelous gait, I have related to you about Ganga flowing across the 3 worlds. Ganga, who reached the heaven first, and all that. The divine Ganga, daughter of Himavan, beautiful and sinless, carrying a large volume of water, ascended the heavens. Thus ends the 35th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. The Devatas create obstacles to the marital bliss of Maheshwara and Parvati. Goddess Parvati curses the Devatas and the Mother Earth. While Vishwamitra, preeminent ascetic among the sages, was telling the story of Ganga to the heroic Rama and Lakshmana, they extolled it and inquired, O Brahman sage, this excellent story set in righteousness has been narrated by you. Since you are conversant with the details, you can befittingly tell the story in detail, pertaining to the eldest daughter of King of the Mountains and the events that happened in the celestial and mortal worlds. Why does Ganga, the purifier of the worlds, overflow the 3 paths? Worlds. O knower of Dharma, what deed made Tripathaga, flowing in 3 directions? Ganga, well known in the 3 worlds, is the best, holiest of all rivers. Having heard the words of the son of the Kakusthas, Vishwamitra, vested with the wealth of asceticism, revealed the complete story in detail in the presence of the sages. O Rama, in ancient times, great ascetic the blue-necked Lord Shiva got married to goddess Uma. Charmed with her beauty, he indulged in sexual enjoyment with intense passion. O Rama, tormentor of enemies, while Lord Shiva was thus absorbed in sexual enjoyment, 100 celestial years passed, but no son was born to them. Then the Devatas, led by Brahma, were exceedingly alarmed. Who will be able to bear the power of the offspring if it is born here and now? They reflected. All Devatas approached Shiva and, paying their obeisance, said, O God of the gods, engaged in the welfare of all, O Mahadeva, accept our salutations, be king which you can be, if you will. O best among the gods, the worlds cannot contain your energy, the son born of your energy. You may engage yourself in penance in the company of Uma in conformity with the Vedas. Retain your energy in your body for the welfare of the 3 worlds. Mahadeva, ruler of all the worlds, having heard the words of Devatas, said, Be it so. Further, together with Uma I will preserve the semen in my body, thereby the Devatas and also the earth will have peace. Who will contain this exceptional vital fluid of mine if shaken from its own place? O best of Devatas, tell me. Thus questioned, all the Devatas replied to the bearer of the flag with bull as its symbol, Shiva, saying, The earth will contain the disturbed vital fluid. Thus replied by the Devatas. The god of the gods released his vital fluid on earth. It pervaded the entire earth including mountains and forests. Then, the Devatas said to the fire god, "Enter this energy, creative power, related to Rudra followed by the wind god." That energy pervaded by fire was transformed into the white mountain. It turned the forest of reeds, Sarvana, blazing, like the fire or the sun. From that fire was born the glorious Kartikeya. Thereafter, highly pleased with the event, the Devatas along with the saints worshipped Shiva and Goddess Uma with deep devotion. Rama thereafter Uma, daughter of the mountain, Himavan, with her eyes red with anger cursed all of them. "From today onwards your wives will become childless," cursed Uma. The Devatas were cursed this even the earth. "O earth, you will assume many forms and become wife of many masters. O evil-minded one, you did not want me to bear a son. Having been fouled as a result of my anger, you will not have the pleasure of having a son," cursed Uma, the god of the gods. Maheshwar, seeing all the Devatas humiliated, began to depart in the westerly direction presided over by Varuna. Maheshwar along with goddess Uma went north of the Himavat mountain and performed penance on a peak. O Rama, this story of the daughter of the mountain has been narrated to you. Now listen with Lakshmana the tale of the birth of Ganga. Thus ends the 36th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Birth of Kartikeya. In olden days, when Iswara was engaged in austerities, the Devatas together with the ascetics approached Lord Brahma for an army general. Then, led by Indra and the fire god, all Devatas approached Lord Brahma. The grandsire saluted him with folded hands and spoke, "O Lord, in ancient times your lordship gave us an army general. At the time of creation, he is engrossed in great penance along with Uma. O knower of law and order, O grandsire, verily you are our supreme refuge committed to the welfare of the worlds. Tell us what we should do in this matter, now that we cannot procreate a general on account of Uma's curse." Hearing the words of the Devatas, Brahma, the grandsire of all the worlds, consoled the Devatas with sweet words, saying, "Ganga keeps flowing in the celestial regions. Through Ganga the fire god will beget a son who will be capable of destroying enemies. He will become the army general of the gods. Ganga, the eldest daughter of the king of the mountains, will tend that son of Agni. This will be totally acceptable to Uma. No doubt, O son of the Raghus." Having heard Brahma's words, all the Devatas considered themselves successful in their mission. They saluted him with folded hands and offered their worship. All the Devatas went to Mount Kailasa, adorned with minerals, and urged the fire god for a son. "O lustrous fire god, accomplish this divine work. O God, possessed of mighty energy, release the vital fluid of Iswara in Ganga, daughter of the king of mountains." The fire god gave his consent. The Devatas approached Ganga and said, "O goddess, bear the energy of Shiva in your world, since this cause is dear to the gods." Hearing the words of the fire god, Ganga assumed a divine form. Beholding her glory, the god of fire pervaded her from all sides. O Rama, then the fire god discharged the vital fluid of Iswara, preserved in his body, which pervaded all sides of Ganga, and all her streams were filled with the fluid. Ganga, addressing the fire god standing ahead of all the Devatas, said, "O god of fire, I am incapable of holding your ever-increasing splendor. The fiery fluid is burning me. My consciousness is overwhelmed." Thereafter the fire god, who is the partaker of oblations offered to all deities, said to Ganga, "Place this embryo on this slope of mountain Himavan. O glorious Sinless one, Rama. Hearing the words of the fire god, Ganga then expelled that resplendent embryo from her streams. The embryo that emerged from Ganga reached the earth. It resembled the luster of molten gold. It burned into gold auspicious, bright and pure. There copper and iron were produced from its acidity, zinc and lead from its residue. Various minerals were formed when that embryo reached the earth. When the embryo was placed in Ganga, it spread on all sides of the forest on the mountain. Irradiated with luster, the forest appeared golden. O tiger among men, O scion of the Raghus, then onwards gold, which is effulgent like fire, became well known as Jatripa, pure form. The grass, shrubs, creepers and trees of that forest looked golden. Thereafter Kumara was born. Out of Ganga's womb, the gods together with Indra arranged 6 nymphs, stars, to act as nurses to suckle Kumara as their own offspring. Those Kritikas, having decided among themselves and having made an agreement with the gods saying, "This boy shall become a son to all of us," fed the newborn with their milk, breast milk. Thereafter, all the gods said, "This son shall become renowned in the 3 worlds as Kartike, son of Kritikas." There is no doubt. Hearing the words of the gods, the Kritikas bathed the baby that descended from the womb of Ganga, resembling flaming fire and shining with great beauty. O scion of the Kakusthas, Kartike, lustrous like flaming fire, was very fortunate, descended from the womb of the Ganga. He is named Skanda by the gods. Then excellent milk surged in the breasts of Kritikas. Assuming 6 mouths, he sucked the milk. Drinking milk just for a day, and with a body still tender, he could vanquish hosts of demons by his inborn prowess, so capable he was. With the fire god in the forefront, all the gods assembled and installed Kartike, shining on unsurpassed brilliant, as commander of the gods' forces. O Rama, the story of Ganga and that of the birth of Kumara, who was fortunate and auspicious, has been related to you in detail. O son of the Kakusthas, whosoever reveres Kartike on this earth with devotion and faith, shall have a long life, sons and grandsons, and after death will reach the world of Skanda. Thus ends the 37th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Emperor Sagara performs austerities and a sacrifice for progeny. Vishwamitra, an offspring of Kusika, having related the story of Kartike to the son of the Kakusthas, Rama said again, "In olden days there lived a brave and righteous king named Sagara, who was ruler of Ayodhya. He was childless and desired to have children. O Rama, the daughter of the king of Vidarbha by name Kesini was Sagara's eldest wife, who was righteous and truthful. The daughter of Arishtanemi named Sumati was the second wife of Sagara, and none surpassed her in charm on earth. The king, Sagara, accompanied by his wives, reached Himawat mountain and engaged himself in severe austerities on a peak called Bhriguprasravana. When Sagara completed 100 years in austerities, highly pleased by his performance, Asceta Bhrigu, the best among the truthful, granted him a boon. O sinless one, you will get a very great progeny. O best among men, you will acquire unparalleled fame in this world. O child, one wife will beget a son who will perpetuate your race, and the other 60,000 sons, said Bhrigu. Thereafter, both the daughters of the king were exceedingly delighted. Having propitiated that magnanimous ascetic, both of them with folded hands in supplication said, O knower of Brahman, which of us will beget one? And who many sons? O Brahmarshi, we wish to hear. Let your words come true. Hearing their words, highly virtuous Bhrigu made an excellent statement saying, "In this matter, you may exercise your free will. What would you wish? One son who perpetuates the race, or many possessed of mighty strength endowed with fame and perseverance?" Single quote. Asked Bhrigu, "O Rama, delight of the descendants of Raghus." On hearing the words of the ascetic in the presence of King Sagara, Kesini chose the boon to have a son who perpetuates the race. Then, Sumati, the other wife, sister of Suparna, Garuda, obtained the boon of 60,000 sons endowed with fame and great perseverance. O son of the Raghus, the king along with his wives, having circumambulated Saint Bhrigu, bowed his head in reverence, saluted him with folded hands and returned to his capital. After lapse of some time, the eldest wife Kesini gave birth to a son well known by name Asamanjasa. O best among men, Sumati gave birth to a god-like fetus, and when it burst open, 60,000 sons emerged. Nurses placed all of them in pots filled with clarified butter and fostered them. They attained adolescence after a long time. Then, after a long time, Sagara's 60,000 sons attained beauty and youth. O best among men, delight of the Raghus! In the meantime, Sagara's eldest son Asamanjasa used to seize hold of children and throw them into the waters of river Sarayu. And while they were drowning, he was laughing. Thus this son, inclined towards evil and fomenting the good citizens, was banished of the king from the capital for his indulgence in malevolent acts. Asamanjasa's son was Anshuman. He was valiant, beloved and courteous to everyone in the world. O best among men, after a long time, a thought came to the mind of Sagara to definitely perform a sacrifice. O Rama, having determined to perform a sacrifice, he, Sagara, versed in the Vedas, started the initiatory rites for the sacrifice in the company of high priests. Thus ends the 30th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Indra steals the sacrificial horse released by King Sagara. Sons of Sagara excavate the earth in search of the horse. The gods approach Brahma, immensely pleased with the words of Vishwamitra. To the ascetic, flaming bright like fire, Rama spoke towards the end of the narration. O Brahman, I wish to listen in detail as to how my ancestors made preparations for the sacrifice. Prosperity to you. Vishwamitra, addressing the son of the Kakusthas, Rama, with a smile said, O Rama, hear in detail the story of the magnanimous King Sagara. Sankara's father-in-law named Himavan as the greatest mountain. Himavan and Vindhya came close and began looking at one another. Because both are of extreme height and in between them there was no obstruction. O best of men, the sacrifice took place in the region in between these two mountains. O tiger among men, the region was appropriate for conducting sacrificial acts. O child, O son of the Kakutisthas, the great charioteer Anshuman, who can fight with 11,000 charioteers, wielding a strong bow, followed the sacrificial horse, in order to protect it, in compliance with Sagara's wish. On the concluding day of the fortnight, full moon day, while the sacrifice was being performed, Vasva, Indra, assuming the form of Rakshasa, had stolen away Sagara's sacrificial horse. O son of the Kakutisthas, when the magnanimous King Sagara's sacrificial horse was stolen away, all the high priests, addressing the performer of the sacrifice, said, O Kakutstha, on this auspicious full moon day the sacrificial horse has been stolen away suddenly and forcibly. Slay the thief and bring back the horse. This flower and sacrifice will be inauspicious for all of us. Hence, O king, do everything which will ensure flawlessness to this sacrifice. Having heard the words of the officiating priests, the king, Sagara, addressed his 60,000 sons in the sacrificial assembly, saying, O best among men, O sons, I do not the hand of Rakshasas in this, as this great sacrifice is consecrated by mantras, to prevent any interruption, and is presided over by eminent priests. Therefore, my sons, go and search this entire earth surrounded by oceans. May you be safe, O sons, acquiring yojana by yojana the length and breadth of the earth. Search for the thief of the horse. Excavate the earth till the time the horse is found. This is my command. Having been initiated into the sacrifice, I, along with my grandson, Anshuman and other spiritual preceptors, will stay here till such time the horse is found. May you be safe, O Rama. Thus commanded by Sagara, the highly powerful princes with cheerful hearts departed in obedience to their father's command in quest of the horse on earth. O tiger among men, each one of them occupying 1 yojana in length and breadth of ground, dug up the earth with their nails that were sharp as diamonds. O son of the Raghus, Rama, dreadful sounds emanated while the earth was being broken open by plows and lances similar to thunderbolt. O descendant of Raghu, when the earth was being churned, an irrepressible sound of serpents, demons and Rakshasas of all creatures emerged. O descendant of the Raghus, the heroic sons of Sagara excavated 60,000 yojanas of earth, reaching the nether world, one of the several regions below the earth. O foremost among men, Rama, the princes, while thus excavating Jambudvipa, in this way filled with mountains, moved around everywhere. Then the gods, together with the Gandharvas, Asuras and serpents in bewildered minds, approached Lord Brahma, with highly agitated minds and melancholic faces. All of them approached magnanimous Brahma, and having propitiated him said, O Venerable One, the entire earth is being excavated by the sons of Sagara. Many great beings living in the lower worlds are being killed. This one is the destroyer of our sacrifice. He has stolen away our horse. Saying so, the sons of Sagara are slaying all living beings. Thus ends the 13th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Brahma consoles the Devatas. Sons of Sagara continue to excavate the earth in search of sacrificial horse. Trace the horse near Kapila, cursed by Kapila. Sagara's sons are reduced to ashes. Having heard the Devatas, extremely frightened, and deprived of their sensual perception by the prowess of fate, the adorable grandsire, Brahma, replied, This whole earth belongs to sagacious Vasudeva. He always supports the earth, assuming the form of Kapila. The princes will be burnt by the fire of his wrath. The excavation of this earth and the destruction of the short-lived sons of Sagara is predestined since eternity. O destroyer of enemies, Rama, on hearing the words of the grandsire, Brahma, the 33 gods, exceedingly delighted, returned the way they had come. A sound like the resembling of thunder emanated while the earth was being riven by the noble sons of Sagara. Afterwards, all the sons of Sagara, having riven the earth, approached their father and circumambulating him said, The entire earth was ransacked. Mighty Devatas, demons, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Uragas and Kinnaras were killed. Yet, we could neither see the horse nor the thief of the horse. Reflect over this matter and direct us. Prosperity to you, O Rama. Incensed to fury at the words of his sons, magnanimous King Sagara replied, Rive the earth again and excavate. Capture the one who has stolen the horse and return after having accomplished the purpose. Safety to you, Receiving the command of their father, the magnanimous Sagara, his 60,000 sons ran towards Rastala, nether world. Then while they were excavating the region they beheld the elephant of the quarter named Virupaksha, equal in size to a mountain, supporting the earth. O descendant of Raghu, the mighty elephant Virupaksha was holding on its head the entire earth with its mountains and forests. O descendant of Kakushtha, when that mighty elephant shakes its head for rest from weariness on certain sacred days earthquake occurs. O Rama, having circumambulated and honored that mighty elephant, the protector of the quarter, they reached the Rastala by riving the earth. Subsequently, having dug the eastern region, they went on to southern and dug it too. In the southern region, they beheld a mighty elephant, magnanimous Mahapadma, resembling a great mountain. To their astonishment, they saw that elephant holding the earth on its head. Thereafter, illustrious Sagara's 60,000 sons, having circumambulated the elephant of the western region, dug up that region. Possessed of great strength, they beheld also in the western quarter a great elephant of the quarter named Sumanasa, resembling a mountain. Having paid homage and inquiring as to his well-being, they arrived at the northern region by digging the earth. O Rama, in the northern region, they beheld an auspicious elephant named Bhadra, who was white like snow, was holding that quarter. Then all 60,000 sons, having touched the elephant and circumambulated it, penetrated the earth. Subsequently, the sons of Sagara, having gone towards the celebrated northeastern region, began to dig with wrath. Great sons of Sagara, terribly swift-footed and exceedingly powerful, beheld the eternal Vishnu in sage Kapila, and not far away from him the horse grazing. O descendant of Raghu, they all experienced unparalleled joy. They recognized that best of horses. Their eyes were red with anger, armed with spades, plowshares and every kind of tree and stone, and furious with wrath. They rushed towards Kapila shouting, "Wait, wait, O wicked-minded one, you have stolen our sacrificial horse. Know that those of us who have come here are the sons of Sagara." O descendant of Raghu, Kapila, having heard their words, overwhelmed with great wrath, uttered the sound, Echam. O son of Kakusthas, all the sons of Sagara were reduced to a heap of ashes by that magnanimous Kapila, whose power was beyond imagination. Thus ends the 40th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Anshuman brings back the horse. O delight of the Raghus! King Sagara, realizing that his sons had left long ago, said to his grandson Anshuman, resplendent with his own luster, "You are valiant. You have acquired knowledge in various fields. You are illustrious like your ancestors. Pursue the track taken by your uncles and by the thief who ran away with the horse. Creatures in the depths of the earth are powerful and mighty. Carry with you a bow and weapons to counter their attack. Honor those who deserve it. Kill those who cause obstacles to sacrifice. Come back with your mission accomplishing and ensure the successful completion of my sacrifice." Having been truly instructed by the high-souled Sagara in this way, Anshuman left with rapid strides, carrying a scimitar and a bow. O best among men, directed by the king Sagara, Anshuman followed the path taken by his noble uncles into the depths of the earth. Exceedingly valiant Ashman beheld the elephant of the quarter worshipped by deity As. Danavas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, birds and serpents. Having circumambulated the elephant, he, Anshuman, inquired about his well-being, the whereabouts of his uncles, and also about the one who had stolen the sacrificial horse. Having listened to the words of Anshuman, the elephant of the quarter replied, "O Anshuman, son of Asamanjasa, having fulfilled your objective, you will go back soon with the horse." Having listened to the words of the elephant, Anshuman started ensuring the well-being of each of the guardians, elephants, of the quarters successively with due respect. All those elephants of the quarters were knowers of the essence of words and proficient in the right use of words. Treating him kindly, the elephants encouraged him, saying, "You will go back with the horse." Hearing their words with a quick pace, where he reached the place his uncles, sons of Sagara, were reduced to heaps of ashes. Then the son of Asamanjasa, overwhelmed with sorrow and deeply distressed at their destruction, bewailed with great grief, possessed by grief and tears. Anshuman, that tiger among men, beheld the sacrificial horse grazing nearby, with the intention of performing traditional funeral rites with water for the deceased princes. Highly lustrous Anshuman looked around for water but could not see any reservoir of water in the neighborhood. O Rama, with his keen eyes, he, Anshuman, marked Suparna, the maternal uncle of his uncles, lord of the eagles, Garuda, bestowed with the swiftness of the wind. Highly powerful Garuda, son of Vinata, addressing Anshuman, said, "O tiger among men, do not grieve. This act of assassination is meant for the welfare of the three worlds. Your valiant uncles have been burnt by Kapila of boundless power. O sagacious one, performing traditional rites with ordinary water is not proper. O best among men, O mighty armed one, perform the traditional rites of your uncles with water from river Ganga, the eldest daughter of Himawat. Ganga, the purifier of the three worlds, will sanctify your uncles reduced to heaps of ashes. These heaps, when inundated by waters of Ganga, beloved of the worlds, will take all the 60,000 sons to heaven. O highly fortunate one, O best among men, go back with that horse. O hero, it behoves of you to complete the sacrifice undertaken by your grandfather, exceedingly powerful and highly renowned Anshuman, on hearing the words of Garuda, returned quickly to the capital with the horse. O descendant of the Raghus, Rama, having reached the king who had been initiated into the ceremony, Anshuman communicated faithfully to him all that had happened. He also reported the words Suparna had said. The king heard, was stunned to hear the awful words of Anshuman. Yet, he performed the sacrifice in accordance with traditional scriptures and Kalp. The Vedanga, the great lord of the earth, King Sagara, after performing the sacrifice, reached his capital. But he could not devise any means to bring Ganga down to the earth. The mighty king, Sagara, over a long period of time without being able to devise means to bring Ganga down to the earth, ruled the kingdom for 30,000 years and ascended to heaven. Thus ends the 41st Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Anshuman performs penance to bring Ganga to the earth. Bhagirath follows. Receives boon from Brahma. Brahma informs Anshuman that only Lord Shiva is capable to hold Ganga. O Rama, when Sagara died, the subjects installed the highly virtuous Anshuman as king. O descendant of the Raghus, that Anshuman became a very great monarch. He had a great son, Dilipa, who became famous. O delight of the Raghus, having vested the kingdom with Dilipa, Anshuman performed rigid penance on the sacred peak of the Himawat mountain. O Rama, highly renowned Anshuman, having lived for 32,000 years in the Tapovana, turned an ascetic and attained heaven, without accomplishing his objective. When exceedingly brilliant Dilipa heard about the death of his grandfathers, He was overtaken by grief but could not arrive at any conclusion with his intellect regarding means of bringing down the sacred river, how to bring about the descent of Ganga, how to perform funeral rites of the ancestors with Ganga water, how to liberate them. Thus Dilipa was constantly engaged in such thoughts. As Dilipa, known for his knowledge of the soul, constantly reflected righteously on this matter of Ganga, a highly virtuous son named Bhagirath was born to him. Most brilliant King Dilipa ruled the kingdom for 30,000 years, performing many sacrifices. O tiger among men, King Dilipa was unable to arrive at a conclusion regarding the salvation of his ancestors. He was affected by illness and died. The king, Dilipa, performed the coronation of his son Bhagiratha and reached the region of Indra as a reward for virtuous acts done by him. O delight of the Raghu's righteous Bhagiratha, who was highly lustrous Rajarshi, was without sons. He was desirous of progeny but did not beget children. O son of the Raghus, Rama, Bhagiratha, with a determination to bring down Ganga, entrusted the kingdom to his ministers and went to a sacred place known as Gokarna. There, with arms uplifted, surrounded by 4 fires, partaking food once a month, with his senses controlled, carried out Pancha-tapa for a number of years. O mighty armed Rama, Bhagiratha continued in that state for 1,000 years amidst rigid austerities. Lord of all creatures, Brahma was highly pleased with that illustrious king. Thereafter, the grandsire arrived with the gods and spoke to the noble Bhagiratha engaged in austerities. O distinguished one, O mighty monarch, O Bhagiratha of excellent vows, I am pleased with your well-disciplined austerities. Ask for a boon. Brilliant, glorious Bhagiratha stood before the grandsire of all the worlds with folded palms and spoke. O Lord, if you are pleased with my austerities and if they are worthy of a reward, grant me the boon whereby all the sons of Sagara will receive from me funeral rites with the waters of Ganga. The ashes of these eminent uncles of my grandfather, immersed by the waters of Ganga, may ultimately go to heaven. O Lord, let the progeny be perpetuated in our race of the Ikshvakas. Let not that dynasty be terminated with me. This is another boon I seek. To this the grandsire of all the worlds replied with a sweet voice full of good wishes and sweet words. O great charioteer Bhagiratha, your desire is great. O perpetuator of dynasty of the Ikshvakas, let your wish be fulfilled. Prosperity to you. This Himavati, Ganga, is Himavat's eldest daughter and only Lord Shiva is capable to hold the force of her descent to earth. Therefore let Shiva be entreated. O King, Ganga's descent cannot be sustained by earth. O hero, I do not see any other person to hold her than the wielder of the trident, Shiva. The creator of the worlds, having thus addressed the king and conversing with Ganga, went towards heaven along with Devatas and Maruts. Thus ends the 42nd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Pleased with the austerities of Bhagiratha, Shiva holds Ganga on his head during her descent and releases in Bindu lake. Ganga branches into 7 streams. Following Bhagiratha, Ganga reaches the nether world and delivers the souls of Sagara's sons. O Rama, when that god of the gods, Brahma, departed, Bhagiratha, pressing the earth with the tip of his big toe, standing supported by the big toe, penanced, meditated upon Shiva for 1 year. After 1 full year was completed, Iswara, who is worshipped by all in all the worlds, said to King Bhagiratha, O best of men, I am pleased with your devotion. I will hold Ganga on my head, the daughter of the king of mountains. to reduce the force of her descent. I shall do your wish. Then Ganga, the eldest daughter of Himawat, who is adored by all the worlds, assuming the form of a mighty river, descended from the sky with unbearable speed on the auspicious head of Shiva. Goddess Ganga, extremely difficult to contain, thought that seizing Shiva with her flow she would enter the lower regions of the earth. Then the three-eyed Lord Shiva, aware of her proud intentions, applied his intelligence to conceal her. O Rama, that sacred river, Ganga, descended onto the depths of the matted locks on the holy head of Shiva, resembling the Mount Himavan. Trapped in the matted locks, she, Ganga, could not come out. With all her efforts she could not reach the earth. There the golden Ganga wandered about for many years. Bhagirath, not finding Ganga, once again resorted to great penance. O son of the Raghus, Rama, Shiva was immensely pleased with the penis and thereafter released Ganga, drop by drop, forming Bindusara. As she, Ganga, was released, she branched out into 7 streams, 3 streams, known as Ladini, Pavani and Nalini, having auspicious waters and conferring prosperity, flowed eastwards. Auspicious Suchakshu, Sita, and a great river Sindhu. These 3 great rivers flowed westwards. The 7th stream among them followed Bhagirath, the most brilliant Rajarshi. Bhagirath, also mounting on divine chariot, raced forward, and Ganga followed him. From the sky onto the head of Shankara, and thence Ganga resorted to the earth. There it flowed forward with a roaring sound. Then the earth looked bright with the fallen and falling shoals of fish, turtles, and multitudes of other sea animals. Then Devarshis, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and hosts of Siddhas looked on with astonishment at Ganga falling from the sky and descending on the earth. Then, gods, in a state of excitement in their aerial chariots as large as cities, on horses and on big elephants, were stationed there. In the sky, gods with great luster arrived to witness the most wonderful, grand descent of Ganga. The cloudless sky shone with the radiance of the ornaments of the gods, alighting speedily to witness Ganga. It appeared as though the sky was filled with 100 suns. The sky, strewn with lightnings, appeared as if it was inhabited by sea animals, serpents, and fishes. Fickle, white foams of water were scattered in 1,000 ways. It appeared as if the sky was spread over with autumnal clouds, flocks of swans. Ganga was flowing, now rapid, now slow, now wide, now meandering, now low, now high. Sometimes waves dashed against waves. They rose repeatedly upwards and fell down on the ground. The waters of Ganga descended on Shankara's head and from there to the earth. Freed from all impurities, the waters looked pure and clean. Considering the waters fallen from the head of Shiva sacred, Devatas, Rishis, and Gandharvas, and those living on earth touched it with reverence. Those cursed to fall from heaven to earth were absolved of their sins after bathing there in the waters of Ganga. Cleansed of their sins by the sparkling waters, they ascended through the sky once again to their own celestial worlds. People rejoiced at the sight of those shining waters. They were happy to have a dip in Ganga, and their fatigue was gone. Most brilliant Rajarshi Bhagirath, also mounting the divine chariot, moved forward, and Ganga followed him. O Rama, besides aquatic beings, Rishis, Devatas, Deities, Danavas, Rakshasas, along with Kinnaris, serpents, foremost of Gandharvas, Yakshas, and Apsaras, all followed the chariot of Bhagirath. They were happy to follow Ganga. Ganga, famous and foremost of rivers, destroyer of all sins, flowed in the direction King Bhagirath moved. Then while Ganga was flowing, It inundated the sacrificial ground of the great sage Janu. Janu, who used to work wonders, was performing a sacrifice. O descendant of the Raghu dynasty, sage Janu, who was performing the sacrifice, observed her pride and grew furious, and astonishingly drank the entire waters of Ganga. Devatas, Rishis and Gandharvas stood amazed at this act. They worshipped the magnanimous Janu, noblest among men. The Devatas entreated the illustrious Janu to treat Ganga as his daughter. The brilliant Janu was pleased. He released her through both ears. Hence Ganga is called Jahnavi, daughter of Janu. Ganga, best among rivers, following the chariot of Bhagirath, reached the ocean. She entered the nether regions of the earth in order to fulfill his mission. Salvation of the sons of Sagara. Rajarshi Bhagirath, having brought Ganga with supreme efforts, saw with a sad heart his grandfathers reduced to ashes. O best of the Raghus, thereafter the holy waters of Ganga inundated those heaps of ashes, and they, sons of Sagara, purged of their sins, reached heaven. Said Vishwamitra. Thus ends the 43rd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Bhagirath performs funeral rites of his ancestors. Thereupon that king, followed by Ganga, reached the ocean and entered the lower regions of the earth, where the sons of Sagara were found reduced to ashes. After the ashes were inundated by the waters of Ganga, Brahma, Lord of the world, appeared before King Bhagirath and said, O tiger among men, 60,000 sons of illustrious Sagara, having been liberated, had gone towards heaven like Devatas. O king, as long as the waters in the ocean exist in this world, shall the sons of Sagara live in heavens like gods. This Ganga will become your eldest daughter, and from now on she will be well known in this world as Bhagirathi. After your name, O king, divine Ganga will be called Tripatagar as well as Bhagirathi. Since she flows in the three worlds, heaven, earth and the lower world, Patala, she will be known as Tripatagar. O Lord of men, O King, you may offer the waters of Ganga here to all your ancestors and thereby fulfill your vow. O King, by the highly renowned ancestors of yours, the foremost among righteous ones, even Sagara, this desire has not been fulfilled. O child, similarly though Anshuman possessed unparalleled prowess in this world, his prayer to Ganga, his vow could not be fulfilled. O sinless one, Bhagirath, O distinguished one on the part of Dilipa, brilliant your father, who had the virtues of a Rajarshi, who was equal to a Maharshi in splendor, and to me in austerities and abiding to the duties of a Kshatriya, it was even not possible to bring Ganga through prayer. O best among men, you have fulfilled that vow. You have achieved supreme renown and reverence in this world. O destroyer of enemies, by bringing about the descent of Ganga, you have secured a great abode in Dharma. O best among men, O tiger among men, take a deep in the eternally sacred waters. Purify yourself and acquire holiness. O king, perform the rites of all your forefathers with the waters of Ganga. Farewell, I shall return to my world. Now, go back, O king, said grandsire. The illustrious Rajarshi Bhagirath performed the rites of offering the sacred water of Ganga, in accordance with proper order and tradition for the sons of Sagara. Purified with the ablutions, entered his own city. O best of the Raghus, his desire thus fulfilled, he continued to rule the kingdom thereafter. O best of the Raghus, the world rejoiced, having Bhagirath as king. With his purpose achieved, he was freed from all mental afflictions and sorrows, and thereafter lived happily. O Rama, I have related you the story of Ganga in detail. Evening time is passing by, and we shall perform the ablutions. Farewell. He will be blessed with fame, longevity, progeny and, after death, heaven. Brahmins. One who recites this story of Ganga to the Kshatriyas and others, the gods and his forefathers would be pleased with him. O son of the Kakusthas, whosoever listens to this auspicious story relating to the descent of Ganga with concentration, all his desires will be achieved, his sins will be destroyed, and his longevity and fame will increase. Thus ends the 44th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Devatas and deities churn the ocean of milk, Rudra swallows venom, Vishnu assumes the form of tortoise and supports Mandara mountain on his back, emergence of Dhanvantari. Apsarasas, etc. Battle between Devas and deities for possession of nectar. On hearing the words of Vishwamitra, Rama along with Lakshmana, filled with astonishment, said to him, O knower of the Brahman, this story narrated by you relating to the descent of the sacred Ganga and the fullness of the ocean, due to Ganga's fall, is very wonderful. Then Rama along with Lakshmana spent the whole night reflecting on the auspicious story narrated by Vishwamitra. Thereafter, the progeny of the Raghus, the destroyer of enemies, Rama, addressed Vishwamitra in the clear early morning after Vishwamitra had completed his routine rites. O noble ascetic, we have heard this great story worthy to be listened. As we both lay pondering over the entire story narrated by you, the glorious night passed off just like a moment. We will cross over Ganga, the best of rivers, the sacred river that flows in three directions. This boat of pious saints, which is well laid out, has come here swiftly, having come to know that you, O Venerable One, have arrived. Hearing the words of noble Rama, he, Vishwamitra, accompanied by hosts of sages besides Rama and Lakshmana, made arrangements to cross the river. Having reached the northern bank, they paid homage to the sages encamped on the bank of Ganga and beheld the city of Vishala. Thereupon Vishwamitra, the best of ascetics, accompanied by Rama and Lakshmana, soon proceeded towards the enchanting and splendid city of Vishala, comparable to heaven. Thereafter great intellectual Rama, with folded palms, inquired of eminent ascetic Vishwamitra about the excellent city of Vishala. O distinguished ascetic, which royal dynasty is ruling this city of Vishala? Could you tell me? Great is my curiosity. May you prosper. Vishwamitra, preeminent among ascetics, hearing the words of Rama, commenced to relate the history of the ancient city of Vishala. O Rama, hear the auspicious legend of Indra. Listen, too, what had happened to this country. O blessed Rama, in Krityug, the sons of Diti were very strong and those of Aditi were spirited and righteous. O best among men, a thought came to those illustrious ones. How can we be free from old age, death and disease? O Rama, while the noble sons were reflecting over this matter, an idea flashed across their minds to get nectar by churning the ocean of milk. Thereupon, having decided to churn the ocean mind, those very powerful ones made Vasuki, the great snake, as a rope and Mandara mountain as the churning rod, and started churning it. After 1,000 years, the hoods of the snake made as rope vomited venom and started biting the rocks of the Mandara mountain with their teeth. Therefrom was produced halahala, virulent venom resembling fire. The entire universe, consisting of devatas, asuras and mortals, was burned down. The devatas sought refuge in the great god Rudra, who causes happiness, the lord of all living beings. Save us! Save us! They cried. Thereupon, Hari, the lord of celestial beings extolled by the Devatas, appeared bearing the conch and discus. Hari, smiling, said to the trident-bearing Rudra, O chief of celestial beings, you were born the earliest among the Devatas. Therefore, while churning the ocean, whichever is produced first shall be offered to you, considering it the first offering. O Lord, accept this venom. Vishnu, the highest among the Devatas, having thus spoken, vanished. Shiva, who had heard Vishnu's words and seen the fear of the gods, received that dreadful halahala, treating it as nectar. Lord of the gods, Venerable Shiva went away to his abode, leaving behind the Devatas. O descendant of Raghu, then all the Devatas and Asuras resumed churning. O sinless one, after the mountain Mandara, used as churning rod, sank down to nether world Patala. The Devatas along with the Gandharvas invoked Vishnu. O mighty armed Vishnu, you are the ultimate refuge for all living beings, especially for the Devatas. Protect us. You alone are fit to lift up the Mandara mountain. Having heard these words, the controller of the sense organs, Vishnu, assumed the form of a tortoise reclined in the ocean, supporting the mountain on its back. Vishnu, the Supreme Being, the soul of the universe, standing amidst the Devatas, took hold of the peak of mountain with his hand and continued to churn the ocean. In this way 1,000 years rolled by. In the beginning came out Dhanvantari holding a staff and a water pot, carried by ascetics and apsaras of high luster. O best among men, excellent women emerged out of the essence produced by churning of waters. Therefore they are known as apsarasas. O Kakutstha, there appeared 60 crore highly lustrous apsarasas. Their attendants were countless in number. Neither Devas nor Danavas accept them in marriage. Unmarried, all of them have been regarded as belonging to all. O joy of the Raghus! Rama. Thereafter Varuna's daughter Varuni, goddess of wine, came out searching for a consort. O Rama, while Diti's sons did not accept the unblemished Varuni, O heroic one, the sons of Aditi did. For that reason, sons of Diti were called Asuras. Aditi's sons were known as Suras. Devatas grew exceedingly glad for having Varuni. O foremost among men, Rama, Uchchaishravas, the best of horses, the celestial horse, Kaustubham, the best jewel and also nectar came from churning. O Rama, the race of Devatas and Deities suffered great destruction because of their fight for that nectar. Thereafter Aditi's sons, the Devatas, killed Diti's sons, the Deities. O heroic Rama, all the Asuras along with the Rakshasas joined on one side. A violent and a dreadful battle which threw the three worlds into a great confusion ensued. When everything was destroyed completely, the exceedingly powerful Vishnu, assuming the form of Mohini, a charming woman, elusive form, with the power of illusion, quickly stole away the nectar. Those who opposed the imperishable, Supreme Purusha, Vishnu, in the battle were crushed by all-powerful Vishnu. In that great and terrible battle between Deities and Devatas, Aditi's sons killed Deities. Indra, having killed the sons of Diti, was happy with the kingdom gained. He ruled the worlds in the company of rishis and celestial singers. Thus ends the 45th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Diti undergoes mortifications for the birth of a son with the consent of Kashyapa. Indra serves her. On an occasion when she was impure, enters her womb and severes the embryo into 7 parts. O Rama, afflicted with great grief when her sons were killed, Diti said to her husband Kashyapa, son of Maricha, O adorable one, your highly powerful sons, Devatas, have killed mine through extensive austerities. I am desirous of obtaining a mighty son capable of killing Indra. I shall practice austerities. You ought to grant me a son who would be the supreme ruler of the world and capable of killing Indra. You can say yes, if you will. Then, Maricha's son, exceedingly bright Kashyapa, on hearing the words of Diti, who was deeply grieved, replied, O one vested with the wealth of austerities, be it so. Prosperity to you, remain chaste. You will deliver a son who will kill Indra in the battle. If you remain pure and clean, on completion of 1,000 years you will give birth to a son through me who will be the Lord of the three worlds. Highly brilliant Kashyapa, having thus spoken, touched her gently with his palm, stroked her body and said, May good betide thee. Having said this, Kashyapa went away to perform austerities. O foremost among men, after Kashyapa had left, Diti, exceedingly delighted at the prospect of having sons, reached Kushaplavana, and practiced intense mortifications. O foremost of men, great treasure of virtues, while she was practicing austerities, the thousand-eyed Indra began to serve her. The thousand-eyed Indra served her by providing fire, kusha grass, sticks for burning, water, fruits, roots and all other things desired by her. Indra attended on Diti, stroking her limbs gently from time to time to help her regain their suppleness and alleviate her fatigue. O son of the Raghus, 10 years before completion of 1,000 years, Diti, highly pleased with the services rendered by Indra, addressed him, saying, O best of the gods, your illustrious father granted me a boon for a son I sought on completion of 1,000 years of penance. O the best of the brave, 10 years is yet to go. For completion of austerities, you will have a brother. May you prosper. O child, I'll create in him eagerness, victory. Together with him you will gain victory over the three worlds. Relieved of sorrows, enjoy you with him. After speaking thus to Indra, Goddess Diti, overpowered with sleep around midday, dropped off her feet towards her head. Indra laughed. He rejoiced at the sight of her ominous posture of sleeping with her feet towards her head and her hair falling on her feet. O Rama, with great courage Indra entered her womb and severed her embryo into 7 pieces. O Rama, that embryo, being severed by Vajra having 100 edges, cried at high pitch, which awakened Diti. Highly powerful Indra, even while saying to the crying embryo, Do not weep, severed it. Do not kill, said Diti. Subsequently Indra, in deference to the words of his mother, emerged out of the womb. Armed with Vajra, Indra addressed Diti with folded palms, saying, O Devi, you have slept, with your head towards your feet and your hair falling on your feet. I have seized the opportunity and severed into 7 pieces the fetus who would have been a slayer of Indra. O Devi, shouldn't you forgive me? Thus ends the 46th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Origin of Marut's Vishala constructs the city. Diti practices her austerities. Sumati honors Vishwamitra. Deeply distressed Diti, having come to know that the embryo had been severed into 7 pieces, humbly spoke to the unassailable Indra. O Indra, slayer of Balasura, because of my fault this embryo has been made into 7 pieces and rendered useless. In this matter you have not committed any fault. This disaster to the embryo has happened contrary to expectations. Hence, I seek a favor from you. Let these 7 pieces become 7 guardians of Marut regions of the wind. O sun, all these 7 are my sons of celestial beauty. They will become presiding deities for Vataskanda, divisions of wind, and let them be well known as Maruts wandering in the universe. Among them, one will move about in Brahmaloka, another in Indraloka, and the third, well known as Vayu, will move around in the sky. O best of Devatas, by your command the other 4 sons will remain celestial, and will range about in 4 directions. The 1,000-eyed Indra, slayer of Bala, on hearing Diti's words, addressed her with folded palms, saying, "Everything will, no doubt, happen the way you said. Your sons will wander about as celestial beings. Prosperity to you." O Rama, mother and sons having arrived at this conclusion in the Tapovana ascended to heaven with their desire fulfilled. This is what we have heard. O descendant of Kakushtha, Rama, this is that country which was formerly inhabited by Indra. Here Indra attended on Diti, who achieved the fruit of her austerities. O tiger among men, Rama, this highly virtuous and well-known son named Vishala was born to Ikshvakus in Alambusa, where a city named Vishala was built. O tiger among men, Rama, this highly virtuous and well-known son named Vishala was born to Ikshvakus in Alambusa, where a city named Vishala was built. O Rama, mighty Hemachandra was Vishala's son. Hemachandra's successor was the celebrated Suchandra. O Rama, son of Suchandra was Dhumrishva. Well-known Sanjay was the son of Dhumrishva. Prosperous and powerful Sahadeva was Sanjay's son. Highly virtuous Kusishva was Sahadeva's son. Brilliant and powerful Somadatta was Kusasva's son. That Somadatta's son was Kakutstha is well known. Son of Ikshvakus, Sumati comparable to Devatas, invincible and exceedingly energetic, is still ruling this city. By the grace of the Ikshvakus, all the kings of Vishala have been long-lived and exalted, valiant and deeply religious. O Rama, we shall spend the right happily here. O best among men, on the tomorrow we see Janaka, having heard of the arrival of Vishwamitra, the celebrated Sumati, most brilliant chief of kings, proceeded to receive him. Along with his spiritual preceptors and relatives, he paid Vishwamitra great respect, enquired his well-being and said, "O sage, no one is more blessed than me, since you have favored me with your arrival in my country." Thus ends the 47th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Having received the hospitality of King Sumati, Vishwamitra, Rama and Lakshmana travelled towards Mithila. On inquiry by Rama, sage Vishwamitra relates the story of Gautam's curse to Ahalya. Getting together, they enquired one another's health. And then Sumati spoke to the great ascetic Vishwamitra, "O sage, wish you well. Who are these 2 youths who seem to possess the prowess of celestial beings? They walk with the gait of an elephant or a lion. They are courageous like tiger or a bull. Their large eyes are like lotus petals. They are armed with scimitars, bows and quivers. They are young and handsome like Ashwini Kumaras dropped from heaven casually. Whose sons are they? How did they come here on foot? With what purpose? O great ascetic, they resemble each other in personality, expression and gestures. They adorn this land like sun and moon in the sky, holding excellent weapons. These heroes have trodden paths difficult to traverse. For what purpose have they come? I want to hear clearly." On hearing his words, he, Vishwamitra, related all about their stay at Siddhashrama and the slaying of Rakshasas. After hearing Vishwamitra, the king, Sumati, got exceedingly delighted and extended hospitality in accordance with tradition to the highly valiant sons of Dasharatha, the distinguished guests worthy of honor, the descendants of Raghu, Rama and Lakshmana, having received great honor from Sumati, stayed there one night and thereafter set out for Mithila. All the ascetics, having seen that auspicious city of Janaka, worshipfully admired Mithila, saying, "Excellent, excellent," at the sight of an old uninhabited, beautiful and desolate hermitage in a grove near Mithila. The descendant of the Raghus inquired of the foremost among the ascetics, "Vishwamitra, O venerable one, I wish to know why this auspicious-looking hermitage was deserted by ascetics? To whom did this belong in the past?" Eloquent and brilliant Vishwamitra replied to the descendant of the Raghus, saying, "O descendant of the Raghus, I shall tell all you about this hermitage cursed by the wrath of a great man. O best among men, this hermitage, resembling a celestial retreat and well honored even by Devatas, once belonged to illustrious Gautam. O highly renowned prince, it was here in ancient times that Gautam, in the company of Ahalya, practiced austerities for several years. The thousand-eyed Indra, consort of Sachi, having found an opportunity, during the absence of the ascetic, assumed the guise of the ascetic, Gautam, and said to Ahalya, "O most beautiful one, those overtaken by passion would not await the completion of the menstrual period, favorable for copulation. O woman of fine waist, I desire union with you." O delight of the Raghus, the evil-intentioned Ahalya inclined towards the king of the celestials, and knowing him to be the thousand-eyed Indra in the guise of the ascetic, consented for the union. O foremost of men, with her heart's desire fulfilled, Ahalya said, "O chief of the celestials, I am satisfied. O Lord, quit this place. O Lord of Cthe gods, protect yourself and also me from Gautam in all respects." Indra smilingly said to Ahalya, "O one with lovely hips, I am gratified. I shall go away the way I have come." O Rama, he, Indra, came out of the leaf hut quickly after his union with her, apprehensive of Gautam. Subsequently, Indra beheld the great ascetic Gautam, unassailable by Devatas and Danavas, endowed with the power of asceticism, drenched with sacrificial waters, shining like flaming fire, carrying sacrificial firewood and kusha grass, and preeminent among sages, entering that leaf hut. On seeing him, the face of the Lord of the gods, Indra, turned pale with fear, having seen the wicked Indra with a thousand-eyed in the guise of an ascetic, the gentle sage Gautam, got enraged and said, "O wicked-natured one, assuming my form you have done a forbidden act. For that reason you shall be devoid of scrotum." Cursed thus out of anger by eminent Gautam, the testicles of Indra immediately dropped down on the earth. Having thus cursed Indra, he also cursed Ahalya, "You will be staying here for thousands of years without food and subsisting on air, lying down in ashes, doing penance, without being seen by any living beings in this ashrama. When the son of Dasharatha, the unassailable Rama, enters this dreadful forest, you will be cleansed of this sin." O wicked-natured one, by offering hospitality to Rama, without covetousness and passion, you will happily live with me by regaining your present form. Highly powerful Gautam, who had performed rigid austerities, thus cursed the wicked Ahalya and left this hermitage for the peaks of Himavat mountain served by Siddhas and Charanas. Here he performed austerities. Said Vishwamitra, "Thus ends the 48th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki." The Devatas restore the virility of Indra. Rama releases Ahalya from her curse. Gautam and Ahalya extend hospitality to Rama. Deprived of testicles, Indra with a frightened face addressed hordes of rishis and charanas with Agni in the forefront. I have accomplished the objective of the Devatas by creating obstacles to Gautam's austerities, evoking in consequence the wrath of the magnanimous sage. By his, Gautam's, wrath I have been deprived of my testicles. She, Ahalya, has been deserted by him. He has lost his ascetic energy through the pronouncement of this great curse. For that reason, O Rishis, Charanas and great Devatas, it is your duty to restore my testicles for the benefit I have given you. Hearing Indra, all the Devatas accompanied by Maruts, led by the fire god Devatas, approached and said, "This ram, which has received the share of your sacrificial offerings, has testicles. As Indra has been deprived of his own, take these testicles immediately and graft them onto Indra." Hearing the words of the fire god, the Pitru Devats assembled, uprooted the testicles of the ram and grafted them onto Indra. O son of the Kakuthisthas, from then on the Pitru Devats have been accepting rams without testicles as offerings in a sacrifice, with ram's testicles fitted onto Indra. O son of the Raghus, illustrious Gautam's power of asceticism was such that thenceforth Indra possessed the testicles of a ram. Most brilliant Rama, therefore enter the hermitage of the pious Gautam, and liberate this fortunate Ahalya of divine appearance from the curse. In response to the words of Vishwamitra, Rama and Lakshmana entered the hermitage. Vishwamitra in front. Rama beheld the highly fortunate Ahalya, shining brilliantly with the power of her asceticism. She could not be seen even by men, Suras or Asuras joined together. She looked divine and illusory, as if created with special efforts by Brahma. Though not clearly visible, she was shining bright like the light of the full moon muffled by mists in the sky, and like the inviolable light of the sun reflected in the water. By the words of Gautam, she became invisible to the three worlds till the appearance of Rama. With the expiry of the period of the curse, the Raghavas, Rama and Lakshmana, speared, and she became perceptible when Rama touched her feet. Recalling the words of Gautam, she received them with water to wash their feet, and offerings made with due devotion Rama accepted. Her hospitality extended in accordance tradition. Amidst sounds of celestial kettle drums, Devatas showered flowers, Gandharvas sang and Apsarasa danced. There was a great assemblage of divinities. On seeing Ahalya, her body purified by the power of penance at Gautam's command, the Devatas worshipfully exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Brilliant Gautam!" The great ascetic, along with Ahalya, worshipped Rama according to tradition, with delight, and continued with his austerities. Having received due hospitality from the great ascetic Gautam, Rama also set out towards Mithila. Thus ends the 14th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic. Composed by sage Valmiki. Arrival of Rama in the court of Janaka. Vishwamitra introduces Rama and Lakshmana. Rama, accompanied by Lakshmana with Vishwamitra, had proceeded in northeasterly direction and reached the sacrificial ground. Rama with Lakshmana told the tiger among ascetics Vishwamitra that the preparations or the sacrifice by the illustrious king Janaka were excellent. O illustrious sage, thousands of Brahmins living in different countries and versed in the study of the Vedas have assembled here. The shelters for ascetics are thronged with hundreds of carts. O great ascetic, let us choose a place where we can stay. Great ascetic Vishwamitra, hearing Rama's words, chose a not too crowded place near a water source for encampment. When the king heard of the arrival of Vishwamitra, he went forward with Satananda, the blemishless family priest, walking ahead in order to welcome him with humility. Eminent officiating priests speedily brought the offerings of worship and paid obeisance to Vishwamitra with prayers. Vishwamitra received illustrious King Janaka's worship and inquired about the welfare of the king and the conduct of the sacrifice. Vishwamitra duly inquired the well-being of the sages and the spiritual teachers, priests in right order, and thereafter the rest joined them in great delight. The king then folded his hands in supplication to the foremost of ascetics, Vishwamitra, saying, "O Venerable One, please be seated along with the eminent ascetics." In response to Janaka's words, great sage Vishwamitra occupied his seat. Thereafter the family priests, officiating priests of the sacrifice, councillors and also the king occupied their seats according to their rank. Thereafter the king looked on all sides and saw all of them seated according to their rank and addressed Vishwamitra saying, "Today my sacrifice has been rendered fruitful by the devatas. I have reaped the fruit of my sacrifice today by your venerable presence. O preeminent among ascetics, O Brahmana, you have come to my sacrificial mandap along with these ascetics. Blessed am I, obliged am I. O Brahmarshi, learned men say, only 12 days remain for completion of this sacrifice. Thereafter, O Vishwamitra, you should see devatas claiming their shares." Having said this, the king, Janaka, with a cheerful countenance and saluting with folded palms, again asked that tiger among ascetics, Vishwamitra, O sage, Vishwamitra, be blessed. Who are these two young men with the prowess of the celestials, the gait of an elephant or a lion? They resemble a tiger or a bull in courage. They have large eyes like lotus petals. They are armed with scimitars, bows and quivers. With their approaching youth, they resemble the Ashwini Kumaris in beauty. They look like gods who have descended on earth from heaven out of their free will. Whose sons are they? How did they come here on foot? And for what purpose? Great ascetic, these two young men with hair falling on their temples like the wings of a crow. Each of them resemble the other in personality, expressions and gestures. Wielding excellent weapons, they adorn this land like the moon and the sun deck the sky. Whose sons are they? I wish truly to hear about these heroes. Hearing the words of the magnanimous Janaka, Vishwamitra presented them to him, saying that they were the illustrious sons of Dasharatha. The great ascetic Vishwamitra, who was highly powerful, related to the distinguished Janaka in full their undaunted journey to Siddhashrama and the slaughter of Rakshasas there, the view of the city of Vishala, meeting with Ahalya and Gautam, and the inquisitiveness about the great boar which brought them to Mithila and then kept quiet. Thus ends the 50th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Satananda describes the efforts and achievements of Vishwamitra to Rama. Satananda, the eldest son of Gautam, a great sage who looked brilliant with the power of austerities, was thrilled to hear the words of Vishwamitra the intellectual and experienced great astonishment on beholding Rama. Satananda saw the two princes comfortably seated nearby and said to Vishwamitra, the foremost of the ascetics, O tiger among ascetics, was my renowned mother, who had been practicing intense austerities for long, shown to the prince Rama. Did my highly lustrous and celebrated mother offer homage to Rama, worthy of reverence by all living beings, with things available in the forest? O highly powerful sage, was Rama told the old story about the misdeed of God Indra to my mother? O son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, be blessed, O the best among the ascetics. As a result of beholding Rama, was my mother united with my father? O son of Kushika, was Rama honored by my father? Was my most brilliant father honored by illustrious Rama when he arrived? O Kushika's son, did pious Rama welcome my father with a tranquil mind when he arrived? Quote, great sage Vishwamitra, equipped with the knowledge of words, heard Satananda, who was proficient in speech, and replied, O best of ascetics, Satananda, all that is required to be done has been done and nothing was omitted. Ahalya was united with sage Gautam like Renuka with Jamadagni. Having heard Vishwamitra, the highly brilliant Satananda said to Rama, O best of men, O son of the Raghus, you are fortunate to have come here following the invincible Maharshi Vishwamitra. Welcome to you. Highly lustrous Vishwamitra has performed deeds which defy all imagination. By his austerities, he became Brahmarshi and possesses unparalleled radiance. Know him to be the supreme resort. Rama, son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, who has performed great austerities, is your protector. Therefore, there is none on this earth more fortunate than you. I shall tell you about the power and achievement of the magnanimous son of Kushika, Vishwamitra. Listen, this righteous-minded sage, subduer of enemies, knower of dharma, knowledgeable in all branches of learning, devoted to the welfare of his subjects, ruled as a king for long. There was a king named Kusa who was the son of Brahma. His son was Kusanabha, who was supremely righteous and strong. Well-known Gadhi was the son of Kusanabha. Highly lustrous and mighty ascetic Vishwamitra is the son of Gadhi. Highly lustrous Vishwamitra ruled the earth. As a king he ruled over his kingdom for thousands of years. Once that highly lustrous Vishwamitra, having assembled his army of the magnitude of Akshohini, went round the earth. Rama, while Vishwamitra was wandering about kingdoms, cities, rivers, mountains and hermitages, he gradually reached the ashram of Vashishta. That hermitage he founded in a variety of trees, species of animals, siddhas, charanas, devatas, danavas, gandharvas and kinnaris, multitudes of birds and resting deer. It was inhabited by Brahmashis and Devarishis, by sages who had attained perfection through austerities, by those resembling fire in brightness, by the magnanimous and the self-restrained, by those who had conquered anger and controlled their senses, who was devoted to prayers and offerings of libations. Some of them subsisted on water, some on air, some lived on fallen leaves, some on fruits and roots. The hermitage looked bedecked with Valakhilias, born from valor of Brahma, and Vakhanasas, born from the nails of Brahma. Highly powerful Vishwamitra, foremost among the conquerors, thus saw the hermitage of Vashishta, which looked like another Brahmaloka. Thus ends the 51st Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vashishta orders Kamadhenu to create things necessary for the hospitality to King Vishwamitra. Overwhelmed with joy, the mighty, heroic Vishwamitra, upon seeing Vashishta, the greatest among ascetics, was and offered respectful salutations. Adorable Vashishta received Vishwamitra with words of welcome and ordered a seat for him. With the sagacious Vishwamitra seated, the great ascetic duly offered him fruits and roots. Foremost among kings, the brilliant Vishwamitra, having received hospitality from Vashishta, enquired about his well-being, his austerities, his fire sacrifices, his disciples and trees. In his hermitage, Vashishta, too, informed him of the welfare of all. Vashishta, son of Brahma, the greatest among those who recite prayers and possess rich asceticism, inquired of King Vishwamitra, comfortably seated before him, O king, is it all well with you? O righteous one, O heroic one, are you ruling your subjects in accordance with the duties enjoined upon the king? Do you rule them in conformity with the code of morality in order to make them happy? Are your servants provided well with their requirements? Do they abide by your command? O destroyer of foes, have all your enemies been conquered? O tormentor of enemies, O sinless one, O tiger among men, is it all well with your army, treasury, friends, sons and grandsons? Highly brilliant King Vishwamitra humbly informed Vashishta that all was well. Both the righteous personalities dwelt at length on various matters and interesting anecdotes with great delight and derived mutual pleasure. O descendant of Raghu, at the end of the conversation, Venerable Vashishta, smiling as it was said to Vishwamitra, O high powerful Vishwamitra, I wish to offer appropriate hospitality to you and to your incomparable army. Be pleased to accept it. Please accept the honor I extend. Being a king, you are a distinguished guest. You deserve to be treated respectfully in all possible ways. To these words of Vashishta, the great intellectual Vishwamitra said, You have spoken pleasing words. This in itself is hospitality for me. O worshipful one, O profoundly wise one, you are worthy of homage. You have excellently honored me in all possible ways with whatever fruits and roots available in your hermitage, with water for washing feet and for sipping. You have permitted me darshan with your revered self. I shall leave now. My regards, look upon me with eyes of friendship. As the king was addressing thus the righteous and generous Vashishta repeatedly requested him to accept his hospitality. The son of Gadhi said to Vashishta, O preeminent among sages, be it so, O venerable one, they will be done. Vashishta, who was highly brilliant, the greatest among those who meditate on Brahman and free from sins, was pleased. Thereafter he called the speckled cow, Kamadhenu, O Sabala, come on quick, listen to my words. I have decided to honor this royal saint and his army with excellent food. Make necessary arrangements. O Kamadhenu, quickly entertain them for my sake with the food of 6 kinds of tastes, varieties of rich dishes, as desired by each. O Sabala, create at once all food items consisting of liquids and solids for drinking, tasting and seeping. Thus ends the 52nd Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vashishta entertains Vishwamitra and his army. Vishwamitra asks Vashishta for Kamadhenu. Vashishta declines. O destroyer of foes, Rama, addressed thus by Vashishta, the wish-fulfilling Sabala satisfied each one's desires. Sugarcane, honey and fried grain, invigorating liquors in good containers, excellent drinks and varieties of food were served. Heaps of hot rice as high as mountains, savory food, condiments and an abundance of curd, various kinds of soups, containers in their thousands completely filled with edibles with all 6 tastes and preparations made of jaggery were distributed. O Rama, Vashishta entertained everybody in Vishwamitra's army to their full satisfaction. They were all wealthy and happy. King Vishwamitra, along with ladies, priests and Brahmins including the royal sage, were fully satisfied and delighted. Having received the hospitality along with his counselors, ministers and attendants, Vishwamitra, filled with great delight, said to Vashishta, O Brahman, you are worthy of worship. I was received with reverence and well entertained by you. O sage conversant with speech, listen. I shall give you 100,000 cows in exchange for Sabala. O respectable one, this cow is a gem. A king, along, has a right on jewels. O Brahman, for that reason, Sabala rightfully belongs to me. Therefore, give this cow. Addressed by Vishwamitra, venerable and righteous Vashishta, who was of the earth ascetic, replied, O king, the first shall not exchange Sabala for 100,000 for even or 100 crore cows or heaps of silver. O suppressor of enemies Vishwamitra, it is not proper to separate this cow from me. The relationship between Sabala and me is permanent, like the relationship between a righteous man and his fame. For Havyam, oblations to gods, and Kavyam, oblations to ancestors, for fulfilling the necessities of life, maintenance of the sacred fire, and offering oblations to all spirits of created beings, and for offerings made to the fire god, I depend on this cow. O royal saints, Swaha and Vashit and various branches of learning are all dependent on this cow. No doubt about it. This one is truly my whole possession. It always gives me contentment. O king, for various reasons, I will not give Sabala to you. To their words of Vashishta, Vishwamitra, who is skillful in conversation, reacted with extreme excitement. I shall give 14,000 elephants with gold trappings around the neck and girth, and with goads made of gold. I shall give you 800 chariots made of gold and decorated with small tinkling bells, each chariot yoked with 4 white horses. O Maharshi of auspicious vows, I shall give you 11,000 mighty horses of good breed born in good countries. I shall give 1 crore young cows of various colors. Give me Sabala. O best of Brahmins, I shall offer you jewels or gold as much as you desire. I shall give you everything. Give this Sabala to me. To these words of sagacious Vishwamitra, the adorable Vashishta replied, O king, the first shall not give Sabala. This is verily my jewel, my wealth, my very life. This is all in all for me. O king, verily this Sabala is useful for my darsar and Purnamasa sacrifices, for appropriate gifts and various rites. O king, this cow is undoubtedly the source of all my actions. Why these useless words? I will never give this wish-fulfilling cow. Thus ends the 53rd Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra attempts to take Kamadhenu by force. Kamadhenu creates hordes of warriors. The army of Vishwamitra gets killed. O Rama, when sage Vashishta did not consent to part with the wish-fulfilling cow, Vishwamitra dragged Sabala by force. O Rama, when she was being taken away by the powerful king, the distressed Sabala thus reflected, choked with sorrow, I am being carried away by attendants of the king in this greatly distressed and pitiable condition. Have I been abandoned by the magnanimous Vashishta? What harm have I done to the pious Maharshi, a compassionate soul? Why does he forsake me, his auspicious one, despite my innocence and devotion? O destroyer of enemies, thus thinking and repeatedly sighing, that cow shook off those attendants who were in hundreds and ran towards the feet of the illustrious Vashishta with the speed of the wind, lowing and moaning, standing before Vashishta, roaring like thunder and of kettle drum. Sabala said, O Brahma's son, O venerable one, you have abandoned me? For what reason the servants of the king are taking me away from you? Addressed thus, Brahmarshi said to Sabala, like to a sister whose heart is afflicted with sorrow, O Sabala, I am not forsaking you. You have done me no harm. This highly powerful king is forcibly carrying you away from me. I am no match for his strength. Especially he is a king. Being king, he is a warrior, powerful and lord of the earth. He has an entire Akshohini composed of horses, chariots, elephants and banners. Hence he is stronger. To these words of Brahmarshi Vashishta, armed with immeasurable power, Sabala, who knew the use of words, replied with humility, O best of Brahmins, it is held that the strength of a Kshatriya is no greater than a Brahman's. A Brahman possesses great strength, his strength is divine. It is greater than that of a Kshatriya. Your power is immeasurable, even though highly valiant. Vishwamitra is not greater than you in strength. Your power is unequaled. O highly fortunate one, I am possessed of your Brahmanic power. Command me. I will destroy the insolent and power of that wicked-minded one. O Rama, to this, glorious Vashishta replied, create an army capable of crushing the enemy power. Hearing his words, Kamadhenu created an army. O Rama, her lowing brought into being Paplavas in hundreds who destroyed the entire army of Vishwamitra, while he looked on helplessly. Thereafter the king, Vishwamitra, having seen his army thus routed, flew into a fury. Wide-eyed with anger, he sat in his chariot and destroyed the Paplavas with various kinds of weapons. Having seen hundreds of Paplavas crushed by Vishwamitra, once again she created out of anger Sakas mixed with Yavanas. Sakas mixed with Yavanas, resembling golden filaments possessing brilliance and supreme bravery, covered the earth. Sakas and Yavanas, armed with swords and lances, clad in yellow apparel, looking like flaming fire, destroyed the entire army. Thereafter, most brilliant Vishwamitra released weapons. With these weapons, the Yavanas, Kambhojas and Paplavas were scattered. Thus ends the 54th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra's sons and soldiers get destroyed in the clash. Vishwamitra performs austerities and acquires divine weapons by pleasing Lord Shiva. Thereafter, Vashishta, having seen the forces tortured and overpowered by the weapons of Vishwamitra, said, O Kamadhenu, create additional forces through your yogic power. From her lowing Kambhojas bright like the sun. From the other Paplavas, weapons in hand. From the vagina Yavanas. From the anus Sakas. From the roots of the hair Malechchas along with Kiratas and Haritas were born. O descendant of the Raghus, Vishwamitra's army consisting of infantry, elephants, horses, chariots has been entirely destroyed by them instantly. Having seen the army destroyed by the powerful Vashishta, 100 sons of Vishwamitra became extremely furious and armed with various kinds of weapons, rushed towards Vashishta, the best among ascetics. Adorable sage Vashishta reduced them to ashes with just a humkara, the loud hum sound produced with the mouth. Then 100 sons of Vishwamitra together with their horses, chariots and foot soldiers were reduced to ashes in a moment by the powerful Vashishta. Seeing his sons and army destroyed, the illustrious Vishwamitra was filled with shame and anxiety. Like the ocean without waves, or the snake bereft of fangs, or the sun eclipsed by Rahu. Suddenly, Vishwamitra looked cheerless and dull, having lost his sons and the army. Like a bird with wings clipped, wretched, with pride vanished and confidence shattered, Vishwamitra fell into despondency. Vishwamitra, having entrusted one of his remaining sons to rule the kingdom in accordance with the Kshatriya tradition, reached the forest. Mighty ascetic Vishwamitra reached the slopes of the Himavat mountain inhabited by Kinnaris and Uragas, serpents, and performed austerities in order to propitiate Lord Mahadeva. After some time, Lord of the gods, bestower of boons, Maheshwara with the symbol of the bull on the banner appeared before mighty Vishwamitra. O king, what are you performing the penance for? Tell me what you want. I am bestower of boons. Speak out, you desire, said Lord Shiva. Having heard this from the god, Vishwamitra, who performed the great austerities, prostrated before Mahadeva and said these words. O irreproachable one, O Mahadeva, if you are pleased with me, make me an expert in Dhanurveda, the science of archery with all its secrets, angas, branches, upangas, subdivisions, and Upanishads. O irreproachable one, whatever weapons are known to Devatas, Danavas, Maharshis, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, be revealed to me. O Lord of the gods, by your favor let my desire be fulfilled. Lord Mahadeva having said, be it so, vanished. Rajarshi Vishwamitra, endowed with supreme power, became very haughty. Having obtained the weapons, his insolence was greatly accentuated. Like the sea during the full moon. With his increased power, blessed with the invincible strength of the weapons, Vishwamitra thought the foremost of ascetics, Vashishta, was already slain. It shows the height of the king's ignorance and arrogance. Thereafter King Vishwamitra, having proceeded towards the hermitage of Vashishta, and released the weapons, by the energy of which the entire forest of the ascetics was burned down. On seeing the weapons discharged by the intelligent Vishwamitra, saints in hundreds fled in all directions. The disciples of Vashishta as well as animals and birds got terrified by the fear and fled in their thousands in all directions. The great soul Vashishta's hermitage became deserted and silent in an instant, like a barren field. Even while Vashishta was repeatedly assuring the saints, saying, do not fear. I will now destroy Vishwamitra, son of Gadhi, just as the sun dispels the morning mist. They fled. The infuriated Vashishta, who was highly brilliant, foremost among those who meditate, said to Vishwamitra, O fool, this hermitage has been developed over a long time. Why did you destroy it? On account of your wickedness you will not live long. Exceedingly furious, Vashishta quickly lifted up his staff, which looked like the staff of Yama, the ode of death, like smokeless fire at the time of destruction of the worlds. Thus ends the 55th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vashishta destroys the weapons employed by Vishwamitra with his Brahmadana. Vishwamitra undertakes austerities to acquire Brahmanhood. Thus said Vashishta, mighty Vishwamitra lifted up Agniya Astra, shaft of fire, and discharging it said, stay, stay. Venerable Vashishta, in fury lifted the Brahmadana, which was like another rod of death, and spoke these words, O wicked Kshatriya, O son of Gadhi, here I stand. Show me your strength and the pride of your arms, I will destroy them now. O mean Kshatriya, where does your energy of a Kshatriya stand in comparison with the great energy of Brahma? Behold my Brahmabla, Brahman energy. The Brahmadana, released by Vashishta, put down the dreadful Agniya Astra released by Gadhi's son, just like the force of fire is extinguished by water. The incensed son of Gadhi employed Varuna, Rodra, Endra, Pashupta and Ashika weapons. O descendant of Raghu, Vishwamitra employed weapons like Manava, Mohana, Gandharva, Swapna, Rimbhana, Madana, Santapana, Vilapana, Shoshana, Drana, Vajra weapons, Brahma, Kala and Varuna Parsas, the favorite Penaka, Data, Shushka, Ardra Vajras, Danda, Pesacha, Krauncha, weapons, Dharmachakra, Kalachakra, Vishnu Chakras, Vayavya, Mathana, Hyasira weapons, Kankala, Musala powers, Vidyadhara, Kalatrishula, Kapala, Kankana weapons discharged against Vashishta, the best of ascetics. All this became full. Vashishta, son of Brahma, swallowed all those weapons with his staff. When those weapons were humbled, son of Gadhi employed Brahmastra. All the Devatas, with Agni in the forefront, Divine rishis, great Uragas and Gandharvas were agitated seeing the Brahmastra raised. When Brahmastra was discharged, the three worlds became distressed. O descendant of Raghu Vashishta who possessed the energy of Brahma swallowed that very dreadful Brahmastra entirely with the help of Brahmadana. While swallowing Brahmastra the great Vashishta looked fierce and terrible causing the three worlds to faint. From every pore of the great Vashishta's body flames resembling rays of light with smoke emerged. The staff of Brahma in Vashishta's hand, resembling smokeless fire at the end of the dissolution of the worlds inflamed like another rod of death. Then hosts of saints praised Vashishta, the best among sages, saying, O Brahman, your energy is infallible. Hold your energy by your energy. O Brahman, great ascetic Vishwamitra was controlled by you. O best of ascetics, be pleased and let the worlds be delivered from distress. At this, Vashishta, the most brilliant ascetic, became quiet. The humiliated Vishwamitra heaved a sigh and spoke these words. Shame, where is the might of a Kshatriya? The energy of a Brahman is the real energy. The staff of Brahma has singly destroyed all my weapons. Now I have realized the reason. With clear mind and senses, I shall undertake intense penance which will earn me Brahmanhood. Thus ends the 56th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Trisanku decided to perform a sacrifice to ascend to heaven with the physical body, refused by Vashishta. Trisanku approaches his sons and seeks their help. O descendant of Raghu, Rama, having created enmity between himself and the magnanimous Vashishta, Vishwamitra, recollecting the disgrace and repeatedly sighing with a distressed heart, went with his eldest wife towards southern quarter to perform rigorous penance. Subsisting on fruits and roots and his senses under full control, he performed the most rigid austerities. After some time, 4 sons, Havishyanda, Madhushyanda, Drudhanetra and Maharatha, who, later, were wedded to truth and duty, were born. 1,000 years passed. The grandsire of the worlds, Brahma, appeared. He spoke to Vishwamitra, the great ascetic, these pleasant words. O son of Kushika, with your austerities you have won the worlds of the Rajarshis. On account of your austerities, you are acknowledged a Rajarshi. Having said this, the glorious Brahma, supreme lord of the worlds, left for his abode in Brahmaloka, in heaven, accompanied by the gods. On hearing this, Vishwamitra, hanging down his face a little with shame and anger and grief, said, I have performed intense austerities, yet rishis and devatas have recognized me only as a Rajarshi. I think my penance has yielded fruit. O descendant of Kakushtha, Rama, this celebrated intellectual, having decided in his mind, once again performed greater austerities. At this time there lived a celebrated king, renowned in the Ikshvakus race, named Trisanku, who was truthful and self-restrained. O son of the Raghus, Rama, a thought arose in his mind to enter heaven with his physical body by performing a sacrifice. Summoning Vashishta, he, Trisanku, communicated his intention, but the great Vashishta said it was not possible. Refused by Vashishta, the king went south in order to fulfill his purpose and approached Vashishta's sons. Most brilliant Trisanku approached the sons of Vashishta in the place where they had been performing austerities for a long time. There he saw the famous, exceedingly effulgent sons of Vashishta, 100 in number, practicing penance. The king, having approached all the illustrious sons of his spiritual guide, paid obeisance to them in order of seniority. Bowing down his face in humility and with folded palms, He addressed all those distinguished sons of Vashishta saying, O protectors of those who seek refuge in you, protect me. Wish you well. I have been refused by the great Vashishta. I wish to perform a great sacrifice. You are worthy enough to tender your consent. I pay homage to all the sons of my spiritual guide oblige. You, Brahmins, are established in austerity. I bow to you. I beg all of you to direct me with composed minds, to direct me in order to attain heaven in physical form. O ascetics, after having been rejected by Vashishta, I do not see any way other than the sons of my spiritual guide to help me achieve my purpose. For all the descendants of Ikshvakus, the spiritual preceptor is the supreme resort for salvation. Learned spiritual preceptors have always liberated kings. Hence you are all gods to me only next to Vashishta. Thus ends the 57th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic. Composed by sage Valmiki. Cursed by Vashishta's sons, Trisanku takes refuge in Vishwamitra. O Rama, to these words of King Trisanku, the 100 sons of the sage angrily reacted. O evil-minded one, having been refused by the Guru true to his word, how could you bypass him and approach us who are mere offshoots of the main? For all the kings of the Ikshvakus race, their chief priest is their Guru. It is not possible to bypass the spiritual preceptor who is true to his word preceptor. When an adorable sage like Vashishta has already said, it is not possible, how can we help you conduct such a sacrifice? O best one among men, you are childish. Return to your capital. O monarch, the most venerable Vashishta is capable of conducting sacrifices performed by anybody in the three worlds. How can we dishonor him? Having heard the confused words uttered by the sages in a state of anger, the king said again, O men endowed with the wealth of asceticism, I was rejected by my Guru and now by his sons. I shall seek another way. Farewell to you. Having seen his fierce intent, the saint's sons were infuriated. They cursed him saying, Be a Chandala. With this the high-souled sons of Vashishta entered their hermitage. And one night after the king became a Chandala, a low-caste man. The king was transformed into a dark-complexioned dirty man with disheveled hair. His body was besmeared with ashes and on his robes lay wreath collected from the cemetery. He had on him dark, soiled clothes and ornaments made of iron. O Rama, seeing him in the form of a Chandala, all his counselors, inhabitants of the city including his followers, fled away. O descendant of Kakushtha, wandering alone, burning with distress night and day, the king went to Vishwamitra, who was rich in asceticism. O Rama, on seeing the king reduced to a useless Chandala, sage Vishwamitra was touched with pity. Exceedingly energetic and deeply pious, he looked at the king, who was frightful in appearance, and addressed him with compassion saying, Welfare to you, O mighty prince, what brings you here? For you are the heroic lord of Ayodhya, whose curse turned you into a Chandala. In response to his words, the king, who had fallen into the state of a Chandala yet proficient in expression, spoke to one Vishwamitra, expert in speech, with folded hands, rejected by my Guru and his sons. What I achieved was disaster, and what I could not was the fulfillment of my wish. O gentle sage, it is my intention to enter heaven with my physical body. I performed 100 sacrifices but did not reap its fruit. O gentle sage, I have never told a lie in spite of troubled circumstances. I shall never dabble in falsehood. I swear upon it by Kshatriya morality. I have performed various sacrifices and ruled over my people guided by the law of righteousness. I have pleased eminent elders with my conduct and character. O preeminent among sages, I endeavor to do my duty. I intend to perform a sacrifice. My gurus do not appreciate this. I consider destiny to be all-powerful. The effort of a man goes in vain. Everything is controlled by destiny. It is the supreme resort. My merits have been destroyed by destiny. Deeply afflicted, I crave a favor from you. You are fit to grant it. Wish you well. I will not take refuge in anybody. There is no other protector for me. You are capable of averting my reverses in fate with human effort. Thus ends the 58th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra invites the sages to perform the sacrifice, curses the sons of Vashishta and Mahode. What the king said was proved by his Chandala form, which the son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, heard, and out of compassion spoke these sweet words. O descendant of Ikshvakus, O child, welcome. I know you as highly righteous. O eminent among kings, fear not. I offer you refuge. O king, I shall invite pious Maharshis to assist you in the sacrifice, which you will be able to perform with great relief. With the present physical body disfigured by the curse of your spiritual preceptor, you shall go to heaven. O king, since you have taken refuge in Vishwamitra, who is the protector of those who resort to him, I think heaven is already within your reach. Most brilliant Vishwamitra, having thus spoken, ordered his deeply religious and highly learned sons to make preparations for the sacrifice. He summoned all his disciples and said, Children, bring here hosts of rishis along with their disciples and friends, officiating priests and persons well versed in the Srutis. This is my order. If anyone should speak with disrespect in response to my order, you may report the matter to me in full. At his command the disciples set out in different directions, and as a result, expounders of the Vedas began arriving from various countries. All the disciples on their return communicated to the sage, shining in splendor, what the expounders of the Vedas had said. Having heard your words, all Brahmins except Mahode have arrived from all countries. O preeminent among ascetics, here is what the 100 sons of Vashishta spoke in anger. When a Kshatriya acts as a priest for the sacrifice, particularly for a Chandala, how can gods and sages partake the offerings? Joining Vishwamitra in chanting the mantras during the yaga, how will the great Brahmins attain heaven after partaking the food offered by of Chandala? O best among ascetics, all the sons of Vashishta along with Mahode with their eyes reddened in anger spoke these harsh words. On hearing the words of the 100 sons of Vashishta uttered in anger, Vishwamitra, preeminent among ascetics, spoke furiously with eyes reddened in anger. I am blameless. I have practiced rigorous penance. These wicked ones who have abused a sage like me will be reduced to ashes. Caught by the noose of death this day, they shall be brought to the abode of Yama, and for 700 births feed on corpses, reborn as the merciless race of Mushtikas, feeding on the flesh of dogs, hideous and deformed. They shall wander in these worlds. The wicked Mahode, who blamed a sage like me so faultless, shall be reborn in the race of the Nishadas, vulnerable to abuse by all. As a consequence of my anger, that Mahode, devoid of mercy and taking pleasure in depriving others of their life, will pursue a wretched life for a long time. The most powerful sage Vishwamitra of fierce asceticism fell silent after uttering this curse in the assembly of rishis. Thus ends the 59th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Trisanku ascends to heaven and gets expelled by Indra. Vishwamitra creates another heaven for him. The most brilliant Vishwamitra, having destroyed the sons of Vashishta including Mahodaya by his ascetic power, said this in the midst of saints. This religious and generous king born in the Ikshvaku race, well known as Trisanku, sought my refuge to gain heaven with his physical body. Join me in the performance of this sacrifice in a manner by which he, Trisanku, attains heaven with his physical body. Agreeing to these words of Vishwamitra, all the rishis, knowers of spiritual order and endowed with righteousness, assembled there, said, born in the line of Kusika, this sage is extremely choleric tempered. Whatever he says must be properly carried out. There should be no hesitation on this score. The venerable sage is like fire. He will curse us if angered. Hence let the sacrifice be performed in such a manner that the descendant of the Ikshvakus would attain heaven with his physical body through the spiritual power of Vishwamitra. All of you commence the sacrifice. The Maharshis, having resolved, performed their respective activities relating to the sacrifice. The brilliant Vishwamitra acted as the chief officiating priest. The officiating priests, proficient in chanting mantras, performed in order of their respective ranks all the rites in accordance with the Yajnakalpa, adhering to codes and traditions. Long after, the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra invoked all the gods to partake their share of offerings. When the gods invited by him did not come to receive their share of offerings, the great ascetic Vishwamitra, seized with anger, lifted the sacrificial ladle and said to Trisanku, O king, behold the prowess of my self-earned asceticism. With my spiritual might, I shall send you to heaven with your physical body. O king, go to heaven with physical body, which is not possible for anybody to accomplish. By the power of what little fruit of austerities I have earned, I shall send to heaven with your body. O descendant of Kakushtha, Rama. When the sage had said these words, the king with his physical body ascended to heaven in the presence of the sages. On ascending to heaven, Trisanku saw Indra, destroyer of Paka, along with hosts of gods. Indra said to him, O Trisanku, you are not fit to inhabit heaven. Go back, you fool, doomed by the curse of your spiritual preceptor. Fall on earth, head down. Thus spoken to by Indra. Trisanku, crying, O Vishwamitra, protect me, started falling down. Having heard the wailing Trisanku, the enraged Vishwamitra shouted, Stay, stay, standing in the midst of the ascetics. That mighty sage who conjured up a constellation of 7 new rishis, stars, looked like another creator, Brahma. Overcome by anger, the illustrious sage created a new group of stars in the southern direction. Having created a constellation of stars, Vishwamitra out of anger said, I will create another Indra, or this world will be without Indra, and commenced to create even gods. Struck with wonder and fear, hosts of rishis, suras and asuras humbly addressed Vishwamitra, O glorious Maharshi, this king cursed by his spiritual preceptor is not worthy of going to heaven with his physical body. The son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, the preeminent ascetic, heard the gods and said these praiseworthy words. I wish you well, having promised King Trisanku ascent to heaven with his physical form. I do not wish to go back on my word. Let this heaven be an eternal abode for Trisanku in his physical form. All these stars created by me shall endure as long as the worlds survive. O gods, it behoves of you to accord consent to this. Thus addressed, all the gods replied to the preeminent ascetic, O best among sages, be blessed, let thy will be done. Those many celebrated stars shall stay on all sides outside the path of Vashvanara. Zodiac, in the firmament, amidst those stars, Trisanku shining brilliantly like an immortal, shall stay on, head down. These stars will follow this illustrious one, Trisanku, the best of kings who gained his object, as if he had attained heaven. In this manner extolled by all devatas and rishis, mighty and righteous Vishwamitra said, "Well, let it be so, O best among men, Rama." Then at the conclusion of the sacrifice the great gods and saints went the way they had come. Thus ends the 60th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Indra steals King Ambarisha's sacrificial horse. Sage Richika's middle son offers himself for sacrifice. O tiger among men, Rama. Thereafter great Vishwamitra, seeing the departing sages of the forest, said, O high-souled sages, there is Lake Pushkara in the vast western region. There in the forest fit for austerities we shall practice penance peacefully. With this the most powerful sage Vishwamitra reached Pushkara, where living on fruits and roots, he carried out intense, unsurpassable austerities. At this time Ambarisha, a well-known king of Ayodhya, launched preparations for a sacrifice. While he was performing the sacrifice, Indra stole away the sacrificial animal. The animal could not be traced. Hence the priest said to the king, O king, the animal has been stolen away, and because of your inability to enforce law, it could not be traced. O Lord of men, the king who fails to protect his dependents perishes by his own faults. O best of men, you must pay a big price for this. Bring either the beast or a man immediately so that the sacrifice can be completed. O best of men, Rama. Hearing the words of the high priest, the highly intellectual king searched for a human victim in exchange for thousands of cows. O dear Rama, the delight of Raghu clan, the king scoured countries, villages, cities, forests, sacred hermitages till he saw sage Richika in the Bhrigutunda mountain sitting with his sons and the most brilliant king, Ambarisha, bowing to sage Richika, a Brahmarshi who looked extremely resplendent with penance, propitiated him, enquired about the welfare of all, and finally said, O fortunate descendant of the Bhrigu race, if your son is sold as a sacrificial animal in exchange for 100,000 cows, my purpose will be answered. I have roamed all countries but could not find the sacrificial animal. Shouldn't you spare one of your sons for a price? Thus addressed, the exceedingly brilliant Richika said, O best among men, in no way shall I sell my firstborn. Having heard Richika, the miserable mother of great sons, addressed Ambarisha, the foremost of men, saying, Venerable descendant of the Bhrugus, sage Richika said that the eldest son cannot be sold. O king, the youngest son, Sunaka, is my beloved son. You know, O king, for that reason I will not give my youngest son. O best among men generally, the eldest sons are the favorites of their fathers, the youngest their mothers. For that reason, I shall keep my youngest son. O Rama, the sage and his wife having spoken thus, their middle son Sunazafa said on his own, O king, my father says his eldest son cannot be sold. Mother says that her youngest son cannot be spared. From this I think middle son is already sold away. Therefore, take me, O delight of the Raghus. Rama, having purchased Sunazafa for 100,000 of cows, the king returned immensely pleased. Most brilliant, illustrious Rajarshi Ambarisha, mounting Sunashifa on his chariot, instantly went away. Thus ends the 61st Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra protects Sunazafa and continues his austerities. O foremost of men, O delight of the Raghus, Rama, The illustrious king, Ambarisha, took Sunazifa with him. On the way, at Pushkara he took some rest at noon. While the king was resting at Pushkara, the famous Sunazifa, very much distressed, happened to see his maternal uncle Vishwamitra in the company of other sages performing austerities. With his face discolored due to thirst and fatigue, he, Sunazifa, immediately fell into the sage's lap in a pitiable condition and said, "O noble man, O preeminent among ascetics, I have no mother nor father nor friends nor relatives. You should protect me according to dharma. O best among ascetics, you are the protector of everybody. You are promoter of others' welfare. May the king fulfill his purpose. May I live long and become immortal and attain heaven after performing great penance. May I enjoy heaven. O virtuous one with a kind heart, protect this orphan, like a father who protects his son. Save me from this peril." Having heard Sunazifa, mighty ascetic Vishwamitra consoled him in many ways and said to his sons, "O sons of the sage, this young boy has sought my protection. O sons, you may grant him his desire by merely offering your life. Engaged in the observance of righteousness, all of you have done virtuous deeds. By becoming sacrificial animals for the king, you may satisfy Agni. Then Sunazifa will be protected. The king's sacrifice will continue without hindrance. The gods will be gratified. My words also will come true. O best of men, Rama." In response to the words of the sage, Madhuchanda and others said thus in a casual way with self-esteem, "O Lord, protecting others' son by abandoning one's own is like partaking the flesh of a dog. We consider it a prohibited act." On hearing the words of his sons Vishwamitra, the eminent ascetic, eyes reddened with anger, began to speak. Quote, "You have not only transgressed my words but also, you are censurable according to dharma. You have uttered such audacious and dreadful words, causing the hair to stand on end. All of you shall live on earth for 1,000 years, like the sons of Vashishta feeding on the flesh of dogs." Vishwamitra, the best of ascetics, thus cursed his sons. Sunazifa now was filled with distress. To relieve him of his pain, he said, "Bedaubing your person with red sandal paste and adorned with red garlands, you will be bound to a Vavishnava sacrificial post with sacred ropes. There invoke Agni with these hymns. O son of sage, chant THSE 2 sacred mantras in the sacrifice of Ambarisha. Thereafter you will achieve success, long life." Quote. Sunazifa memorized the 2 verses with concentration of mind and hastened towards Ambarisha, a lion among kings, and said, endowed with great strength, "You are a lion among kings. We shall go to the sacrificial assembly without delay. O Indra among monarchs, take up initiatory rites, and perform the sacrifice." At the words of the sage's son, the king, eager with delight, hastened towards the sacrificial ground. With the consent of the officiating priests, the king invested Sunazifa with the sacred symbols. With kusa grass, dressed him in red apparel and tied him to the sacrificial post as a sacrificial animal. Thus bound, the son of the sage praised the 2 devatas, Indra and Upendra, with moving words. "O descendant of Raghu, Rama, Indra, gratified with the secret hymn, granted Sunazifa long life. O foremost of men, O Rama, the king also obtained from the sacrifice innumerable rewards by the grace of Indra, several times greater than expected. O best among men, the righteous and mighty ascetic Vishwamitra also continued his austerities at Pushkara for 1,000 years." Thus ends the 62nd Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra obtains the title of Maharshi. Menaka creates impediments to his penance. Vishwamitra performs intense austerities to obtain the rank of Brahmarshi. All the gods wanted to bestow the fruits of austerities on the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra. They approached him after 1,000 years of penance and his final ritual bath. Exceedingly effulgent Brahma spoke to him. You have become a rishi through the self-earned sacred deeds. Fare you well. Brahma, the lord of the gods, having said this, returned to heaven. The brilliant Vishwamitra continues his austerities. O foremost of men, after a long lapse of time a chief nymph called Menaka came to bathe at Pushkara. There the most brilliant son of Kusika Vishwamitra saw Menaka, whose beauty was incomparable. She looked like lightning in the clouds. On seeing her, Menaka, Vishwamitra came under the influence of the god of love, fell in love with her. He said, O Apsara, welcome to my hermitage, stay here. I am infatuated with you. Oblige me. Wish you well. O descendant of Raghu, while that woman of an exalted race lived in the hermitage of Vishwamitra. 10 years rolled by happily. As the period passed, Vishwamitra the mighty ascetic was filled with grief, anxiety and remorse. O delight of the Raghus! Rama! A sense of indignation filled the mind of the ascetic. All this is the conspiracy of the gods to deprive me of my great austerities. He thought, night and day deluded by lust I have wasted 10 years. A hindrance has been posed to my tapas. O Rama! Vishwamitra, the best of ascetics, sighed with repentance, distressed with grief. On seeing him, the Apsara started trembling in fear. She stood before him with folded palms. But, with sweet words, the son of Kushika left her and proceeded towards the northern mountains. Illustrious Vishwamitra took a vow of celibacy in order to control his senses, and performed rigid austerities on reaching the bank of river Kausiki. O Rama, while he was performing rigorous penance for 1,000 years on the northern mountains, the gods were gripped with fear, lest he should exceed them. After consultations, the gods and sages decided that this son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, deserved the status of a Maharshi. Having heard the gods, the grandsire of the worlds, Brahma, addressed Vishwamitra, whose wealth was his asceticism, in these sweet words. O Maharshi, O child, welcome, pleased with your intense austerities. O son of Kushika, I confer upon you the eminent rank of a great rishi. Maharshi. Having heard the words Brahman, the lord of all the worlds, Vishwamitra, whose wealth was his asceticism, was neither dejected nor delighted. Then the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra bowed to Brahma, the grandsire of all the worlds, with folded hands and replied, O adorable one, if you have conferred the incomparable title of Maharshi, earned by my auspicious deeds, I feel I have conquered the senses. Then Brahma said to him, You have not conquered the senses yet. O tiger among ascetics, strive still. Having said this, he went toward heaven. After the departure of the gods, mighty ascetic Vishwamitra raised his arms up, stood without support, subsisting on air, continuing with his austerities. Vishwamitra, whose wealth was his penance, carried on his rigid austerities for 1,000 years. Amidst 5 fires, in summer, under the open sky in the monsoon, and immersed in utter night and day in winter, when the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra was performing penance, the gods as well as Indra got deeply perturbed. Indra, along with all the Maruts, spoke to the celestial nymph Ramba, words that augured well for them and not for Kaushika. Vishwamitra. Thus ends the 63rd Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra curses Ramba. O Ramba, you must entice Vishwamitra by lust and passion. This important work must be done by you in the interest of the gods. O Rama, to these words of the sagacious, thousand-eyed lord of the gods, Indra, that Apsara with folded hands bashfully replied, Lord of the Devatas, this mighty ascetic Vishwamitra is a terrible person. He will certainly release on his dreadful anger. Curse me, O Lord, this is my apprehension. You should excuse me. O Rama, having heard Ramba trembling in fear and standing with folded palms, Indra spoke, O Ramba, have no fear. Feel safe. Carry out my order. When the trees look so beautiful in spring, I shall in captivating the form of a cuckoo stay by your side in the company of Kamadeva, Cupid, O Ramba, displaying many romantic gestures and assuming a fascinating form. Distract the mighty ascetic, Kausika, Vishwamitra, single quote dot. At these words of Indra, Ramba assumed any form of excellent beauty and with a bright smile set out to allure Vishwamitra. Excited by the charming warble of the cuckoo, Vishwamitra opened his eyes. On hearing the sound of the incomparable song of the cuckoo along with the sight of Ramba, a doubt arose in the mind of the ascetic, son of Kushika. The eminent ascetic knew it was the work of Indra. Seized with anger, he cursed Ramba, O luckless Ramba, since you have endeavored to distract me from my desire to conquer wrath and passion, you shall turn into a rock and remain so for 10,000 years. O Ramba, an effulgent Brahman, endowed with the power of asceticism, will liberate you from the state into which you have fallen on account of my anger. The brilliant Vishwamitra, the great ascetic, now experienced remorse for his inability to contain anger. This mighty curse of the great saint transformed Ramba into a rock and sent Kamadeva and Indra to their heels. O Rama, highly powerful Vishwamitra was deprived of his ascetic merit due to his anger. He had no peace of mind for his inability to control his senses. Having been deprived of his ascetic merit, he resolved not to lose his temper nor ever breathe a word further. I shall not even inhale for hundreds of years. I shall conquer my senses and dry up this body. Until Brahmanhood is obtained by my austerities, I shall stay without breathing or eating for innumerable years. While performing penance, my limbs shall not undergo deterioration. O descendant of Raghu, in this way that eminent ascetic took an unprecedented vow to practice penance for 1,000 years. Thus ends the 64th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Satananda completes his narration of how Vishwamitra attains Brahmarshi status. O Rama, thereafter the great ascetic Vishwamitra, abandoning the north of the Himavat mountain, reached the eastern quarter and performed rigorous austerities. Having observed a unique vow of silence for 1,000 years, O Rama, he practiced unprecedented and extremely difficult austerities. After completion of 1,000 years, the great ascetic became a piece of wood. In spite of many impediments, he was unshaken. Anger did not enter into his mind. O Rama, with firm determination he practiced austerities. O best of Raghu's dynasty, Rama, when the 1,000-year-old vow was over, Vishwamitra, the great practitioner of vows, began to partake cooked rice. At this moment Indra assumed the guise of a Brahman and asked him for the rice he was going to eat. This mighty, adorable ascetic, having adopted a vow of silence, decided to give all the cooked rice to the Brahman. The Brahman finished all the rice. Vishwamitra went without food but did not utter a single word to the Brahman. Thereafter the distinguished ascetic practiced austerities for another period of 1,000 years. his breath suspended. While his breath was suspended, smoke emanated from his head which frightened the three worlds. It appeared as though they were on fire. Thereupon Devatas along with Gandharvas, Pannagas, Uragas, and Rakshasas stood bewildered by his ascetic energy. Their own glory was dimmed in his luster. Afflicted with anguish, they spoke to the grandsire, Brahma. O Lord, the great sage Vishwamitra was lured and angered in various ways. But his austerities continued to grow. His penance was flawless. If his wishes were not granted, he will surely destroy by his austerities the three worlds with all movables and immovables. There is bewilderment everywhere. It is dark all over. The oceans are disturbed. The mountains have cracked. O Brahma, the earth trembles. The wind blows fiercely. The people have ceased to believe in God. We do not know the way out. The people of all the three worlds are agitated and confused in mind. The sun, too, looks pale before the brilliance of the Maharshi. O Lord, before this mighty, venerable ascetic, effulgent like fire decides to destroy the three worlds, he should be appeased. All the three worlds are burning as though with the fire pralay. Dissolution. His desire may be granted even if he wants to rule the kingdom of the gods. Thereafter, with Brahma in the forefront, the gods spoke to Vishwamitra in pleasing words. Welcome, O Brahmarshi. We are immensely pleased with your austerities. O Kausika, you have attained Brahmanhood by means of your intense penance. O Brahmana, I along with the Maruts grant you long life. May you prosper, O gentle one, now you may go happily. Mighty ascetic Vishwamitra was delighted to hear the words of the grandsire and the gods. Bowing to all of them he thus spoke. If Brahmanhood and long life have been acquired by me by your grace, Omkara, Vashatkara and the Vedas shall accept me as Brahmarshi. I shall acquire the right to interpret the Vedas and to perform sacrifices. O gods, let the son of Brahma and eminent Vashishta who is knowledgeable in the Vedas worthy of Brahmins and archery worthy of Kshatriyas address me as Brahmarshi. If this supreme desire is granted, O best of Devatas, all of you can go. Thereupon, pleased by the gods, Vashishta, the best among ascetics, lovingly said to Vishwamitra, You are a Brahmarshi. Let it be so. You are a Brahmarshi. No doubt, you will achieve ascetic perfection. Said the gods, and returned to their respective places from where they had come. Virtuous Vishwamitra also, having attained excellent Brahmanhood, worshipped Brahmarshi Vashishta, who was the best of those who recite hymns. This illustrious sage, having fulfilled his desire, wandered over the earth fixed in asceticism. O Rama, thus he acquired Brahmanhood. O Rama, he is the foremost of ascetics, an embodiment of asceticism, always intent on virtue. He is the ultimate repository of ascetic energy. Having thus spoken, the most brilliant and best among Brahmins, Satananda, became silent. In the presence of Rama and Lakshmana, Janaka listened to the words of Satananda, and with folded palms said to the son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, O righteous one, O preeminent among ascetics, you have come to my sacrifice accompanied by the descendants of Kakushtha, Rama and Lakshmana. I am blessed by your presence and am highly favored. O excellent ascetic, O Brahmana, I am sanctified with your presence. I have derived immense benefits from your visit. O powerful Brahmarshi distinguished Rama, and I have heard your great austerities which were related in detail by Satananda. Many of your virtues have been heard by the members of the assembly present at the sacrifice. Your austerities are immeasurable. Your power is immense. O son of Kushika, Vishwamitra, your virtues cannot be measured. O Lord, I am never tired of listening to your marvelous deeds. O excellent among ascetics, the sun has set and it is time for evening prayers. O sage of great austerities, come to me tomorrow at dawn. O excellent ascetic, welcome and allow me to leave. Thus addressed by the king, the gratified ascetic extolled the best among men, Janaka, and permitted him to leave immediately. Having thus addressed the greatest sage, king of Videha, lord of the city of Mithila, Janaka, accompanied by his king and spiritual preceptors, circumambulated Vishwamitra without delay. Virtuous Vishwamitra, honored by the Maharshis, too, retired to his shelter along with Rama and Lakshmana. Thus ends the 65th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Janaka honors Vishwamitra. Rama and Lakshmana narrates the story about the boar of Mahadeva, declares he would give Sita in marriage to Rama if he strings the bow. The day dawned bright and clear when the king, Janaka, performed his daily routine rites and welcomed the great Vishwamitra with the two Raghavas, Rama and Lakshmana. The virtuous Janaka paid respects to Vishwamitra and the high-souled Rama and Lakshmana in accordance with the Sastras and spoke, "Welcome, O Venerable One, O Irreproachable One, what can I do for you? Worthy of being commanded, I seek your orders." At the words of the magnanimous Janaka, the virtuous sage, well-versed in speech, replied to the heroic king, Dasharatha's sons, Rama and Lakshmana, Kshatriyas renowned in the world, are eager to see that great bow in your possession. Be blessed. Show this great bow to the princes. This is their desire. Once it is fulfilled, they will go back. Thus addressed by the mighty ascetic, Janaka replied, I shall tell you how this bow came to be deposited here. O adorable one, there was a famous king named Devarita, sixth in line from Naimi. This bow was kept with him in trust by the exalted Lord Shiva. Earlier, at the time of destruction of Daksha's sacrifice, Rudra, endowed with great prowess, lifted this bow sportively and spoke to the gods. O gods, in your anxiety to partake your share of the sacrifice, you have failed to provide mine in the sacrificial offerings. Therefore, I shall sever your jeweled heads and beautiful limbs with this bow. O eminent ascetic, thereafter all the gods with agitated minds propitiated Lord of the gods, Siva, and he was pleased with them. O Lord, that gem of a bow belonging to Siva was given to the great gods, who in turn got it deposited in trust with our ancestor. Thereupon, while I was ploughing and clearing the sacrificial ground, Sita, a well-known name, was lifted up by the blade of the plough. Thus she was obtained by me, arisen from the earth and not from a mother's womb. She grew up as my daughter. I made a stipulation that this shall be the means to win this maiden as a gift. This shall be given in marriage only to the prince whose prowess is fully tried. O eminent ascetic, arisen from the earth and reared as my daughter, she has been sought after in marriage by many princes. O worshipful one, all those monarchs sought this maiden, but I did not offer my daughter, saying that the marriage offer could be made only through the tried and tested prowess of a suitor. O preeminent among ascetics, thereafter many kings together came to Mithila to test their prowess. The bow was brought and placed before those who were curious to test their strength, but none was able to grasp or lift the bow. O great ascetic, I knew those mighty kings had little strength, so rejected them. O mighty ascetic, thereafter all the kings, doubting their own strength in stringing the bow, were inflamed with anger and laid siege on Mithila. Those eminent kings felt humiliated. Inflamed with anger, they tormented the city of Mithila. O best among ascetics, thus 1 year passed. Everywhere in the city all the means of living were exhausted. I felt deeply sad over this situation. Thereafter, I propitiated the gods by my austerities. Highly pleased, they gave me an army of 4 divisions, chariots, elephants, horses and infantry. Then those wicked kings who were exhausted were doubtful about their energy. They were beaten and defeated. They fled away along with their ministers in different directions. O sage, you are a tiger among ascetics. You are faithful to your vows. I shall show this effulgent bow to your Rama and Lakshmana. O sage, if Rama could lift and string this bow, I shall give my daughter Sita, not born from a woman, to him, son of Dasharatha. Thus ends the 66th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama strings the bow and breaks. Janaka sends counselors to Ayodhya to bring King Dasharatha. At the words of Janaka, great ascetic Vishwamitra said to the king, "Let the bow be shown to Rama." Thereafter King Janaka said to his feudatories, "Let the divine bow adorned with flowers and sandal paste be brought." Commanded by King Janaka, the ministers went to the city, put the bow in front of them and carried it as per the orders of the king. 5,000 mighty stalwarts drew with great difficulty the 8-wheeled cart on which the bow was placed in a box. The counselors of the king brought the iron casket containing the bow and said these words to Janaka, comparable to a celestial: "O Indra among kings, O Lord of Mithila, here is the great bow, worshipped by all kings, which you intend to show to Rama." Having heard this, the king with folded hands said to the great soul Vishwamitra sitting with the 2 princes Rama and Lakshmana, "O Brahman, in the olden days, this great bow was worshipped by my forefathers. Powerful kings failed to string this bow. Hosts of Devatas, Asuras, Rakshasas, Kinnaris and great serpents, the best of Gandharvas and Yakshas, also failed to wield this bow. How then can men bend, string, fix the arrow, pull the string and lift it? O eminent ascetic, such heaviest bow is brought here. O highly accomplished sage, show this to the 2 princes." Having heard the words of Janaka, the righteous Vishwamitra said, "O child, O descendant of Raghu, look at this bow." At the words of the great Rishi Vishwamitra, Rama opened the casket, beheld the bow and said, "O Brahmarshi, shall I touch this great bow with my hands, lift and string it?" The king as also the Rishi said, "Be it so." At the words of the sage Vishwamitra, he, Rama, took hold of the bow by its middle with ease. Virtuous Rama, the delight of the Raghus, in the presence of several thousands of men fixed the string to the bow and drew it as though with ease. Rama, the best among men, righteous and famous, lifted the bow. Stringing it with a twang, he drew it and broke it into 2 in the middle. It generated a loud sound like the clap of thunder, like the trembling of the earth and the splitting of a mountain. On hearing the sound, except Janaka, Vishwamitra and the 2 Raghavas, Rama and Lakshmana, the rest of the people around fell down and fainted. When the people recovered, the king, skillful in the use of words, addressed the eminent ascetic without apprehension with folded palms in the following words: "O worshipful one, I have witnessed the prowess of Rama, son of Dasharatha. I had not imagined that this marvelous feat could be ever accomplished. By receiving Rama, son of Dasharatha, as her husband, my daughter Sita will bring glory to my dynasty. O son of Kausika, I announce Sita to be the reward of prowess. My vow has come true. She is more valuable than my life and fit to be given to Rama. O Brahmarshi Kausika, Be blessed with your consent. My ministers will take the chariots to Ayodhya immediately. That Sita, the reward of prowess is to be given to Rama, be eventually communicated in detail to King Dasharatha, and he may be conveyed here. The welfare of the descendant of Kausika, Rama and Lakshmana, under the protection of sage Vishwamitra, be reported to the king. The king, who will be happy to hear this, be brought here by swift-footed men. The son of Kausika, Vishwamitra, also said, "So be it." The virtuous king, having consulted his ministers, dispatched counselors to Ayodhya to communicate to King Dasharatha all that had taken place and bring him to Mithila. Thus ends the 67th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. After receiving the message from Janaka, King Dasharatha, accompanied by his ministers, arrives at Mithila. Commanded by Janaka, the messengers travelled for 3 days, rested for 3 nights on the way, and entered the city of Ayodhya along with their horses tired. Reaching the king's palace, the messengers said to the doorkeepers, "Let King Dasharatha be immediately informed that the messengers from Janaka have come." Having heard their words, the doorkeepers informed the descendant of Raghu, King Dasharatha. Thereafter, with the king's permission, the messengers entered the royal palace and beheld the aged King Dasharatha, who shone like a god. All the messengers, hands folded free from apprehensions, reverentially addressed the king in sweet words. "O great monarch, Mithila's lord, King Janaka, with the sacred fire in front, again and again inquires about your health and the spiritual well-being of your preceptors, priests and attendants in words filled with sweetness and affection. Janaka, the king of Mithila, with the inquiry about your welfare, with the permission of the son of Kausika, Vishwamitra, sends you this message. O king, it is well known that formerly I had vowed to give my daughter to a groom as a reward for prowess. Disappointed when proved powerless, the kings became indignant and opposed me. O king, that this daughter of mine has been won by your heroic son Rama, who has come here casually, led by Vishwamitra. O great king Dasharatha, the divine bow with its limitless glory was broken in the middle by the great self Rama. In the assembly of people, Sita is fit to be given in marriage to this eminent Rama as a reward for his prowess. I request you to give your consent to fulfill my vow. O mighty king, be blessed. Come here soon with your preceptors and priests. You ought to be roomited with Rama and Lakshmana. O Indra, among kings you will not only bring me pleasure, you will also be happy to see your sons. The king of Videha, Janaka, with Vishwamitra's approval and in line with Satananda's thinking, has conveyed these sweet words. The messengers, having said so, concluded out of respect for their king, afraid that they might look over talkative, exceedingly happy to hear the words of the messengers. The king said to Vashishta, Vamadeva and other ministers, the enhancer of the joy of Kausalya, Rama, along with his brother Lakshmana under the protection of Vishwamitra, is now staying in the Kuturi of the Videhas. Illustrious Janaka desires to bestow his daughter on the descendant of Kakushtha, Rama, whose prowess he has witnessed. If you approve the action of the distinguished Janaka, let us hurry to the city of Mithila. Let there be no delay. All the Maharshis and the ministers said, Certainly so. And the king, overwhelmed with joy, said, We start tomorrow. The virtuous counselors of the Indra among kings, highly honored, spent the night happily. Thus ends the 68th Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Accompanied by the army, Dasharatha reaches Mithila. Janaka honors him with the passing of the night. King Dasharatha accompanied by spiritual preceptors and relatives, said to Sumantra, "Let all the officers of the treasury furnished with enough wealth and a variety gems go in advance. Under escort, let the 4 divisions of the army from all the 4 quarters with elegant palanquins proceed at my command. Let Brahmins like Vasishtha, Vamadeva, Jabali, Kashyapa, Markandeya endowed with long life, and Rishi Katyayana depart in advance. My chariot be yoked and kept ready. Let there be no delay. The messengers from Janaka are hastening me up, while the Indra among kings, Dasharatha, proceeded with the sages. The 4 divisions of the army followed them at the command of the king. Covering the distance in 4 days, they arrived in the country of the Videhas. The fortunate King Janaka, having heard about these tidings, made arrangements to extend to them reverential hospitality. King Janaka approached the aged ruler of men, Dasharatha, and experienced great delight. Filled with joy the best of men, Janaka addressed the best of men Dasharatha, "O descendant of the Raghus, O great king, welcome, I am fortunate to have you. You will experience the pleasure of both your sons having won the reward for their prowess." Most brilliant and adorable ascetic Vasishtha, surrounded by the foremost of Brahmins like Indrabai, the gods, has also arrived by the grace of God. By the grace of God, I have overcome all impediments. By the grace of God, my race has been honored through alliance with the house of the Raghus, distinguished by their valor. O foremost of men, O best of kings, tomorrow at dawn, after the completion of the sacrifice, you should perform the marriage with approval by the sages. At these words, the most eloquent king, Dasharatha, made his reply in the midst of sages. "I have heard that acceptance of a gift from the righteous is a pleasure. So we will act upon your word." Janaka was filled with extreme admiration to hear one who was truthful, righteous and famous. This Dasharatha, thereupon hosts of sages in one another's company, filled with great delight, spent the night comfortably. The king, Dasharatha, was greatly delighted on being reunited with his sons Rama and Lakshmana. Honored by Janaka, he spent the night with supreme satisfaction. Mighty philosopher Janaka also performed the sacrificial rites and spent the night there where the sacrificial ceremony was performed, with both his daughters. Thus ends the 60-minute sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Janaka sends messengers to fetch his brother Kusadhwaja at the request of Dasharatha. Vasishtha narrates the greatness of Ikshvaku dynasty. Thereafter, at dawn, after the Maharshis had performed their daily sacrificial rites, the eloquent Janaka said to the chief priest Satananda, the extremely righteous, renowned and most brilliant Kusadhwaja, "My younger brother is, at present, ruling the sacred kingdom of Sankasya, which is like the aerial chariot Pushpaka, with darts planted in water as boundary on the bank of the auspicious sacred river Ikshumti. I desire to see Kusadhwaja, who I have accepted as the protector of the sacrifice. I want that my glorious brother should share this pleasure with me." Janaka, having said so in the presence of Satananda, gave instructions to a few faithful attendants who were present. In obedience to the command of Indra among men, King Janaka, the messengers rode away on swift horses to bring King Kusadhwaja, a tiger among men, just like fetching Vishnu by the orders of Indra. The messengers reached Sankasya, met Kusadhwaja and related to him what had happened. They informed him the intention of King Janaka. Kusadhwaja, having heard the events from the loyal, mighty messengers, set out for Mithila in compliance with the request of the king. Janaka, There he saw the high-souled Janaka devoted to righteousness. Having paid his regards to Satananda and the virtuous king, he occupied an exalted seat befitting a king. The two heroic brothers, endowed with great splendor, seated beside each other, dispatched Sudamana, the wisest of ministers, to Dasharatha, O foremost among counselors, go speedily and bring along with his ministers and sons the invincible Dasharatha of the Ikshvakas dynasty, whose splendor is immeasurable. Having reached the tent, he, Sudamana, saw Dasharatha, perpetuator of the race of the Raghus, and bowing down his head, said, O heroic lord of Ayodhya, Janaka, the lord of Mithila desires to see you along with preceptors and priests. King Dasharatha, on hearing the words of the best of the counselors, reached the place where Janaka was waiting with hosts of rishis and relations. The king, Dasharatha, skilled in speech, accompanied by counselors and kins, said to Janaka, the lord of the Videhas, O great king, venerable Vasishtha is the spiritual protector of the Ikshvakas race, and it is known that for all ceremonies he is our spokesman. Having been permitted by Vishwamitra, along with all Maharshis, virtuous Vasishtha will tell you in detail about my race. Having said this amidst the best of men and the most distinguished among kings, Dasharatha remained silent. Then Vasishtha, the venerable sage, well versed in speech, spoke to the lord of Videhas, Janaka, in the midst of priests. From the unmanifest was born the eternal, the constant, the imperishable Brahma. To him was born Marichi, and to Marichi, Kashyapa. Kashyapa begot Vivaswan, and Vivaswan, Manu. Ikshvaku was the son of Manu, otherwise called Prajapati of Vavasvata. It may be noted that Ikshvaku was the first ancestral king of Ayodhya, whose son was the well-known, glorious Kukshi. Prosperous Vikukshi was Kashi's son, who brought forth brilliant and powerful Bana. Bana's son was the most brilliant and valiant Anaranya, whose son Prithu was succeeded by Trisanku. Trisanu's famous son was Dandamara, also known as Yuvanishwa, whose son was King Mandhata. Mandhata's son was prosperous Susandhi, who brought forth two sons, Dhruvasandhi and Prasenajit. To Dhruvasandhi was born the well-known Bharat, who begot the vigorous Asita. Valiant kings belonging to the races of the Hayas, Talaangha, and Sasibindhus became the enemies to Asita. The king Asita, who was a weakling, was defeated in the conflict against the kings and was exiled. Along with his counselors, he lived on the Bhriguprasravana Himawat mountain. It is said that his, Asita's, two wives were pregnant. One gave food mixed with poison to the other with the intention of destroying her embryo. At that time, Kyavanar of the family of Bhrigu liked to stay at Himawat, the great, pleasant mountain, that the lotus-eyed and highly accomplished Kalindi offered herself for a son to. Kyavana, who was glowing like a god. Having approached the ascetic, Kalindi paid obeisance to him, who said, O great lady, a child of high prowess, luster and virtues is growing in your womb. In a short time this glorious son, carrying with him the poison administered to you, will be born. O lotus-eyed lady, do not grieve. This eldest queen, who was a devoted wife, afflicted with sorrow due to loss of her husband, gave birth to a son by the grace of Kyavana. Since poison was given to her by her rival queen with the intention of destroying the embryo, the son was born with poison and so came to be known as Sagara. Asamanja was the son of Sagara, and to him was born Anshuman. Dilipa was the son of Anshuman and father of Bhagirata. Bhagirata begot Kakushtha, whose son was Raghu. Powerful Pravridha was Raghu's son. He became Purushadaka, cannibal, on the curse of Vasishtha. He grasped water in order to retaliate Vashishta but was prevented by his wife. The water fell on his feet and he came to be known as Kalmashapada. Feet polluted with water. Samkhana was born to him. Sudarsana was the son of Samkhana. His son was Agnivana. To Agnivana was born Sairaga, and to Sairaga, Maru. To Maru was born Prasushruka, and to Prasrushuka, Ambarisha. King Nahusha was the son of Ambarisha. To Nahusha was born Yayati, whose son was Narbhaga. Narbhaga's son was Aja. Aja was the father of Dasharatha, and Dasharatha the father of Rama and Lakshmana. Great among men, O king, be gracious enough to give your equally accomplished 2 daughters in marriage to Rama and Lakshmana, who are born in the family of Ikshvaku's kings, possessing the purity of race right from the beginning. They are highly virtuous, heroic, and truthful. They have chosen your daughters as their brides. Thus ends the 70th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. King Janaka narrates the history of his dynasty, consents to give Sita and Urmila in marriage to Rama and Lakshmana. Vashishta, having thus described the genealogy of Dasharatha, Janaka with folded hands rejoined, "Be blessed. Let me relate the genealogy of my race. Listen, O great sage, O best of ascetics, while one offers his daughter in marriage, one born in a noble family should describe his genealogy in full. Listen. There was a great man of religion, King Enayamai, strongest of men and well known in the 3 worlds by his own acts. Enayamai begot a son named Mithi, who constructed Mithila. He was the first Janaka, whose son was Udavasu. Virtuous Nandivardhana was the son of Udavasu, whose son was Suketu. Suketu's son was the righteous and powerful Devarita, father of Brihadradha. Brihadradha's son was the heroic and powerful Mahavira, father of Sudruti, who was armed with courage and the power of truth. To Sudruti was born the righteous Drishtaketu, committed to Dharma. Rajarshi Drishtaketu was father to the well-known Haryasva. Haryashva's son was Maru, father of Pratindhaka. Pratindhaka's son was the righteous king Kirtirtha. The son of Kirtirtha was known as Devamidha. His son was Vibuddha, father of Mahidraka. Mighty King Kirtirata was the son of Mahidraka. He was a Rajarshi, father of Maharoma. To Maharomas was born the virtuous Swarnaroma. Swarnaroma's son was Rasvaroma. Rasvaroma was a religious king. He was a great soul. Of his 2 sons, I am the eldest and valiant. Kusadhvaja is my younger brother. My father King Rasvaroma crowned me king, entrusted Kusadhvaja to my care and retired to the forest. After my aged father attained heaven, I looked after my brother Kusadhvaja, who resembles the celestials, affectionately and ruled the kingdom with righteousness. A little later a powerful king named Sudhanva from the city of Sankasya besieged Mithila. He, Sudhanva, sent me a message, "Give me the great bow of Siva and the lotus-eyed maiden Sita." O Brahmarshi, when I refused, a great conflict broke out between him and me. In the encounter King Sudhanva was killed by me. O best of ascetics, having killed King Sudhanva, I have crowned my heroic brother Kusadhvaja in Sankasya. O great ascetic, Vashishta, this one is my Yuji brother and I am the elder one. O preeminent among ascetics, with immense pleasure I am giving these maidens, Sita to Rama and Urmila to Lakshmana. Be blessed. I offer my daughter Sita, who looks like a celestial maiden, as reward for Rama's prowess, and my second daughter Urmila to Lakshmana. I proclaim it 3 times so that there is no doubt about it. O delight of the Raghus, King Dasharatha, I offer these brides with immense pleasure to Rama and Lakshmana. You may perform the rites for your forefathers by gift of cows. Prosperity to you. Thereafter you may perform the marriage. Today the star Makha is on the ascendant. O king, perform the marriage on the third day from today under Uttara Falguni star. Gifts may be given for the happiness of Rama and Lakshmana. Thus ends the 71st Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Preparations for the marriage of the four sons of King Dasharatha. When Janaka, the valiant king of Videha, thus spoke on the genealogy of his family, the mighty ascetic Vishwamitra, accompanied by Vashishta, said to Janaka, O preeminent among men, the glory of the two races of Ikshvakus as also of Videhas is incomprehensible and immeasurable. There is none equal to these kings of the Ikshvakus and Videhas. O king, it is a perfect match between Sita and Rama and Urmila and Lakshmana. In respect of piety and beauty the match is perfect. O best of men, my words deserve to be heard. This younger brother King Kusadhwaja is knower of righteousness. O king, O eminent among men, we seek the hands of this virtuous king's two daughters, unrivaled in beauty on earth, as consorts. O king, we choose your brother's daughters for the great souls, the young Bharat and the sagacious Satrughna, bestowed with youth and beauty. These sons of Dasharatha resemble kings in defending the worlds and gods in valor. O king of kings, Janaka, the bond between your race with its pious deeds and the Ikshvakus may be strengthened by this alliance. Having heard the words of Vishwamitra which echoed the wish of Vashishta, Janaka replied to the eminent ascetics with folded palms. Since both of you, eminent ascetics, recommended this befitting alliance of the two races on your own, I regard my race as blessed. Let it be so. Be blessed. Let these two daughters of Kusadhwaja, Shrutikirti and Mandavi, be the wives of Satrughna and Bharat respectively and serve them. O great ascetic, let the valiant four princes take the hands of four princesses on the same day. The wise, O Brahman, think the marriage is favorable when Bhaga is Prajapati on the succeeding day of the ascent of the two stars. That is, when Purva is followed by Uttara Falguni. King Janaka, having spoken these pleasing words, stood up and with folded hands addressing both the great ascetics, You have earned me a great religious merit. I shall be always your disciple, O eminent ascetics. Occupy these important seats. Dasharatha has right on the city of Ayodhya as much as I have on this. This right is unquestionable, so do whatever you think right. To the words of Janaka, king of Videha, King Dasharatha, the descendant of Raghu, cheerfully replied, You both brothers are lords of Mithila. You possess countless virtues. You pay regards to many rishis and hosts of kings. Be safe. Be blessed. Let me retire to the camp. I have to perform the rites offerings to the forefathers. Then renowned King Dasharatha took leave of the two great ascetics. Then the round King Dasharatha took half of the king Janaka, immediately following the two great ascetics. The king Dasharatha reached the abode, performed the Shraddha ceremony in accordance with the scriptures. Next day at dawn at appropriate time he gifted away cows, a ceremony performed by initiating the bridegrooms into the marriage. For the welfare of each of his sons the king Dasharatha religiously gave away 100,000 cows to Brahmins, great among men and affectionate towards his children. King Dasharatha, the delight of the Raghus, donated in the name of his sons, donates to the Brahmins 400,000 cows. They were capable of abundance of milk. Their horns were plaited with gold. They were accompanied by calves. With them were given away bell-metal vessels for keeping milk and innumerable valuables. With his sons for whose sake cows have been given away, the cheerful king looked like shining Prajapati surrounded by the guardians of the world. Thus ends the 7th second Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Marriage of Rama, Lakshmana, Bharat and Satrughna. The day the king, Dasharatha, made a gift of the best available cows, the heroic Yudhajit arrived. Yudhajit, son of King Kekaya, Bharat's own maternal uncle, met the king, Dasharatha, and inquiring about his well-being said, "My father, King of Kekaya, affectionately inquires about your welfare, and they whose welfare you seek are hale and healthy." The king of Kekaya, O Indra among kings, O joy of the Raghus, desires to see my sister's son, and on that account I went to Ayodhya. O king, having heard in Ayodhya that you have arrived in Mithila along with your sons for their marriage, I came here speedily with a desire to see my sister's son. King Dasharatha then accorded a warm welcome to the honored guest. With the night spent with his virtuous sons, he who knew his duties got up at dawn and performed his daily devotionals and reached the sacrificial place following the rishis. With the necessary auspicious rites preparatory to marriage performed at an auspicious moment, Vijaya, and keeping Vashishta and other Maharshis in the forefront, Rama, accompanied by his brothers adorned with ornaments of every kind, came into his father's presence. Adorable Vashishta approached King Janaka and said, "O king of Videha, King Dasharatha, the best of men with his sons, having performed the auspicious rites preparatory to marriage, is awaiting the bestower of the brides, the giver and the receiver. Indeed, attain all ends, fulfill your own duty by performing the auspicious marriage." Thus addressed by the great self Vashishta, Janaka, the exceedingly generous, highly lustrous, eminent in ethics, replied, "Did any god prevent you? Whose command are you waiting for? Why do you hesitate to enter into your own house? This kingdom is like your kingdom. O best of ascetics, my daughters have performed all the rites relating to marriage. They now stand at the foot of the altar, shining like the bright flames of fire. Ready at the altar, I have been awaiting you. O king, without hindrance proceed, why delay?" At the words of Janaka, Dasharatha brought his sons along with the hosts of ascetics and entered the marriage pavilion. Thereafter the king of the Videhas to Vashishta, "O adherent of righteousness, O Lord, O Maharshi, perform with the rishis the marriage ceremony of Rama, who causes delight to the 3 worlds." Venerable and renowned ascetic Vashishta said, "Be it so," and with Vishwamitra and virtuous Satananda in the forefront, an altar was duly improvised in the center of the sacrificial pavilion. He adorned the altar on all sides with fragrant flowers, golden ladles, water pots with holes filled with sprouts, earthen vessels with sprouts, holders of burning fragrant incense, conch-shaped vessels, sacrificial ladles, bowls filled with water for arghya and other purposes, vessels with roasted paddy and grains of rice. Brilliant and worshipful Rishi Vashishta chanted mantras according to tradition, put the darbha grass of equal proportions around the altar, placed the fire on the altar, recited the mantras from the scriptures and offered oblations into the flame. Thereafter King Janaka brought Sita adorned with various ornaments and placed her in the presence of Agni in front of Rama, the enhancer of the joy of Kausalya, and said, "This my daughter Sita will be your partner in performing her rightful duty. Accept her. Farewell. Take her hand into your own." By being a devoted wife, this highly fortunate Sita would always follow you like a shadow. Thus spoken, he sprinkled the water sanctified with mantras on them. Then gods and sages exclaimed, "Well, well." Celestial kettle drums were sounded and there was a steady rain of flowers. Then King Janaka sprinkled on Sita waters sanctified by mantras, and immersed in delight said, "Lakshmana, come and accept my daughter, Urmila, ready to be bestowed upon you by me. Take her hand. Let there be no delay." Janaka, having spoken thus to Lakshmana, addressed Bharat, "O descendant of the Raghus, hold Mandavi's hand in your own." The righteous King Janaka said again, "O mighty-armed Satrughna, take the hands of Shrutakirti. O descendants of Kakushtha, Rama, Lakshmana, Bharat and Satrughna, you all are gentle, you possess sound character, you are true to your vows. Live with your wives, let there be no delay." At the words of Janaka, the four princes took the hands of the four sisters with their own, with the consent of Vashishta. The great, noble princes of the race of Raghu, accompanied by their wives, circumambulated the altar of the sacred fire. King Janaka and the sages, in obedience to the directions of Vashishta and in accordance with the Sastras, conducted the matrimonial, while the descendants of Kakushtha, Rama, Lakshmana, Bharat and Satrughna held the elegant hands of Sita, Urmila, Mandavi, and Shrutakirti. There was a heavy rain of bright flowers from the sky, while the bridal ceremony of the foremost of Raghus was on. The Apsaras danced to the tune of songs and instrumental music. Sounds of celestial kettle drums were heard. Gandharvas sang in mellifluous melody. It was an unearthly sight. While the celebration resounded with tehi wind instruments, the mighty brothers went round the fire 3 times with their consorts and tied their nuptial knot. Thereafter the descendants of Raghu along with their wives departed for their tents. The king, Dasharatha, also accompanied them with hosts of rishis and relatives. Thus ends the 73rd Sargar of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Vishwamitra leaves for the Himavat mountain. King Janaka offers gifts to his daughters. King Dasharatha departs for his kingdom. Encounter with Parasurama. Night over. The great ascetic Vishwamitra profusely blessed the princes born in the race of Raghu, took leave of the 2 kings and set out towards the northern Himalayas mountains. With the departure of Vishwamitra, King Dasharatha, who was the source of happiness to his subjects, took leave of Janaka, king of Mithila, and speedily set out for the city of Ayodhya. King Janaka, lord of the Videhas, gave plenty of gifts to his daughters and followed King Dasharatha for some distance on his journey to Ayodhya. The king of Mithila and father of the brides gave 100,000 cows, excellent woolen carpets, crores of silk garments, 4 divisions of elephants, horses, chariots and infantry, and well-decorated, excellent male and maidservants shining in celestial beauty. Immensely delighted, he gave his excellent daughters gold, pearls and corals. The lord of Mithila bestowed a lot of wealth on his daughters, and with the consent of the king, Dasharatha re-entered his residence in Mithila. King Dasharatha of Ayodhya also left along with his great sons, preceded by the sages and followed by the army. While this tiger among men, Dasharatha, was returning with the hosts of sages and his sons, he observed here and there frightening birds making disagreeable sounds. Seeing the beasts on the way rushing to the right, the tiger among men enquired of Vashishta, "While the frightening birds are inauspicious, the deer on the right are favorables. Why is this? My heart beats, my mind is depressed." To these words of King Dasharatha the great ascetic Vasishtha replied in a gentle voice, I shall tell you the consequences, listen. The dreadful cries from the mouths of birds foretell an event of celestial nature likely to befall. But the movements other of deer indicate restoration of peace. Therefore do not grieve. While they were conversing, a storm blew, shaking the earth and felling down beautiful trees. The sun was wrapped in dark. The quarters were devoid of brightness. The entire army was covered with ashes, as if they fainted. At that time Vasishtha and other saints, the king and his sons held their senses under control. All others lost their consciousness. In that dreadful darkness, while the army looked as if covered with ashes, King Dasharatha encountered the repressor of kings, descendant of Bhrigu and son of Jamadagni, with a terrible crown of matted hair, inaccessible like Kailasa mountain and unendurable like the fire at the time of dissolution. The layman, gazing at his blazing energy, hanging an axe on his shoulder and holding a bow in his hand which flashed like lightning and the principal arrow, he looked like Shiva at the time of slaying of Tripura. At the sight of the fearful appearance of Parasurama looking like flaming fire, Vasishtha and all other saints who were in the habit of chanting mantras and offering oblations to the fire whispered among themselves, enraged at the slaughter of his father by Kartaviryajarjuna. Is he intent upon exterminating the Kshatriya race? Having slaughtered the Kshatriyas, in the past he was freed from anger and grief. Is he again desirous of annihilating the Kshatriyas? The saints, having thus talked amongst themselves, offered arghya to the son of Bhargava, of dreadful appearance, and addressed him in soothing words. O Rama, valiant Parasurama, son of Jamadagni. Having accepted the homage offered by the saints, addressed Rama, son of Dasharatha, and said, Thus ends the 74th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic, composed by sage Valmiki. Ignoring Dasharatha, Parasurama tells Rama to string the bow of Vishnu. O Rama, son of Dasharatha, I have heard in full of your marvelous prowess and your feat in breaking the bow of Shiva. The fact that you have broken Shiva's bow is an astonishing act. It is beyond imagination. Having heard it, I have come here with another auspicious bow. This mighty, dreadful bow was obtained through Jamadagni. You may display your prowess by fixing on it an arrow. O Rama, after witnessing your strength in stretching and stringing this bow, I shall engage you in a duel acclaiming your prowess. When King Dasharatha heard these words, his face fell. He humbly pleaded with him, his hands folded. You are a Brahmana, highly renowned and withdrawn from anger against Kshatriyas. It behoves of you to give assurance of security to my sons who are young, born in the family of Saint Bhrigu, versed in the study of the Vedas and observance of vows. You have promised in the name of the thousand-eyed Indra to renounce the arms. By adhering to righteousness in life and having conferred the earth upon Kashyapa, you retired to the forest and made your residence on the Mahendra mountain. O great ascetic, today you have arrived evidently for the total destruction of our family. If Rama is killed, none of us will survive. Disregarding these words of Dasharatha, the valiant son of Jamadagni said to Rama, These two excellent celestial bows are well known throughout the worlds. They are stout and strong. They are the best of all. Well made by Vishwakarma. O best among men, O descendant of Kakushtha, one of these broken by you was given by the gods to the three-eyed Shiva, who, wishing to fight the demon Tripura with this bow, destroyed him. This second bow, which is unassailable, was given by chief of the celestials to Vishnu. O Rama, born in the race of Kakutstha, this highly radiant bow of Vishnu is as strong as the bow of Shiva. Then all the gods, in order to ascertain the strength and weakness of Shiva and Vishnu, inquired of the grandsire Brahma, foremost among the truthful. Grandsire Brahma come to know the intention of the gods and triggered a conflict between the gods. In that thrilling fight between Shiva and Vishnu, each desirous of victory over the other, a ferocious battle took place, causing one's hair to stand on end. Then, with the Hamkara produced by Vishnu, Shiva's bow of dreadful prowess was stretched, which struck the three-eyed Mahadeva motionless. Then hosts of sages, charanas and the gods assembled there and beseeched both of them, the preeminent among the gods, to keep peace. Now that the bow of Shiva was made inert by Vishnu's prowess, hosts of sages and gods acknowledged Vishnu as superior. Glorious Shiva, enraged at this, placed the bow together with the arrow in the hands of Rajarshi Devarata in the country of Videha. This bow of Vishnu, O Rama, capable of conquering hostile cities, was given in trust to Ruchika belonging to the race of Bhrigu. Brilliant Ruchika gave this bow to his son, the great Jamadagni. My father, a man of unrivaled valor. My father, equipped with ascetic energy, renounced the weapon and was killed by Kartaviryarjuna in a vulgar manner. O Rama, having heard the slaying of my father, incomparable in extreme ruthlessness, I decimated the Kshatriya race again and again out of fury as they were born and reborn. I conquered the entire earth. At the conclusion of the sacrifice, I conferred it on the great soul Kashyapa of meritorious acts. Gifted with ascetic energy, I have now made the Mahendra mountain my abode. O mighty Rama, when I heard that you have broken the bow with your extraordinary prowess, I have come here quickly. Respect the duties of a Kshatriya. O Rama, take hold of this great, uncommon bow of Vishnu inherited by me from my father and forefathers. O descendant of Kakustha, this best bow is capable of conquering enemy cities. Fix an arrow, if it is possible for you to do so. Then I shall engage you in a duel. Thus ends the 75th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Rama bends the bow of Vishnu. Parasurama returns to Mahendra mountain. Hearing the words of the son of Jamadagni, Parasurama, Rama, the son of Dasharatha, avoiding further conversation out of respect for his father, intercepted Parasurama, saying, O descendant of Bhrigu, I have listened to the marvelous acts you have performed. O Brahman, I commend you for discharging your duty in repaying the debt to your father. You underrate me, O Bhargava, as though I am devoid of valor and incompetent to perform the duties of a Kshatriya. Now witness my energy and valor. Having spoken thus, the enraged Rama, gifted with quick vigor, seized the bow and arrow from Parasurama's hands. Infuriated Rama bent the bow, stretched it, fixed the arrow and addressed Parasurama, the son of Jamadagni. You are a Brahmin, O Parasurama. You are also related to Vishwamitra. Hence you are worthy of homage. I cannot, therefore, release this against you to take your life. I shall destroy your mobility, O Parasurama, or the higher worlds earned through your matchless ascetic energy. Tell me which one you choose. On conquering the hostile cities and destroying the pride and strength of the enemy, by its prowess, this celestial arrow of Vishnu shall not go in vain. The gods, with the grandsire Brahma in the forefront, accompanied by sages in groups, assembled there to see Rama holding that mighty bow. Gandharvas, Apsaras, Siddhas, Charanas, Kinnaris, Yakshas, Rakshas and Nagas also came there to witness that great wonder. Then when Rama stretched the great bow, the world became motionless. The son of Jamadagni, Parasurama, bereft of prowess, gazed at him with astonishment, his energy subdued by Rama's prowess. The paralyzed, Parasurama, son of Jamadagni, spoke in gentle words to him whose eyes resembled the lotus petals. When I gave this entire earth to Kashyapa, he said to me, "You shall not live in my country." O descendant of Kakushtha, having gifted this earth to Kashyapa, I promised him that I would not live here during night time, for the earth belongs to him. For this, you should not destroy my mobility. O valiant son of the Raghus, I shall go to Mahendra, the best of mountains, with the speed of mind. Strike with the principal arrow the unrivaled worlds conquered by my asceticism. Do not delay, O Rama. By the fact that you have stretched this bow, I have come to know that you are Vishnu, Lord of the gods, slayer of Madhu. O imperishable one, O tormentor of enemies, farewell. All your deeds are incomparable. You are unassailable in combat. All these hosts of gods have assembled here and are looking at you. I have been defeated by you, O descendant of Kakushtha, lord of the three worlds. Therefore, it is not right for me to feel ashamed. You are faithful to vows, O Rama. This arrow has no equal in prowess. It behoves of you to release it against me. After its release I shall go to the excellent Mahendra mountain. Thus spoke Parasurama, son of Jamadagni, to Rama, the valiant son of Dasharatha, who then discharged the principal arrow, having witnessed the destruction of those regions earned by him through asceticism. The son of Jamadagni left for the best of mountains, Mahendra. Thereafter all the quarters, including the intermediaries, were cleared of darkness. Hosts of sages and gods extolled Rama when he wielded the bow. Parasurama, the competent son of Jamadagni, having praised Rama, the son of Dasharatha, circumambulated him and left for his abode. Thus ends the 76th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki. Dasharatha enters the city of Ayodhya with his sons and their wives. Bharat and Satrughna depart with their maternal uncle. Rama's virtues described. When Parasurama departed, Rama, son of Dasharatha, with a serene mind gave the bow along with the arrow to Varuna of immeasurable strength. Thereafter Rama, the descendant of the Raghus, paid obeisance to Vashishta and other rishis, and looked at his father, who appeared agitated, said, Parasurama, son of Jamadagni, has gone. Let the 4 divisions of the army of which you are the commander proceed towards Ayodhya. The army which is under your command, O king, is awaiting your orders like the Chitakas awaiting water. Direct them to proceed. On hearing the words, Parasurama has departed from Rama, King Dasharatha embraced him and kissed his forehead. The king, immensely happy, felt he and his son were reborn. Thereafter, King Dasharatha directed his army to proceed speedily in advance. When he reached the city of Ayodhya, it looked well decorated with flags and banners. It resounded with trumpets. The royal highways were sprinkled with water and strewn with flowers. It was filled with groups of people, awaiting with delight the arrival of the king. The citizens produced merry sounds with musical instruments. Prosperous King Dasharatha, of great fame, followed by his elegant sons, entered the city of Ayodhya, while the citizens and Brahmins came forward from a long distance to welcome him, who re-entered his palace looking like the Himalayan mountain. The king and his kith and kin were received with honor in a pleasing manner. Kausalya, Sumitra and Kaikeyi of slender waist and other women attending on the king were busy in receiving the new brides. Thereafter the queens received the highly fortunate Sita, Urmila of high fame, and both the daughters of Kusadhwaja, Mandavi and Shrutikirti, with auspicious oracles in their hands. All the new brides who shone in silken apparels immediately went to temples and worshipped the family deities. Then all the princesses paid obeisance to those worthy of worship and entered their residence that resembled the palace of Kubera. Thereafter, pleased with gifting cows, riches and corn to Brahmins and satisfying them, they joined their husbands and enjoyed themselves in privacy. All the princes who were best of men, great souls, incomparable in prowess on earth, capable of the use of weapons and endowed with wealth, moved about with friends, serving their father and following his commands. After some time, King Dasharatha, the delight of the Raghu race, addressed his son Bharat, the heroic Yudhajit son of the king of Kekaya. Your maternal uncle has come here and wishes to take you with him. O child, O knower of Dharma, this was his request to me in Mithila in the midst of sages. You should bring him delight by obliging him. Having heard the words of Dasharatha, Bharat, son of Kaikeyi, paid obeisance to his father, and Rama embraced Lakshmana and prepared for the journey with Satrughna. Valiant Bharat, the best of men, took leave of his father Dasharatha, a tireless brother Rama and mothers, and departed with Satrughna. After the departure of Bharat, mighty Rama and Lakshmana continued to serve their godlike father. Righteous Rama discharged his duties towards the citizens for their all-round comfort and welfare, giving top priority to the execution of the command of his father. With unfailing regularity, Rama carried out his duties towards his mothers and his elders, looking into them from time to time. Dasharatha was pleased with the good conduct and character of Rama. Brahmanas, as also the inhabitants of the city and the people of the country at large, were happy with him. In world, the glorious and virtuous Rama, armed with the power of truthfulness, became the protector of the people like Brahma to living beings, with his heart fixed on Sita, to whom he was always devoted. Rama, the wise, went about enjoying with her the beauty of all the seasons. Chosen by his father, Sita became Rama's beloved wife. With her virtue and beauty, his affection for her grew further. For Sita, her husband, was doubly dear. They were clearly communicating through each other's heart every thought generated in the mind. Sita was an embodiment of Lakshmi, goddess of wealth. In beauty she was like a goddess. Born in the city of Mithila as daughter to Janaka, she was always especially dear to him. Rama, son of Rajarshi Dasharatha, united with the most charming princess, shone like Vishnu, Lord of the gods, in the company of Lakshmi. Thus ends the 77th Sarga of Balakanda of the Holy Ramayana, the first epic composed by sage Valmiki.